Pretty much take it all. Fridges, dishwashers, dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed frames, concrete, things like that. Same day notice for 3 weeks.
Let's kick things off with me. Also moonlights as President of the United States. Yesterday he went to Fort Bragg to give a speech to his favorite men in uniform who aren't in the Village People. He was there to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the Army, so of course he ended up discussing Joe Biden.
We had a grossly unfit president. And by the way, I've known this guy for a long time. He was never the sharpest bulb.
Sharpest bulb, what a wordsmith! See, most people would have gone with brightest bulb or sharpest tool, but Donald Trump took half of both and smushed them together. That is what makes him the cream of the litter. But again, Trump wasn't there to talk about Joe Biden. He was there to talk about America's proud military history, and that went great too.
Recently, other countries celebrated the victory of World War I. France was celebrating, really. They were all celebrating. The only one that doesn't celebrate is the USA, and we're the ones that won the war. Without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. Maybe a little Japanese thrown in.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why would we be speaking Japanese when they were on our side in World War I? Well, I think it's because he said World War I, but what he meant was light bulb. Just for the record, I'd love to speak German and a little Japanese because that would help me understand like 95% of the porn I watch. Does anyone know what Eine kleine Megachode means? I don't, but I like it. But what got the most attention wasn't what Donald Trump said, but how much the troops enjoyed it.
President Trump's rally-style speech yesterday at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. He had active duty troops booing the media, booing his political opponents.
You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. The fake news, ladies and gentlemen, look at them. Look at them all. Oh, yeah, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with in Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles.
Those boos are very upsetting. And not just because they remind me of my 5th grade talent show. And looking back, I probably shouldn't have performed the entirety of Eddie Murphy's Raw. I gotta say, this is not a good look for the military. The military is supposed to be a political... My graphic is still up. I'm sorry. Oh, I gotta say, this is not a good look for the military. The military is supposed to be apolitical. They don't serve Democrats or Republicans. They protect all of us, even Jill Stein voters for some reason. But maybe the reason these troops seem so MAGA is because the non-Trumpers didn't want to be there.
According to military.com, memos from Fort Bragg reveal a tightly orchestrated effort to curate the optics of Trump's recent visit, including hand-picking soldiers for the audience based on political leanings. Other rules for troops appearing on camera included no fat soldiers.
Wow, that really sums up the 2 principles of Donald Trump, doesn't it? Number 1, total loyalty. Number 2, no fatties. Yeah, before Trump turned the military into his own personal MAGA cheer squad, he started the week by sending Marines into America's most bangable city. And this is all just the warm-up before the main event this weekend.
President Trump's highly anticipated military parade kicks off this Saturday. The parade marks the Army's 250th anniversary.
Oh my God! Give these troops a break already. They have to sit through your show, they have to invade Los Angeles, and now they have to parade for you? America doesn't do military parades, so why is this one so important?
The parade just so happens to also fall on President Trump's 79th birthday.
Yes, there it is. There it is. The parade just so happens to be on his birthday. But that's not why he's doing it. This parade is for the Army, and the Fudgy the Whale Cake is for the Army. But he gets to blow out the candles. So how much is the Doge president going to spend on this Army birthday extravaganza?
The total cost to taxpayers, up to $45 million.
The Army said it expects minimal damage to D.C. roads from the 70-ton tanks rolling down, but they budgeted $16 million of your dollars to repair those roads once the parade is over.
$45 million, and a third of that is just you ripping up the roads? People usually throw down that hard unless they're moving out the next day. Wait, is Trump moving out the next day? They're budgeting for the road damage in advance, because as Donald Trump always says, a penny saved is a bird in the hand. More on Trump's military parade / birthday celebration. Let's go live to Washington, D.C. with Ronnie Che.
Thank you, Desi. Ready to go for the long haul.
Wait, the long haul? Isn't the parade a one-day event?
Yeah, that's what they always say, but you know the U.S. military. One day in the Capitol turns into a 20-year quagmire real quick.
If you're thinking of selling your house, want to know how much more you could be getting by using this brand new way to sell? The real estate market is recommending.
Ronnie, it's a parade. I think they're just driving down a street while people wave at them.
Oh, right, and I bet they'll be greeted as liberators too, right? When have I heard that before? Next thing you know, we're paying off tribal leaders in Georgetown and creating DC ISIS. I know my history, Desi. They're gonna spank us like Japan did in World War I.
So you agree the whole parade is a terrible idea?
No, I love it. Usually only brown nations get to see American military hardware, and that's outside that window at very high speeds. It'll be nice for Americans to get courtside seats for once. I mean, there are shepherds in Yemen who can fact-check this parade. I mean, they'll be looking at the TV like, nah, they got a newer model of that drone, trust me.
But Ronnie, that's not a good thing. This is what dictators do, display their military strength to intimidate everyone.
Okay, man, this is clearly bothering you. Look, okay, this is actually a win-win for both sides. MAGA gets a cool parade, and for the liberals, having the whole military and all our weapons in one place means the rest of America is unguarded, which gives a saner nation the chance to come in and take. Let's make a call real quick, Jerry. Hey, Canada, what are you doing Saturday? I mean, how would you like America to be your 51st state?
Ronnie Chang, everyone!
imagine you met a fine ass lady at the club. I'm talking about the booty is clapping, the breasts are bouncing, small waist, everything. Weed is on point, fingernails on point, smelling good, everything is okay. Then you get her back to the house. You are about to, well, you had a few drinks because you know, black people, you like that Julio. He ain't lying. Or Hennessy. Y'all know y'all like anything that's the brown laying down or the white keep behind. You get her home. You're about to pull the pants down. And then
we came back to my place of residence.
Okay.
And that's it.
And what happened inside?
Nothing.
So you guys didn't argue?
We didn't argue.
You just stated that you did.
This is the moment Daniel Chala, Miami-Dade County deputy of more than 30 years, is questioned by police at his apartment after a night out at 11.
Why did you kick her out?
Because I didn't care for her.
Why didn't you care for her?
Because I didn't like her.
Okay. Did something happen inside that made you not like her or that made you take her off?
Whatsoever.
Chala denies being violent to his guest. But records show he went home with a woman who accused him of wrapping his arm around her neck tightly and refusing to let her go. The woman, who eventually ran out to get help, records show was seen by witnesses bleeding from the mouth and with marks.
Represented at all times that she was a woman, when in fact she was a man, meaning that she still had male anatomy.
Susie Rivera-Yana, Chala's attorney, says the woman lied to the officer about her gender and he wanted her out.
You guys are like standing here like if I assaulted her. I did not assault her.
Chala was arrested for allegedly battering and preventing the woman from leaving.
You seem intoxicated.
I am intoxicated, but the thing is that I never assaulted her.
But today, about a month after this arrest, prosecutors cleared Chala of any crimes. The state attorney's office tells NBC6 after numerous attempts to get the victim to cooperate, she refused to assist with the investigation.
This person came in under false pretenses, and my client escorted this person out.
And the deputy's attorney tells me he was on paid leave, but it's unclear what will happen now since the case is officially closed. We did reach out to the sheriff's office about that, but we haven't heard back yet. In Miami, Christian Colon, NBC6.
So that's Officer Daniel Chala. He's been a sheriff for over 30 years in Miami. Now, he was drunk, okay? But as it appears, he beat the transgender's woman's behind, right? And now let me just say this, because I have seen several accounts like this on social media where, you know, gay rights activists, when something like this happens, when transgenders represent themselves and then there's some level of violence, then you hear like, oh my God, why are they not protecting us? Why are they hurting us? Why are they this and that? I understand all of that. But here's what you don't get to decide, okay? Doesn't want to participate in a gay lifestyle, and then they find out that you are a person with a penis. When you misrepresented yourself as a woman, that person is not going to take it sometimes as you feel. That person is going to feel violated, all right? You know what it feels to feel violated, especially men who don't have a problem with the gay community, but at the same time, they don't want to have that in their life. And then you force that on the person. Why don't you just tell the person, look,
it's from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Fly outfit reminded me of together, we got a chance to get out of there. How was your chill day? I've been driving for 10 years. 6 as a company driver and 4 owner operator cross country.
And enroll in those men on transgender women activities. But you're not doing that. You're not allowing the person to do so, and then when they get back to your house, then it's all bad. Now the person is trying to defend themselves because they're going to go into a rage. You know, and I'm not trying to say, you know, violence is necessary, but we don't know the rest of the story. So this man has been cleared of this, and one of the reasons why the man has been cleared of this is because the alleged transgender individual or transgender woman failed to help with the case. Now, this guy is probably doing a good job at it. It's not only embarrassing for him that he's an officer of law, and he is now seen as a man that is, his sexuality is in question. You know, he is a Latin descent, so that's a big macho thing. But also, for individuals who think this is cool, I keep seeing this, you know, the trans community, the dog community, whatever you want to call it, it's okay for us to do that. And what you gonna do about it? We feel like we are real women like anybody else. I feel like I'm rich. I feel like I'm the smartest guy in the world. If you don't feel that, that's what matters too. How I feel about myself is one thing. How other people feel about me or feel about you is another. We gotta be conscious of how other people feel. And when you don't do that, this is the reaction that you cannot control sometimes. People are gonna want to yell. People are gonna fight doing these things. So, brothers, stay woke. You might not know what you're gonna be getting. You know, Miami, Atlanta, LA, my homeboy in Atlanta, he only deals with chicks that are single moms for a reason. If you know what that means, next story.
Not a lot of people know about this brand, but it's one that I and a ton of other college and pro level athletes swear by. It's called Drip Drop. It's for hydration, and watermelon's my favorite flavor. More than
for a reason. If you know what that means, next story. Guys, we have a situation with a husband and wife team, and it's good to have unity like these individuals have in the background. The problem is that their unity comes at a big time loss. Guys, this couple here is not alone. The man on the left is Thomas Alexander George, and the person on the right $6.6 million insurance settlement when George was pulled over in a traffic stop just days after a doctor appointment and was caught walking and speaking normally on the officer's body cam. Now, he is not supposed to be able to speak or walk. Why did the nigga start running? The nigga started running from the officers, man. He was showing Deion Sanders wheels. He was hit down the block. So he ran. Of course, they caught his dumb ass. Now, where is he from? Florida. In Florida, y'all always have this problem. This car accident happened on June 7th, 2019. And basically, he's supposed to have traumatic brain injury along with cognitive and physical impairments. He's been all the time. But now we found out that now, it's not only that they were committing fraud too, but the medical doctors were saying that, hey, he had these issues and all of this and, and everything else, all right? But his ass is going to jail now. Again, Florida, y'all can't ever get it together. And we already knew that. Thomas Alexander George and Tamika Hampton, they're a couple. I don't know if they're married, but I mean, y'all was trying to milk this. Don't get me wrong, I know the doctors are making some mistakes. Y'all was trying to for $66 million. I know some people, man, that are supposed to be on like FMLA or disability or FMLA for work. One dude I know, man, he got called. He's supposed to be hurt. They came to his house, dude. On top of his house with a roof. He fixed his roof. They sit right there looking at his dumbass, recording everything. Another homeboy of mine, he worked in the city of New York. He called in sick one day, right? He works in like corrections. He's supposed to be sick. They come to the house, he's not there. But on the way back, they catch him talking. Come on now. Come on now. Y'all think these people ain't smart? They can't catch what you're doing? Now both of y'all going to jail. And it's dusty, like, you could have got some money, man, but come on now. $6.6 million. What you gonna do with that money? You ain't got it now. Your ass gonna be in jail with Big Pookie in it. You know what's gonna happen when he get home? Who the hell is that? Next story. Yo, guys, some of y'all have baby mamas that don't really respect you, okay? And cheating happens with couples, okay? Especially in Black America. My brother was out there earning for him and his baby mama. And he came home and found this.
Yeah. You know you huh? It's crazy. It's crazy. Hey, no offense to you, bro. I was about to spaz out for a minute, but hey, you definitely gotta go. Everything, and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about him. You got to go. Before I get mad. Hell no. I don't know. You know you up. I don't know where you got to do. Where you go? But you got to go. What the hell you even doing here with this? Why you in my bed? Why you in my bed though? Y'all wasn't doing this shit. You don't even have, you brought in my house. I don't even know this. And you ain't talking about me. What you said? What you told you, bro? Okay. You definitely out about it, huh? You definitely about it, huh? I'm gonna need a little minute to get this shit together. I don't give a bro. Go, bro. Call your people right now, bro. You can do how long, bro? How long you been coming up here, bro? How long you been coming up here, bro? You been coming up here 2 days? I don't give a damn. You know you up, bro. With my child, too? Boy, you fucked up, big. You fucked up, big. Heaven, you okay? Damn, bro. For real? For real. With my baby and everything.
ain't no skit, man. This is for real. You can tell this is all real. And of course, she over there looking like she don't care. The hardest thing to deal with as a man is dealing with a woman that you're in a relationship with that just don't care. And you can't talk her into caring, fam. Like, the dude been there 2 days. Y'all seem like y'all in the studio. He laying on the bed. The house is dirty as hell. The house is dusty. It looked like literally y'all in a garbage can disposal place. That's how bad it looks. Then the dude is in your bed, and you know he clapping him in front of your kid. Because where could the kid go? Because if the bed is by the kitchen, it's a studio. So all the booty clapping the young kid is seeing. Whatever nasty she doing, she seeing. And he laid up there for not 1 but 2 days. Bruh, it sucks to overpay for a chick. That ain't worth the money. Trust me, I've done it. Done it plenty of times. Even the last 2 years I've done it. Even 2 months ago I did. But it sucks when you find out that you okay? It can never stop happening. You just gotta understand that, hey, that's the true value of your baby mama. And that she's a jump off. And obviously she don't care. She don't care she got called. She don't care you're gonna put her out. She knew that you would put her out anyway. Let her be gone. Don't worry, she'll get pregnant by another dude in like a year or 2. Be down bad, be struggling, be dusty low. Then you can laugh at her, pull up at something new, pull up a nice car, you see her struggling with sandals on. You know, looking hella dirty. That's the real game we gonna get. But guys, we had a really great show today. We had the cop who found out that his date had a big beat. Then we have this dusty couple here trying to fraud for $6.6 million. And then we have the dude at the end who found his baby mama. Who shall win the dusty award today? Champion music! Drum roll, please! It's the second couple. Let me tell you this. The transgender thing, I could have gave the transgender the dusty award of the day, but we didn't have a picture of an individual or line. So I can't do that. But this Thomas George and whoever else, his group, Tamika Hampton, come on now. We gonna deal with y'all today. You acting like you can't talk, and you acting like you can't speak, but you running from the police and they got you on body cam. How you running, bro? Like you on the track meet? And you was sold for $6.6 million, and you on the body cam doing hella exercise. You running. You running. Speaking clearly. Over there not even working, trying to scam for $6.6 million. What? All that dust on you. It's over for you. And both of y'all watch Guys, that's my time. I gotta get him out of here. I don't want to end up being dusty like that. I actually have things to do with my life. Subscribe to the bell. We out. Georgia, Missouri, and Texas, just to name a few. Make sure to support the show by hitting the link in the bio and downloading the Underdog app. Use code MACE, CAMP, or STAT to get up to $1,000 in bonus funds with your first deposit. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your hosts, Mace and Cam.
Killer was good, man. chilling, man. How's the horsepower going?
Hey, yo. What you mean by that?
Nah, I heard you talking about it.
Oh.
For the show, Mike.
Oh, yeah, man. Listen, man. First of all, let me say thank you to all the supporters of Pink Horsepower, man. You know, it's been really a blessing. I believe I have a great product. Shout to Sugar Dugger, you know what I'm saying, as well. Actually, my son who's running distribution as well. But I just want to say thank you to all the supporters and all the comeback customers too. The thing about it is, Murder, you got to realize this is probably our 4th year. We wouldn't still be in business if it wasn't a reliable product. I probably in 4 years, and just to be totally honest, not even exaggerating, probably had 3 complaints. And for all the sales, you know, I'm thinking about getting my nigga Sugar.
Only 3 complaints?
3 complaints. I mean, as far as the product is, so you know, people always stealing in the mail and scamming. You gotta, you know, merchandise shit online, shit like that. But I'm talking about somebody might be like, this, that. It wasn't like and the complaints ain't bad. The complaints is, yo, I thought my drink was gonna stay hard for 8 hours. Pause. And I'm like, you asking for a lot, man. Get in there, get out, and then you can wake up in the morning and get back. So yeah, I just want to tell everybody for the support, man. But yeah, what's good with you, man? How was your weekend?
Really good, man. Really good.
Good. That's what's up, bro.
Okay, so we're gonna get into this game, and Mage might have sprinkled some magic over the Pacers because they took Game 3, beating the Thunder 116 to 107. So, how do you feel about the way both teams played? And then, do you see this going past a Game 5 now, given what you've seen?
It might be. Let me tell you something, Stat. It might be 5 or 6 for Indiana now. I'm not sure. You know, we looking strong out there. I see Cam showing up in the blue with a little goal in there. Killer. Welcome home, man. It's okay, man. We accepting all newcomers, man. Welcome to Titletown. How you doing, Cam?
Yes, yeah. Requirements for Titletown just change hour to hour, if not minute to minute. Like, nobody in Indiana's never won a title ever. So
no, they're not Titletown. They're definitely not Titletown yet. They got to win twice. This wouldn't put them in Titletown.
So why bring Titletown up? Why you can bring the Titletown up? I don't get it. Why would you mention Titletown? Why would you welcome me there?
Just keeping hope alive, Killer. We keeping hope alive. It's Jesse Jackson. You know how that goes.
Hope alive for who though? For who though? Hope alive for who? Because
Indiana, they need the hope right now.
Even a team that wins never won the title. Titletown shouldn't even be in this conversation according to your standards. We shouldn't even bring Titletown up anymore.
Right.
Anymore in this series, because no team has won a championship with either organization. So whoever wins still isn't invited to Titletown according to you.
No, but they can put the application in, Cam. I'm accepting new converts, you know. They can come in now. Pause, you know. We can look at their application. We still got stat. You're welcome to summer school at Titletown. We got your application through. I pushed it through. So, you know, whenever you want to show up, it's okay. They'll be looking for you.
Oh, I'll be there. I will show up.
Use code MACE, you know. But this game that we're watching, you know, it was really a good game all the way through to me. You know, it looked like they finally figured out what they need to do with SGA. They made him work more than he normally works, you know, and that's what you got to do. And Halliburton was aggressive. Pause. This is what we need out of Indiana. They cannot win a game unless Halliburton is aggressive. I don't care what Turner did and Siakam and everybody else. It really boils down, for me, it boils down to if you got an aggressive Halliburton looking for a shot every time he turned the corner off to the pick, and the little white guy that came in, he's paused. He's making a difference in this series. I like. What was his name? Killer?
TJ McConnell. TJ McConnell. McConnell.
Yeah, CJ.
TJ.
TJ might be. Huh? TJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be from the hood. We might have to give him a hood pass. He comes in the game looking like what was that little guard name on Dallas when they beat Miami? He was looking just like him, coming off the pick, ready to get a basket. It don't matter what anybody else is doing out there. And when you got people coming off the bench, this is the way I expected Indiana to play. And I'm looking forward to this series. But I wouldn't be surprised if Indiana win it in 6. I'm letting y'all know right now. I wouldn't be surprised. Indiana in 6.
This isn't what you originally started off saying before the series started. Started off saying OKC was going to win this series. Then after Indiana won.
But I want Indiana to win.
Yeah, listen, bro.
I wanted Indiana to win, Cam.
You did say that, but that wasn't your pick. If we was going off Cole Mace, this wasn't your pick. Your pick was actually the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then Indiana won. Then when OKC won again, you keep saying the same thing. And then you said, I'm back with OKC. Now it's Indiana in 6. Murder, stick to something, bro. Stand for something to fall for everything. What are we doing here?
For everything.
I don't know. What are we doing? You gotta
stand for something.
Stand for something to fall for.
I'm standing on Indiana in 6. I'm standing on Indiana in 6. You know what I'm saying? Indiana has always been a tough play for bad guys. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson went to jail there. You got the Malice in the Palace. You know, I'm going with Indiana. It just, but what I don't like is a lot of people showing up with Indiana now, acting like it's their team. I really don't like that. Niggas showing up to games and all that.
Who?
Sure, it's not Indiana, my nigga.
Who you talking about? Who you talking about, though?
People trying to claim the team. And I saw Wallow in the supermarket, right? Wallow got some, Killer. He got on an OKC jersey with the Indiana shorts, talking about his team gonna win tonight. That was crazy.
Wonder who that reminds me of.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
I wonder who that reminds me of. Sounds familiar.
I didn't like it. You know, if I didn't like it, that was crazy.
I wonder who else on this show would do something like that without the uniform. I wonder who that would be. Good. I wonder who that could be.
You know, the meme, somebody is jumping from team to team. Who is that young lady right there? 300. Can you give me Stat Baby for 500?
It's crazy.
Literally crazy. Who's my team? Overall or in this series?
Style or substance. Or here's another choice. Don't stop until you have everything in the GMC Sierra Denali Ultimate. We are professional grade.
Dentures versus Nuvia's permanent teeth in only 24 hours. Do you think you could break these? No! Let's see your hand. Look at that! That first one couldn't do it. Let's see if someone else can break these bad boys. Have you guys heard of Nuvia's permanent teeth in 24 hours? Come on, let's go find it. These are Nuvia's permanent teeth in 24 hours. Give these a feel too. You think you could probably snap those? I could probably snap those. Nuvia's permanent teeth in 24 hours, undefeated, while dentures destroyed. That group of guys look like they're pretty big. Let's go see. Hey, gentlemen, you mind if I stop you for just a quick second? These feel pretty strong. Snap them!
I'm trying, man.
I'm speechless. They're permanent teeth in only 24 hours. Now that's life-changing.
In this series,
I went with OKC. But I stood on that. I didn't say, oh, let me see how game 3 goes. Let me figure out what hat I'm going to wear and stuff like that. I was pretty clear.
Oh, Stat.
We all picked OKC, man.
Yeah.
You stay OKC, Killer? If they get down 2-1, 3-1, you stay in OKC?
Mason, like I gotta keep reminding you, it's on the record. You can switch up every show.
I know that. I'm just saying, if they go down 3-1, are you still staying OKC?
If they go down,
it's just a straight question, Cam. I don't need.
Hey, Chrissy, good morning. How you feeling? I am well, on the move. Oh, headed back to Pennsylvania. Idaho. Potatoes. No, I dropped some off. And now I'm bringing back. So I started in Maine, and then I went to Idaho to drop off, and now I'm headed back to Pennsylvania with. Yes, over the road. Huh? Oh, okay. So you know what's up. Something kind of, sort of. I don't know what you know. I don't know if it's good or bad. I shouldn't have said that. Because there's some interesting takes on the trucking life. Let me ask you, did you have a good experience? Let's ask that. You there? There you go. You're back. I said there's some interesting takes on the life of a trucker. What type of... No, that's what I'm saying. There's some interesting takes on our lives. So I was wondering, did you have a good experience? Oh, Lord. Was it the company or was it the ride? Okay, all right. Just making sure, I believe it. Well, sure, that means, he didn't mess it up for everybody. God damn, these niggas out here acting up. So I've been driving for 10 years. I was a company driver for 6, and I've been an owner-operator for 4. Yeah. It's fine for me because I don't need much. So, ends meet. Not much to worry about. Where do you work at? Huntington? Yeah. Oh, that's what's up. Oh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I grew up in Easton. Yeah. Where you from? North Carolina passed through Jersey. Okay. So you're a down south Jersey girl. I get it. Nothing wrong with that. I just gotta understand which parts I'm receiving here. I just need to understand which part of the culture I'm receiving. You know, a lot of these Jersey girls are kind of loud, and you keep kind of tame. That might be that down south putting the brakes on that Jersey. Okay, that's what's up. I grew up in East End and summers in the Bronx. Bronx and Harlem. What, to New York? Oh shoot, we can take a little day trip when I got some time. We can do that. Listen, my cousin, she got all the spots to eat because she live in the Bronx. You know, everywhere around town. She worked downtown on Wall Street. You got to know somebody to know something, you know. And listen, we can go have some fun. I'll be like, yo, what's the spot? She'd be like, take her over here. I'll be like, that's where we going. Hop in a Toyota right off in the afternoon. Maybe take the ferry, go see some things, and come on home. It's not light. It's light work. Yeah, we can go have some fun. I like stuff like that. Especially because I get to go for a walk. I'm not a big city. it. Yeah. They want to look pretty and go on these expensive dates. I'm like, listen, I need to know what the inside of your car look like. Who am I doing? The cleanliness. Do you understand? If your car is rough.
I'm emotional, actually. I'm just chilling. The odds is I'm gonna stay on my.
It was rough. I'm scared out here. I'm scared. I am. Yeah, so I'll be looking for clean cars, really light on the makeup, none of these magic faces. Yeah, because some of these chicks know magic. They witches. They can transform into something that they're not and have you believing. And all the while, I'm be taken for a ride. That's how you gotta meet girls in the summertime. We going to the water park. we going hiking when you might start sweating, you know, it's hot outside. We got to do something, you know. So I like your pictures. I was like, I see that. I like to see her face. Yeah, it's a lot of mental gymnastics. You know what? I've definitely been limbered up. I've been stretching. I've been looking at the competition. I'm like, this is special. This is all special. Hilkiah, I'm gonna go inside. Do you want to go inside? All right, I'm gonna lock the door. I gotta go get the receipt, buddy. My man chilling. That's what we do. Ride out, have a good time. I know, it's a couple days, wasn't it? Just a couple days. I like to take my time now, you know, see if it fizzles out before I start making phone calls. Cause that's what be happening. They be talking to me, and then, you know, they need someone nicer. Cause we have so many illusion of so many options. No, it's not. No, it's not. Sometimes it ain't even grass. AstroTurf, it might be just straight dirt and rocks. You don't know. Yeah. The front yard look real good. You go out back like, damn. You don't got no grill. You don't got no patio furniture. Straight rocks and dog trappings everywhere. Clean up after the dog. Like, god damn. It's the same nonsense on both sides. It is. I love it though. It's all fun. It's fun to define it. So, what was your longest relationship? You be getting tired of niggas, or they just don't be showing up? Yeah. You be getting tired of them, or they don't be showing up? How you like yours? You like to switch them up every now and again? There it is. Okay, that's enough said. So they're good. It is what it is till it ain't. I get it. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, pulling the switcher. It's old switcheroonie. I was married for 10 years. Yeah, I'm a all-inner. Like, all my relationships have been long ones. Like, probably the shortest one, probably 5 years or something. But I tend to have it to hold. I like holding on to mine. When I was younger, at the detriment to myself. You know, you learn as you get older, you know. Yeah, because the grass ain't greener. Everybody think it's sweet out here. It's not. It is not. Listen, I'm a firm believer in. I'm not going to like you every day, but I like you more than them. And that's what she does. And that's how you make, that's how you make good bonds, though. Because, listen, even if I'm mad at you, I don't want you to go nowhere. Like, yeah, let's just go be, upset with each other. Don't run to the next nigga. Yeah, people toss people out real quick. They throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, yo, you got it. I like small circles, and I like to know what I'm dealing with. It makes my life good when I know who I'm dealing with, what I'm dealing with, and the capacity of what could happen. Then I can assess my risk tolerance. It differs from person to person. You don't like you said. Sometimes it takes some time, you know. Some people hold on to, some people show you that representative for a minute. Like 6 months to 2 years, you really know somebody. Like, you really know them. If you're around them enough, 6 months to 2 years. And within that 2 years, you can decide, like, yo, am I going to marry this person or should I just leave it alone? Or are we both comfortable with where this is and this will stay? Because I like, you know, I like when things stay. I like consistency. Because you can build with consistency, but you got to find someone that's on the same page, too. It is. There's a lot of nuance to it because as you get older, you grow. If you grow it, some people like to stay where they at, and nothing wrong with that either. But then you end up growing apart if the other party's not on the same page. Like, so it's been I'm still looking for that puzzle piece. It's like I got the border done and all the puzzle pieces are upside down and I'm looking for that one, like, yo, and you keep picking up the wrong piece that look like it's supposed to go, but it's like it just don't quite fit. Then you start hammering on it, like, yo, get on in there. But the picture's all wrong. When you put it in, it's like, nah, this is all wrong. I don't know. So I'm just backing off and taking it easy. That's all. So now I keep it casual until it's not. And see what grows into something. That's what I'd like it to grow naturally. I don't want to come in and be like, I mean, I'm looking for a long-term play. I don't want to come in here and try to force something on somebody and have all these high expectations when you don't know until you know. Not to mention my black ass is always gone. That's not easy either.
But the odds say if you go down 3-1, only 13 teams out of 179 games ever came back 3-1. So the odds are good for them to win if they go down 3-1. But I can't switch my pick, and people have me on record and can go back and say, Kevin, what are you doing? I can't do that. But if they go down 3-1, the odds are definitely not good for OKC, not at all.
Larry, what's the odds, Larry? I know Larry is in there.
OKC is a minus 230 favorite right now, still being down from 2-1 in the series. Yep, to win the series. 2-1 favorites right now.
That's crazy. Niggas just saying no Indiana, man. Go Indiana in 6. Larry, write that down.
I'm definitely betting Indiana. I'm with it though, Mace. Whatever you want to do.
Like, basically, I don't know where Mace is at today, but listen, let me get to the game real quick. You know, me and Church was talking before the show started, and it's just the way it is when it comes to OKC. If Shea don't get over 30, you're not going to. They need him to get 32 to 38 points for them to win. And Trey brought that to my attention, which I was like, I totally agree. But this is more about, okay, if Shea don't get 30, it isn't like he had a terrible game. He had 24, they're picking him up full court, guarding him full court, putting a lot of pressure on him. We seen Rick Carlisle make this adjustment with Jalen Brunson last series. So this is the time when we sit there and say to ourselves, okay.
I am Thaddeus Bullard, aka WWE Legend, Titus O'Neil here, and I just made a really cool addition to my home.
Brunson last series. So this is the time where we sit there and say to ourselves, okay, check. What are you gonna do? Jay Will, you're supposed to be that nigga. What are you gonna do? And none of these, and don't get it fucked up, they both had decent games. 20 points for Chet, 26 for Jay Will. Sometimes though, listen, it's been nights, and I hate to go back to these players, but we're talking about people who got it. We know we sit there and say, okay, maybe Jordan will have 27, but Scotty had 38 tonight. Maybe Shaq only had 22, but Kobe had 37. Maybe Kobe only had 16, but Shaq had 49. Sometimes the other superstars are going to have to outdo Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And don't get me wrong, like I said, Jay Will had more than Shai last night. But is he one of them players that can score 45 if need be? I'm not saying that needs to happen every night, but sometimes you say, okay, don't worry about it, dog. I got us tonight. I'm going to get us to 35 points. And those two, like I said, not saying they have bad games at all, but sometimes it needs to be more than just a good game. It needs to be a spectacular game from them two. We see spectacular games from SGA all the time. When you see them bringing the pressure on SGA, y'all are going to have to help out. On the Indiana side of the ball, Halliburton was way more aggressive tonight. We seen them penetrating, shooting the floater. The rest of the team was really doing well, doing good as well. Siakam, not point-wise outside of Siakam, but just the defense intensity, that's what really mattered. Today was about Indiana Park. Yesterday was about Indiana's bench. Matherin came in and had 27 points, and then you got to Grace's point, the white boy, TJ McConnell. I like TJ McConnell. I liked him since the playoffs started. I'm not going to act like I've been keeping an eye on him all season. But even when he played against the Knicks, he would come in, and sometimes players get in and they want to break the swipe and pass the ball and up and down a couple shots before they shoot. He would sub in and go right to the basket. For he hasn't played a minute and attack Jalen Brunson last series I'm talking about. I really like TJ McConnell a lot, but last night was more about Matherin, and it was more about Rick Carlisle making the adjustments. This is a championship coaching adjustments will be made. I think this series really based upon the coaching moving forward, because if they keep SGA under 30 points, I definitely believe Indiana has a chance. And it's about taking the ball out of his hands and making somebody else beat you. Streets. He brought this to my attention, man. I did due diligence. I think this is the most important stat that nobody's realized yet. The Indiana Pacers have not lost a game this season when Caitlin Clark returns. White Power's in the building. When Caitlin Clark is there, the Indiana Pacers all season have not lost a game when Caitlin Clark attends. Now that the Indiana Pacers have home court advantage, they can actually win the series because they still got 2 more games at home. So if Caitlin Clark come to these next 2 games, might be a done deal for OKC Myrtle. White Power.
That's a good point, Killer. That's crazier than the Taylor Swift. Which one we think is crazier right now?
Well, Taylor Swift got losses. Caitlin Clark undefeated.
Put the camera on status. I don't like that.
I was whatever
magic is out the building.
This is what I'm saying. Caitlin Clark, Backstreets would put me on to that. Caitlin Clark is undefeated. And rather, the Pacers are undefeated when Caitlin Clark comes. Taylor Swift, she got a good record, but I'm pretty sure she over 500, but she ain't Caitlin Clark. That white girl power for the athletes is crazy. Sorry, Stat.
Yeah, the
Sorry to be.
white girl power sound crazy coming out of Camphill mouth. That's crazy, Stat. Well, how do you think about that, Stat? I want your real, honest opinion. Are you for white girl power? Or when y'all say girl empowerment, is it only black girl empowerment? I want to know.
Well, those are all different. Those are all different things. Women empowerment and black girl magic. Those are just two different things. But it's all women empowerment. So shout out to them.
Is it white girl empowerment? Because I didn't like
I'll say women empowerment. That just doesn't roll off the tongue for me. Shout out to them girls.
Stat, this is the reverse you're talking about. You say black women empowerment. When you say women empowerment,
Barker, what's up? How you doing? I'm good,
I don't
man.
get all women. It's not giving all women.
There's certain things that I just think have its own phrases. Like when I say black boy joy, I'm not gonna say white man joy. Like it doesn't go. Like if there's something for that, then cool. But I'm not gonna change it.
It's not actually about a slogan. How do you feel?
Shout out to the girls. That's how I feel.
So is your joy segregated?
No.
You wouldn't say white man joy.
Well, because the slogan is black boy joy. Just like when you say black girl magic, I haven't heard a slogan. So
white girls can't have magic, Stat?
They can.
So we're starting it right now. Are you a believer that Caitlin Clark is white girl magic?
I believe that white women can have magic. I wouldn't call it white girl magic because that's not what it's called.
Would Angel Reese get mad at you if you say she has the magic? Is the question. I see you trying to say.
I'm not saying anything crazy. I just feel like that's what I would say.
And Killer knows what I'm talking about.
That's why I said the whole thing. I think where she's coming from, but I think where you come from, the whole problem is this murder is the way you're wording it. That's why I said take the slogan out. How do you feel outside of the black girl magic, black boy joy? Could white girls have magic?
Yes.
Paige, a bunch of girls got the magic.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just personally not saying white girl magic. They can have magic, and I have to think of a term for it. Same way that we tried to give certain people nicknames, I'll think of a nickname for that. But right now, I don't got that. But I support it.
I like white girl magic. I like the sound of white girl magic. It's like, what's his name? Jay Will, when they was calling him white chocolate. Pause.
What about white bright excitement?
That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy.
What's crazy about that? White bright excitement. Because you say that one, that's that white bright excitement right there.
I don't think I will be partaking in that slogan, but I'll think on it. I want to sound good.
Stat, I think it's time for us to grow up in that area because we've allowed Eminem. He was a great artist, still is a great artist, and sometimes every once in a decade you find a white person that can do everything a black person can do, and I think it's time for you to accept that stuff.
My thing is, hold on,
you've been on the fence about that.
I'm going to intervene for 1 second, man. Mace, I'm not taking that side or your side, but I have to say something. With this topic like this, 1 minute. It's like the teams. You switch teams to teams. 1 minute you Malcolm X. Now you now niggas. I ain't for all that. Niggas, niggas with white women and all that. I ain't with all that, man. You know what I'm saying? Professor, you brother J, you Professor X, you X Clan. Then the next day, you for integration. What? You be all over the. You wild, man. You a wild nigga, man.
No, I'm for whatever's right. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Not whatever is white, I'm for whatever is right.
Okay.
If right is black, I'm with that. If white is right, I'm with that. I'm for whatever's right.
I feel that.
I don't even have a comment. I don't even know where to go with that. So I would just walk past that. Okay, so back to the game really quick, because I just feel like there's a lot of elements that I still kind of want you guys' opinion on. Do you guys feel like there's a specific player, and it can be on either team, who you feel like is a problem, and it can be good and bad? So like a good problem and a bad problem for their teams. Mason, wants you to go first.
Yes, when you're thinking about who's a good problem and a bad problem for the team, well, he's the person that he can be an X factor on this Indiana team, but some days he will completely not show up, get in a lot of foul trouble, get foolish plays, called against the team, and then we can see, like yesterday, he comes in and make a big difference, shows up with 20-something points, and on the later side of 20, almost 30, so he can make a real difference. Him and Turner would be those type of players when it comes to Indiana. And I think the same with Jay Will, because as great as good as he played yesterday, having more than SGA, the thing that really got me was when he missed those free throws down the stretch. That really made the difference in that game to me.
And I'm not going to use the word problem. I use the word X factor. To me, for OKC, the X factor has got to be Alex Caruso. He comes in and puts his energy in, pours all game. But there's just a difference. Last game, 20 points. Not last game. Day before last, 20 points. Last night, 6 points. His defense is decent. But not more than decent, but you're going to need Alex Caruso if you're OKC a minimum of 14 to 16 points coming off the bench, especially if you got TJ McConnell and Mathurin playing that good. We're going to need more production on OKC's bench, and I think that'll be the factor for OKC.
I'll just add really quick. I feel like for the Pacers, Andrew Nembhard did really good. I know SGA was being double teamed nearly the whole game, and I think that comes a lot from his defensive skills. I think he did really good to help the Pacers. But on the opposite side, looking at OKC, I know we look at Chet's box score, which looks good because he had 20 points, 10 rebounds, but to me, it kind of still seemed like he was struggling. I know he did really good in the first half, but by the second half, to me, he visibly looked tired, and every three that he was shooting, I believe every three he shot, he didn't make. So I feel like he's going to really need to tighten it up to kind of push OKC over the edge, because yes, we're depending on SGA, but SGA obviously can't do everything on his own. And then even to Mace's point, how J-Dub was missing some of the free throws, like little things like that, I think could change the trajectory of the game. And hopefully they can make those adjustments before the next game, because if not, like they said, it could be looking like Game 5, Game 6, the Pacers could come up on top, which is not what I was expecting. Of course, I did say earlier that I thought that the Thunder would win this series, and I still kind of think that. But the way that this game went, I feel like might change that for me. And then, Mace, I know you kind of answered it earlier, but Kim, I want to ask you, based off of this game, does it seem like Pacers could have the edge, or still sticking to the Thunder for right now?
Right now, like I said, my pick's my pick, but right now, I'm giving the edge to the Pacers, even though OKC is still favored to win. I just think that Rick Carlisle has too many tricks up his sleeve. I think that he knows how to adjust game to game and say, okay, cool, this isn't working, this is what we're going to do next game. Okay, this isn't working, this is what we're going to do. Okay, this is working, let's stick to this. So that's the only reason that I'm going to give it to the Pacers right now, because when you don't win, you go back and look at film and you make adjustments. Right now, if they lose the next game and then it gets to Game 5, he can make adjustments off Game 4, what they didn't do right. And I think that's where the Indiana Pacers have an advantage.
Okay. And then looking at Friday is Game 4. Underdog has Halliburton at 32.5. points, rebounds, and assists. You have him higher, lower, maybe?
Points, rebounds, and assists.
32.5.
I have him higher.
Okay, yeah. Okay, SGA's at 5.5 rebounds. You have him higher, lower, Cam?
Lower.
Lower.
Okay, and Chet is at 25.5 points, rebounds, and assists. You have him higher, lower, Mace?
Higher. He's gonna show up again.
Lower. So streaky. 25 what?
25.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure y'all download the Underdog app and you can make your picks too.
She calls thinking about us toxic. 4 years and counting. Got you feeling like an option. Maybe I'm my own problem, baby. She tired of hearing I don't know. I'm stubborn and deep on flow. Dealing with this thing called trust. But she really thinking about it, wanna be free. She called this thing about us toxic. 4 years and counting. Got you feeling like an option. Maybe my own problem, baby. She tired of hearing I don't know. I'm stubborn and me won't fall. Dealing with this thing called trust. But she thinking wanna be free.
Welcome back. So Saquon Barkley is the cover athlete for Madden 26. Mace, do you believe Saquon was a good selection?
When it comes to that Madden cover, I definitely think that Saquon was the best pick. I can only probably think of one other person that would even be close. Matter of fact, probably two. You know, they could have picked Jaden, but they didn't pick Jaden. So Saquon was the best choice. I just hope that he doesn't get hurt. Every time somebody gets that cover, they end up hurt that year. So I'm just hoping that he stays healthy this year. See if the Eagles could get beat before they go to the championship this year.
Yeah, I think I don't have much to say about it. I think it's 100% the right choice. But I was going to say the same thing you may say. I wouldn't want it. It's too much of a curse with it. Too much of a jam. I'm too superstitious for that. If I'm Saquon and with Cameron's brain, no, I'm not doing it.
So if they call you and say, hey, we're shooting the cover for it, are you just telling them you won't show up? Or what are you saying to them?
My exact answer is I'm very honored. I know it's a privilege, but I think it should go to somebody else. I want to focus on my season this year and be the best football player I can be possibly.
So you want to get somebody else hurt?
I guess that means no disrespect. They trying to get me hurt.
Yeah, they trying to get you. They trying to line you up.
Yeah.
If anybody get that award, you know something gonna happen. We hope not, but it's been going on too long.
So Mace, how do you feel about the Madden cover curse? Do you believe in it? Because Cam said, yeah, no, bump that. What do you think?
I said that at the start of my conversation. Everybody that receives that award end up with some, not just an injury, like it really kind of take them out for the season. So I definitely wouldn't want that.
Okay, well, shout out to Saquon Barkley. We're going to hope nothing happens because he did have a really good year. But, okay, so moving along, Deion Sanders finally got to speak on Shedeur sliding in the draft, and then all those reports that kind of came out of nowhere talking about Shedor's professionalism and how he was acting during the pre-draft process. He said, when you sit up there and say something like he went into a meeting unprepared, Shedeur Sanders, who has had 6 different coordinators, who has still functioned and went up, leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're going to tell me he was unprepared? You're going to tell me he had on headphones? Anybody who knows my son understands he's a professional. He's going to go into a meeting with headphones on, y'all, come on now. So he said a couple other things, basically defending his son, given all of the reports that we had seen throughout the year. But Mace, after hearing that, what are your thoughts on Deion's response? And then kind of from what we've seen from Shador now, just the quietness, and then Brown's mini camp, all those things, how do you kind of feel about the reports that we did hear?
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When Deion makes this statement about his son Shador, I think it's spot on what he said. I don't see Deion as a person that would not tell the truth, especially about the sport of football. I think he's a person that really loved the sport, really loved players, even if it's his son operating on a high level. I think he's trained him to be that way, and he knows that his son understands the moment. For you to go in there unprepared is almost to say that Deion did not prepare him for the highest moment, and I wouldn't agree with that. I know if he was going in there to get the job done, he was highly prepared, especially when you got somebody that's your coach and your dad on the level of Deion. Now, when Deion is speaking, I would have liked to see him, just speak about it as an athlete, because what they try to do most times is get him to speak just as the dad and use that against him, almost like you just taking up for your son. But if he would have went in there and say, you know what, as an athlete, when you're looking at one of those players, and really put it in perspective, the same way, somebody would speak about anybody else that knows what they're talking about. When you come from that place, it doesn't seem biased at all. Take me out of it as a dad. As an athlete, I know this young man, and I watched him from year to year to year to year as an athlete. So I know when he goes in there, he went in there ready to get the job done. And I think this is going to play in Shador's favor. I think when it's all said and done, all of this was perfect for Shador. Even though Deion may not have liked it, Shador didn't like it, I didn't like it, Cam didn't like it, all of those that are rooting for the Sanders family did not like it. I think it turns out to be the best thing that could have happened to him, because he goes in there with a chip on his shoulder, he hits the weight room extremely hard, and he comes out a better quarterback and a better person because of this, because now people are trying to play with your name, people are trying to act like you really don't belong here, and it puts you in a position where, like Cam would say, bet, watch this season. The moment I get in, it's up for everybody. And I think he's going to play with that chip on his shoulder. And had this not happened, he would come in there probably on superstar time. But because of this, he's going to really dig his cleats in and get the job done. And I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up having a real Hall of Fame career.
First of all, I want to give my prayers to Coach Brown, who's going through some medical problems right now that they've been talking about. And so I definitely want to give my prayers and my blessings to the Sanders family before anything else. About this situation, look, everybody watched this unfold live. When we watching the draft, it's almost like we was watching a soap opera. Days of Our Lives, a 3-day series, because you're just waiting for Shador to get drafted, knowing that he should have. And I'm not going to go back and revisit that, because we talked about it how many times on the show, as well as a bunch of other sports outlets, and they're still talking about it to the point where we're at now. My opinion is this, and I can never tell Coach Brown what to do, because that's my big bro, man. I love him, and he gives me advice. Like I said, it's not a lot of people that can call me and I'll listen and be like, yo, this, that, there. Like, Deion is one person telling me, yo, stop talking and listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to shut up, because I have that much respect for him. Just because not of his spectacular athleticism, not when he's an athlete, being a former athlete, because of his business mind. He had the #1 shoe last year with Nike, and he hasn't played in 30 years. I have him on 20-something years. They said he wore sunglasses after the press conference, and they was making fun of him. He turned that into $1 million thing in 1 week, his sunglasses. He's a marketing genius, a great businessman, and I could never tell him what to do or say. But for me, my opinion is when it comes to the Shador situation, I think the NFL and the owners and the GMs are past Shador or Dean or Coach Prime talking. I think it's to the point where Mace just said, it ain't even nothing to talk about. We know Coach Prime. We know that he raised and trained Shador better than that. We don't even have to talk about that. If he's explaining this to white people or other people that don't know about Coach Prime or Deion Sanders, the athlete, you don't gotta explain that to us, Coach. We know that. We're past talking at this point. Shador, if he gets the opportunity, and I know he's fighting for a spot right now, that's what it's about at this point. Because talking, like I said, never tell them what to do, but I believe that's why they were mad. I think it was too much showing off, too much winning, too much being confident. And I think that's where Shador's situation is at now. Fuck all the talking. You ain't got to prove nothing to nobody, Coach. You ain't got to sit there and tell niggas, come on now, what the fuck you mean you came in? We know that. We get it. We know you. We know the type of person you are. We know what Shador is. Don't talk about it no more, in my opinion. We know this. Shador, go out there and bust ass. That's what it's about. Because the more you talk, I believe the more these good old boys get mad. So I would just go out there, show and prove. But one thing that fixes everything is winning. So I'm rooting for Shador.
For sure. And then, of course, well wishes to Coach Prime while he deals with some of his health issues. So, before we wrap, would it really be an episode if we didn't end with something about the Knicks? So, they're on a hunt for a coach after firing Tibbs. They asked to speak to Atlanta Hawks head coach Quinn Snyder, but were firmly denied. Trae Young actually responded to that saying hell nah when he saw Shams report that. They were also denied speaking to Jason Kidd, Ime Udoka, and Chris Finch. Mace first, how do you feel about all these denials, and what do you think the Knicks are going to do?
I mean, I think Quinn Snyder was probably their best bet, but out of the people you named. But there's so many other great coaches that they're not interested in, and it's just weird to think that they only got their eyes set on that one particular group. I remember all these names could have been there at the Los Angeles Lakers, but they chose to go in a new direction, and they went with JJ Redick, and it turned out pretty good for them. I think it's time for the New Yorks to really consider going in a new direction, you know?
The point being is this, Murder, and this is why the Knicks is just a dysfunctional organization. Stat left a few names out. You know, names that were out there were names like Mike Malone. They thought they had a chance with Mike Malone, former Denver Nuggets coach that got fired right before the playoffs. According to sources from what I'm reading, Mike said, nah, he good. They wanted Jay Wright, the Villanova coach, to actually coach Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, and Josh Hart to 2 national championships. He said, nah, I'm good. I'm all right. They actually went to Danny Hurley up in Connecticut. Dan said, nah, I'm good. Why would I take this job and turn the Laker job down? I'm cool. There's several more names that they turned down. J. Kidd, like she said, turned down. Ime turned down. So y'all fired Thibodeau with no plan. What if they got to call Thibodeau back, Murder? What do you do? Like, yo, no, you know we was playing, right? You know we was just fucking with you, nigga.
Hope you enjoyed your vacation. We back.
Yeah, fuck you talking about. You know, nigga tickle you with the come here, nigga. Now, yo, this is ridiculous, man. If you were gonna fire Thibodeau, you could have at least waited till you had something at least 85% done. Now y'all look crazy. Murder, you know who the candidates are now?
Yo.
Mike Brown and Luke Walton are the 2 candidates to go.
Oh, man.
So you take Thibodeau.
Mike Brown would be all right, but why not go in the direction of what was his name that used to coach the Suns and then went to the Pistons?
Monty Williams.
Monty Williams would be a better coach.
Maybe he made it to the chip with Phoenix, but you saying Mike Brown ain't bad. outside of going to the championship when LeBron was a locomotive, what is really Mike Brown's accomplishments? He didn't do well with the Lakers. He was assistant to Golden State. I think he's a great assistant. Went to Sacramento, turned that team around one season. They made it to the playoffs, got bumped the first round in 7 games against Golden State. Then the next couple seasons, they declined and fired him after that. I don't know. I like him as a black man out there in the NBA coach. I think he's a better assistant coach than head coach. Luke Walton had mad success when Steve Kerr was out for like 50 games with a back injury, and he led Golden State to the playoffs until Steve Kerr came back, and it's like, oh, that nigga Luke Walton. I mean, he's alright because he held Golden State down when Steve Kerr was out. Nah, Golden State held themselves down. They hired him in Sacramento, I believe, or it was, I'm not sure, and they fired him too. This is bad. New York, this is the Shinley and murder total. It's not even shocking. You fired Thibodeau, who gets you to the Eastern Conference Finals, somewhere you haven't been in 25 years, and don't have a plan A through Z. Congratulations. Congratulations to the continued shit that we know you for. Congrats. I can't wait. Because Knicks fans right now, Murder, I don't know if you've been on social media in the last 10, 12, 15 hours. They're in hysteria right now. All this news just came out in the last 8, 9 hours. They're losing their fucking mind knowing that the 2 finalists at the moment are Mike Brown and Luke Walton. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. Murder, you got out the car first, but I got out right after. I got out 3 blocks later. I knew it. I knew it. Congratulations to mediocrity, and it may be lower than mediocrity depending on who gets this job. Salute, nigga.
Not salute. I hope y'all figure it out because y'all are coming off. I mean, I know y'all didn't win and get where y'all wanted, but a lot better of a season. But yeah, not having a plan gonna definitely mess it up.
Listen, you hear what I say? Congrats to almost making it somewhere.
That's all I got. That's all I got. Hey, y'all. Well, that is all the time that we have for today. Thank y'all for watching. And as always, it is what it is.
How do you say that, Morgan?
That street.
Yeah.
Vaseline.
Vaseline.
Vaseline with a B.
We're coming for your voting rights.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real men of genius. Cheesecake. Apple pie. Chocolate chip cookies. Brownies. Ice cream sundae. S'mores.
Look what I did so you can see. See that? Cheese all through the bitch. Cheese all through this motherfucker.
You know, you make the money, don't let the money make you. And a lot of people think that one way or another, money is gonna be some kind of magical solution. Believe me, it's not. If you are an asshole without money, you're just gonna be a bigger asshole with money. It's all about being humble. It's all about wanting to give back. It's all about wanting to help.
Man, ain't that the truth? And when you get paid, man, don't forget to check that ego, because God can strip you as fast as he blessed you.
I'm thirsty.
anything that you can visualize is possible, guys. You have to understand that someone made this happen. You could make this happen too.
Miren este hermoso modelo bota ancha, miren qué lindo queda, wow, miren qué belleza con su pretina alta en la parte de atrás. Miren qué lindo este modelo, miren qué belleza.
Hey guys, if you're looking for the wildest police videos YouTube has to offer, you gotta pay us a visit over here at Free POV.
In sunny Santa Monica, California, seemingly a world away from Washington, D.C., is where we found Chris Josephs and his different morning routine. Every day, Chris wakes up, makes a cup of coffee, and then alongside fellow internet sleuths, sifts through the stock trades members of Congress make.
It all started off as a period, because you're like, what the like, how are they allowed to do it when other Americans can't?
As long as a trade is reported before 45 days, there's no law preventing members of the House and Senate from trading stocks. Outraged at first, Chris then saw an opportunity to get in on the action. He moved out west and with 3 friends launched the app Autopilot. It lets users follow a politician's trades and then copy them, automatically buying or selling the same stock a lawmaker does at whatever dollar amount they like.
So that's where the money is? Yeah. The reason why we initially set out with politicians is because they were killing it. They were killing it. Yeah, they were making a lot of money. You're trying to get in on the money. I'm trying to get in on it. Yeah.
Yeah, when Nancy Pelosi's a better stock trader than Warren Buffett, man. And they ain't doing nothing about it. But they do have an app where you can literally follow their trades in real time. So I recommend getting it. I'm going to get it. Somebody better come down here and whoop their uncle's ass right now.
Here's why voting is way better. Go.
Somebody better come down here and girls gone wild level parties on the boat. And if your girl was there, bro, it's bad news, let me tell you.
When you buy a used car, you will have to pay for all the damages caused by the previous owner. The previous owners will always remember the car when they see you drive it. They will tell their friends how they have driven the car up to 2,000 miles. And they will tell their community how many years they have been riding that car. They will never forget how they used the car until they got tired and sold it to another owner who used it and sold it to other users until it got turned. Remember, previous users can still have access to the car. My advice for you is to get a new car and enjoy a first-hand premium package.
And unfortunately, we're just not talking about cars. Alright, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. You know, I want to take a second to talk about the simp pandemic. You know, the truth is, we got to take our world back, guys. Flat out. And the larger issue is that the women have the upper hand because the simps continue to fund this ridiculous behavior. You know, I've never had an OnlyFans. I've never paid for anything of that nature. You can get it on the internet for free if you really want to see it. I'd rather have my own experiences personally, but, you know, the fact that men are paying these OnlyFans accounts are making these women multi-millionaires, making this whole situation possible. If we defund that, they fall off a cliff. This ridiculous world that we have to be involved in takes a turn. We don't have to deal with it anymore. But the bottom line is we got to bring shame back. And like for the Sims, let me talk to the Sims for a second. You guys, like, are you dead fucking serious? Like, you like being disrespected or something, like that's what it is. They don't respect you at all. I'll keep it real. I've been with all sorts of women in my life. I've even banged strippers before. It's like, I was 24. I'm never gonna be with them. So it's like just a sex toy. It was hella fun, whatever. But those girls have simps. The guys like me will be fucking them, and we'll literally be laughing about how the simps are sending them money and like doing shit, and then we're spending the money together. And I'm fucking her. You're never gonna fuck her that way. You're never gonna do it. Getting in the inbox, being a total simp, sending her money.
After years of craftsmanship and timeless style, our leather shop is closing. Exclusively at our online...
Our first guest tonight is a 5-time Mr. Universe and 2-term governor of California who now lives in a petting zoo. He has a popular series called Food Bar, which returns to Netflix for season 2 tomorrow. Please welcome Arnold Schwarzenegger. Governor and everything was pretty good. Everybody seemed pretty happy back then, huh?
Well, I mean, no matter where I go,
people are happy.
I bring happiness. That's my job. I'm a positive person, and I always try to kind of fix things. But I think that what you're referring to is, of course, protests that are going on.
Everything that's going on.
I totally agree with you, by the way, Jimmy, because they make it out like it is a war zone, the whole Los Angeles, the whole city of the county. And the fact of the matter is maybe that 0.001% of the area of Los Angeles has problems with the protest.
Yeah.
And so I think that this is important for people to know, because I don't want to always have tourism suffer in Los Angeles because what they see on television, because the media sometimes shows it. Or this wouldn't happen if the politicians do the work. Think about it.
What do you mean by that?
That for decades, almost 4 decades, you've had a problem of immigration reform, comprehensive immigration reform. But the Democrats and the Republicans, both parties, have no. What they do is they just point the finger at each other, and then they're surprised if all of a sudden we them, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's all bogus, because I think we can do better than that. Democrats and Republicans, when they talk about Democrats and Republicans, even though I'm a Republican, I tell you, it is sometimes disappointing. And then I think even just when you look at the symbols of the party, think about that. I mean, the Democrats, donkey, Republicans, elephant. And the donkey's a jackass. And of course, wherever the big animal goes, there's a pile of dump, right? I mean, so that's the symbols say it all.
Yeah.
And I just get very frustrated because we send those politicians to Washington to solve the problems. All they are is instead of public servants, they're party servants. And I think this is really the bad thing about it. So it's just that we should be public servants.
I'm sure there's a huge amount of truth to that. First of all, I love having you here tonight because you're on both sides, and that's very rare nowadays. And I think probably Donald Trump doesn't want you to be trusted, because I don't think Donald Trump likes you very much, to be honest. True? Yeah. So, but I think where there's some guys robbing, looting a medical marijuana store, and then there's a few Waymos on fire. To put that together in a montage and make it seem like all hell is breaking loose here. What is your opinion? Is that the case here in Los Angeles right now?
No, well, first of all, let's just be honest, the whole thing is deportation.
Yes,
of course, this is a very sensitive subject to me, because when I came over to this country, I was living in fear of being deported.
Were you?
Yeah, because at one point I did a movie that was so bad that I thought that the critics would deport me and send me back to Austria. Hasta la vista, baby.
You were worried that you were going to be deported for creative reasons. Yes. So, but seriously, of course, there truly are families that are worried they're going to be deported. Do you think that people who've been in this country for 25 years and who have had no criminal activity whatsoever should be granted the rights of U.S. citizenship?
What this is, what I'm talking about, is immigration reform. A comprehensive immigration reform will address all of those issues. Yes, and also we would then be able to handle more visas, temporary working permits, permanent working permits, the green card, and all citizenship, and all of those things. And we would know who comes into the United States rather than not knowing and having so many people here that we don't even know who they are and what kind of criminal activities they're participating in and all this. So it's a shame, the whole thing, because we have a country that needs workers, and when you look at south of the border, they want. But let's do it legal, and let's do it in a rather than doing it the way it is right now, which is a disaster. I told you, that's what makes me so disappointed that both of the parties do not want to go in south as well, once and for all, and create good immigration reform. The way, like the Senator Kennedy, John McCain worked it out. They had a really great bill there, but then they didn't go for it.
Do you experience with you handle Donald Trump in this situation where he is threatening to withhold federal funding from our students, from our schools, from disabled students? We are a state that pays more to the federal government than we get in return from the federal government. Is it realistic, this idea that Governor Newsom has floated, that we would just stop paying them the money that we pay them?
Well, it sounds always easy, isn't it?
It sounds easy,
but it doesn't happen, because every individual in California pays taxes, pays state tax, local tax, and pays federal tax. So how are you going to stop them from doing that? Then if the IRS coming after you, I just want everyone to know, this is all dialogue, this is rhetoric, the left going after the right going after the left. I mean, the bottom line is, they should get together, rather than always pointing the finger at each other. They should really get together and solve this problem, because that's what the American people want. They want to have this problem solved.
Irresistibly smooth chocolate to put the world on pause. Lindor, made to melt you by the Lindt Master Chocolatier.
It seems like our president doesn't want to have this problem solved. He wants to create problems here. I can tell you,
I've come over here in 1968, where it was a disaster. I mean, it was a fantastic country. When I came over here in 1968, Robert Kennedy was assassinated. Robert Kennedy was assassinated. You know, the riots left and right because of the Vietnam War, the protests, and there was the attack at the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and then after that was Watergate. The thing went on and on and on, that people said, what is going on in America? And we got out of that mess. So America will always get out of this mess. We will get out of this. Believe me, this will be solved, this issue.
Hey everybody, I hope you've been enjoying our epic R32 GTR build and restoration. This is now officially your last chance to get your hands on one of our limited time only original drawings here, which we will autograph and send directly to your door anywhere in the world. This is a beautiful piece of art created by a friend of ours, Justami, who designed this up. It is now ready to get sent to your house and put on your wall. Once these are gone, they will be gone forever. So if you don't have one yet, now is your chance. In this video, I'm very, very excited to show you the finished car and unveil it in front of a live audience at GTR Festival in Sydney. I bought the cheapest R32 GTR in the world from the auctions in Japan, and over the best part of half a decade, we've painstakingly brought it back to life with a small team of enthusiasts who wanted to see this icon ride again. It was more work than any of us had expected, but after many long days and late nights, today we will be revealing the finished car at GTR Festival in Sydney, the biggest event of its kind anywhere in the world. We'll have a meet and greet with MCM fans in the morning, then we're going to unveil our car to a live audience along with some very special guests. The design and development of the R35 GTR. He is iconic within the GTR scene. In fact, he's now known as the father of the modern GTR. And joining him is Sakamoto-san, also known as Mr. Carbon Fiber from Garage Active. He's been a GTR specialist for over 30 years and is one of the best known GTR builders in the world. It is an honor to unveil our car with these legends from Japan, and they even blessed our car with a couple of autographs. And the crowd absolutely loved it. Now that the car's been revealed, I'm going to take you through all of the modifications in detail, plus take you with me for the very first drive. But before we do that, let's take a moment to have a look at the finished car, an absolute icon of Japanese motoring since its release in 1989. So this is my Nissan R32 GTR, and there has been so much work done to this car over the last 4 years that I thought I probably should do a bit of a walk around and show you everything that has happened to this car. Now, first of all, before I do that, I just want to acknowledge that even for me, it is hard to believe that this is the same vehicle that rolled into Super Garage between 4 to 5 years ago. When it first arrived here, it was in such a sad state. There was so much missing. It was in terrible condition. And in fact, we've since done a bit of investigation into the Japanese auction reports, and this thing had been for sale for years. In fact, it had been passed in for just $6,500 at one point. So clearly, nobody was interested. And in that way, I'm really proud that myself, the Mighty Car Mods team, and everybody that helped get this car together again has managed to bring it back to life. And here it is, and I'm sure you'll agree, it's looking incredible. Now, the whole car has obviously been fixed and painted in the original R32 GTR grade, but more than that, the front end is pretty much entirely new. So, quarter panels new, bonnet new, bumper new. In fact, the whole front end, the only thing that is still original from the car that arrived on that particular day are the headlights. Now, of course, what makes or break any build is the wheels, and I'm sure you'll agree, this setup looks absolutely incredible. The wheels are a set of raised Volk Racing 21A Spec SR 18 by 9.5 with an offset of plus 20. And these were brought in with help from our friends at Import Monster. And they're wrapped in some Michelin Pilot Sport Cup 2s, 265 by 35 R18s, all the way around. Poking out from behind these epic wheels, you can probably see these awesome Brembos here. Now, these were fully rebuilt and already an upgrade there from an R33 GTR. And running behind that, we've got a set of Dixel pads and rotors, and they were supplied to us by GT Evolution. Now, some GTR train spotters may have noticed that this car did not come with side skirts, and we revealed it also without side skirts. And the reason that is that you actually need 4 pieces. There's a side skirt and there's a rear pod, and they are available as a set. We managed to get 3 pieces. So we got a driver's side skirt, we got a passenger side skirt, and we got a pod for the driver's side. But what we didn't have is the rear pod on the passenger side. We didn't want to look like it was half finished. Now, since then, Import Monster have managed to get us the piece that we needed from Japan, from a purple GTR, of course. So we're going to get this painted up and we're going to get that put on. Now, we could not actually get this here in Australia because while there were some sets available, nobody was willing to separate the set and give us just that. So now that we have that, it means we can finish that bit off. So next time you see it, it may be looking a little bit more finished down the side. Moving over to the back of the car, I'm sure you'll agree with me, this is one of the best angles of looking at a GTR. Now, all of this is actually original, but just fully repaired. Now, you may remember originally the boot was only closed and lockable with little door latches that were stuck on there. So obviously that has been completely repaired. This here is all original. We were missing this little pucktail spoiler here. We decided to go for a carbon fiber one. It just kind of breaks up the color a little bit. And the back end looks great. We don't have badges on there yet. Now down here you can see poking up the bottom, the catback exhaust section of this is an HKS system that is connected up to the midsection, which is a Fujitsubo, and then the front end we managed to keep the dump pipes that were already on the car. So there's a bit of a mismatch of different exhaust components, but that didn't stop us still getting some hectic power figures on the dyno. Now inside the boot, there was nothing in here at all. It was completely stripped. In fact, not only was it stripped, the rear parcel shelf looked like it had been cut out with a demolition saw. So all of this is now complete. Now down here, we've got a French's dual fuel pump hanger and surge tank that goes inside the factory fuel tank. Now, we've only got 1 pump in there at the moment, but it does give you the option for 2. Obviously, we're running ethanol, needs much more flow, so later on, if we want to go for more power, we can put a second pump in there as well. This is our Lithium Max Carbon Series battery, lightweight. We've got our isolator switch there as well, and all in all, it's just looking like a car again, which is kind of incredible because I don't know if you remember what this used to look like, but it was just full of wiring and junk. Not anymore. All right, people, I'm now kind of excited to show you the interior because, come with me, look at this. Can you believe that this is the same car? So the way it arrived to me is basically had a race seat and a half cage, and up here was just a complete mess. It was missing every panel. Well, now it is a complete interior, and that is a massive thank you to Andrew Johannesson from Legendary Garage, who managed to get us so many of these parts from his stash of GTR bits and pieces. We've also got a set of Recaro confetti, so they are period correct seats, which are absolutely awesome. And speaking of the period correctness, we also have this kind of couple bit stereo, which is also just awesome and Japanese from that era. Now, let's have a quick look at what happens when you turn the key. And we do have a key now, not a screwdriver. Now, we have got a Haltech UC10 dash. And I'm very, very excited to show you what that looks like, because we've got it set up with something very, very special. Over here we've got our digital gauges, flat gauges, and we've got the whole thing set up so it looks like an R32. We have got a period correct dash. Now, running everything up there for all of our controls, hidden underneath here nice and stealthy, we have got a Haltech keypad, and this is set up to run a whole lot of different functions. So we can set things up like all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, there's boost, there's launch control. This here lets us access everything we need to do so that we can get to the Nexus, make it do what it needs to do, and display that up here on our UC10 dash. You also got to remember that the whole car was rewired, top to tail. There was nothing in here that we kept. The whole thing was wired again, and so that is a massive credit to Rowan for spending so much time getting this done. And the dash here is just, it's absolutely bellissimo. And that there, along with these seats, is probably one of my favourite bits about being inside this GTR. Alright, let's have a chat about the main event, and that is the engine bay. I'm sure you'll agree, under here is just a thing of absolute beauty, and there is a lot to tell you about this masterpiece. Let's start with the turbochargers. So over here, we've got a couple of Garrett-5s, and they have been high-flowed by MTQ in Sydney, and running into those, we've got...
You know what's smart? Dinner on autopilot. Eat smart with Factor.
Last swap changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from less. Like, more hustle.
And running into those, we've got these cool HKS mushroom quad filters. I had them green because it just felt like it was period corrected. For me, my very first turbocharged car was a 180SX, and I had a bright green HKS mushroom quad filter like that. So it was just a little bit of a nod to my history with Nissan turbos. Over here, cleaning things up, we've got an HKS parking kit, and that is running down into a 100mm ready front mount intercooler. From there, our air is going into a Plasma Man intake manifold. We've also got the Plasma Man fuel rail going on there, and that is going into Dartone's drive-by-wire RTV setup. Managing our fuel pressure, hidden down here is our GFB FXR fuel pressure regulator. So when the car arrived to us, the engine did get pulled out, and we took it over to Dartone Racing so that we could tear the whole thing down. And when pulling it apart, we did find a head bolt washer inside the engine, so it had definitely been pulled apart before, and the oil pump was also on its last legs. When we got all of that back, it came here to Super Garage, and then we brought in Rob Arbolino, who is an acclaimed builder of RV engines, and he rebuilt the engine right here with us in Super Garage. The head got some upgraded valve springs and retainers, plus a set of Kelford cams and adjustable cam gears with forged street division pistons and rods, and an aftermarket Mido oil pump. Because our car was a short nose engine, it had a bigger pump drive pressed onto the front of it, and the factory sump was enlarged and baffled to a 10-litre capacity. Down here we are running a PRP trigger kit, and up here a PRP coil kit. We've got R35 coils, and hiding down here we've got an alternator from an LS1, just to keep all you V8 fans happy. The previous owner in Japan had removed all of the air conditioning completely because race car, but it was something that we wanted to try and put back in there, so we've installed a Frenchie system. This is a true bolt-in system that actually comes with all of the components that we need, and is way more compact and way more tidy than the original factory system. And so all of this here means that we're in Australia, eventually we can have nice, cool air conditioning as well. We also installed a Frenchie's power steering kit. It's also way more simple than the complexity of the power steering kit that was put in this car in the late 80s. And like the air conditioning, it's a true bolt-in system and helps us completely delete the high case. And running the whole thing, because we had to rewire the car from scratch, is a Haltech Nexus. That is a PDM and an ECU and a wire and controller all in one. Now with great power comes great responsibility, and the The real responsibility is making sure that both our brakes and suspension were set up properly. Every single original suspension component of this car was completely flawed, so everything has been replaced with GK Tech adjustable arms, plus a new set of white line sway bars front and rear, all topped off with an absolutely epic custom set of Shopworks coilovers. And Chris, who works at Shopworks, came all the way up here to Super Garage from Melbourne to help us install this and help us install heaps of stuff around the car to get it finished. So there it is, people. That is 5 years of our lives with a lot of people coming to help, a lot of long days, and a lot of very, very long nights. But I'm sure you'll agree, now that it's here and now that it looks like this, it was truly worth it to save this truly iconic JDM hero. Along with everyone that helped work on this car, I want to say a massive thank you to Castrol Edge, who supported this build from the very beginning. It took way longer and cost way more than we'd anticipated, and without them, this build would not have been possible. So a huge thank you to them, and now let's hit the track. Because I'm sure, just like me, you're wondering, how does it drive? Well, we are about to find out. This is my first time out driving the car. It's first time actually in motion. And this is my first lap at Sydney Motorsport Park in our newly modified R32 GTR. It is feeling tight. I'm just going to take the first lap kind of easy, get a feel for the car, get a feel for what's going on, and then I'll go hit some fast laps. We are about to pull onto the straight at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is my first pull in the world's cheapest R32 GTR. to celebrate this car forever on your wall. We will autograph it. We'll send it to you anywhere in the world. And once they're gone forever. They'll never be available again. So if you want to celebrate this car and support the show, then please grab one and we'll get it.
Very soon.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again. Welcome to the episode of Guys, we've heard about the
Stop the cap.
particular drill music street, but I'll be honest, I haven't really heard of beef with YouTubers. Now, YouTubers beefs go back and forth. People threaten folks. It's not common that somebody pulls up. Sometimes you might get YouTubers that want to get into a boxing match or something like that, but it never gets, because I've been in many YouTube beefs with people. Let's use Donovan Sharp, who is now doodling on himself. So it's kind of hard to beef with somebody that admits that he just took a crap in his drawers. It's hard to beef with a person that person's already down there. But, you know, it gets personal when you have these beefs. And I tell you, a lot of these beefs come on the streams, okay? When people are streaming, in particular, black YouTube, in the black sector, it's always down bad. That's one of the reasons why I stopped streaming. Streaming, you got the crowd egging you on, people in the comments egging you on, and it's just down bad, man. So people it can get ugly. And then when it comes to the case of this couple here, basically there was a guy by the name of Penny the Legend. Now, Penny the Legend was a black YouTuber. He was a streamer. He had a wife by the name of Bubble. They were not from Las Vegas, all right? But they got into it with another guy by the name of Manny B, who is a part of the YouTube channel called the Sin City Family. And what happened is that these guys basically went to Las Vegas. Let me just say this to anybody that's beefing with somebody. You beefing with somebody, you talking about people's wives, and this is what I've kind of read in my research, you talking about people's family members, and then you pull up to their city. It's not a good idea to stream your location as to where you're at. It's just not a good idea, right? Because you never know what somebody's going to do. However, this is what this person did. Now, we can't show you the entire video because there is somebody being deleted. You see the B-roll with the husband and wife, they're enjoying, and then there's a guy in a yellow hat that walks up. And then after the guy in the yellow hat walks up, the wife goes to try to confront the guy.
Good morning. I'm Undersheriff Andrew Walsh. That's ANDREWWALSH. I'm the Undersheriff with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And I'm going to provide you some brief details about the events that are occurring right now in the 3600 block. Of Las Vegas Boulevard. On Sunday, June 8th at approximately 10:40 p.m., officers from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department who were on patrol in the 3600 block of Las Vegas Boulevard heard gunfire occurring on the west side of the street. The officers immediately ran towards that gunfire and they found two victims who were laying on the sidewalk suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Our officers rendered medical aid to both victims, but their efforts to save those victims' lives were unsuccessful, and both victims were pronounced deceased at the scene. At this point, we believe we have the suspect identified and that this is an isolated incident, knowing that the suspect and the victim had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms. At this point, every effort is being made by members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to locate, apprehend, and arrest the suspect who is responsible for this crime. At this point, I'm not going to release any further information. We know that there is a lot of information that is circulating in social media and on a variety of platforms that are out there. What we're asking the public to do is continue to share those tips, but most importantly, please call the Crime Stoppers hotline at 702-385-5555. That's 702-385-5555. It's really important that the information come into one area, make it all of the information that's been posted out there, but we believe we do know who the suspect is. And that's all we have at this time.
So guys, both of them are now passed away. This guy is a lawyer. Double homicide. Now, Bubbly, the wife who watched the clip, she's saying, are you effing kidding me? Are you kidding me? And, you know, she just didn't think that it would go that far. And people are saying that this guy has a mental condition and things like that. But I want to just really preface something to the brothers out there, okay? And this is even me, a brother that's in the YouTube. Please stop talking about people's moms. Please stop talking about people's families. Please stop playing these games, doxing people. Because, see, a lot of y'all think that this is funny, and it's not. That's why I got out of that game. I'm going to tell you when I knew it was real funny. One day, I'm in Camphill PA, and I'm just there on a course or something. There's a guy who is just walking back and forth, right? I mean, I don't see why he's walking back and forth, but he's walking back and forth. So, your boy, I get up and I go to Woolworths. Like, Woolworths was like Woolworths back in the States where it was like a restaurant, you know, kind of clothing store thing. It's similar, but here it's owned by South Africa. So I went to Woolworths, I was going to get some turf socks, like that. I came back out and I was with my date. I went to a restaurant and the guy walked in and followed me in the restaurant. So looked in the restaurant, you know, got Buster got simple. I'm like, man, I'm using my Negro tendencies. I'm sizing the guy up. I see the guy is, what I can tell is bigger and stronger than me, and I'm not no small man. He comes back in again, he looks at me, walks by, looks again. Nothing's wrong, right? Well, I'm seated down. He comes up to me, he's like, are you ocean? I'm like, yeah. Oh man, I watch your channel. So we still cool when he comes to you guys, I hang out. But did that let me know? It's people who know me. I have no idea who they are. Those are the facts. People who know me, I don't know who they are. Let me say it again. It's folks who know me, I don't know who they are. And a lot of these guys who are on YouTube, you act like people don't know who you are. Like, it's people got subscribers, and they can see you out and see you slipping. Because I was still on Instagram Live. Somebody can just drop your location. I remember I wasn't in Dubai. I wasn't even in the country. And I'm not worldwide. I know like DEG or Kais or not. I'm known enough. I wasn't there for maybe like 10 or 15 minutes. So a guy walked up to me like, yo, bro, what's up? Diva was with, I was not there at the time, but he just came from Russia to see me. And a guy, he was from like Dallas, shout out to the brother. And he's like, yo, man, what's up, man? I'll watch your stuff. Now, what if that would have been acting like,
Hey, good morning. About 3 hours. How you doing? How you doing? Sleepy? Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, because the Benadryl will make you drowsy, but you got all that stimulant in there. You was having an internal conflict. That's what you was having. So you're gonna amp it up a little bit, huh? You might as well just got some vodka and Red Bull and call it a night. Yeah. So how'd that work out? All right, that's good. Rest for the weary. Facts. That's it. Work it out. Good. I feel good. I need to get some exercise in on that. Yeah, a little bit. Figure out where I'm gonna stop in these next 8 hours. Somewhere near Chicago. Nah, I thought I was because, like I said, that pickup wasn't until 11 at night, Wednesday night, and I could have just came and got it in the morning, on Thursday morning, but they loaded that joint up and called me at 10 o'clock, like, yo, your trailer's ready. I'm like, oh, damn. Alright. Can't let it sit there. Oh, man. I was looking forward to doing laundry, taking a nap, taking a couple of baby. We had a whole plan. Some ramen lunch. We had a whole plan. And then we got over here to Nebraska right before the Walmart closed. Went in and got the ramen. Picked the wrong one. It was the hot one. Out because his mouth was burning. Oh, it was a mess. So we're gonna redo the ramen. We try to redo it again. Yeah. Well, I slept pretty good. So did you put the E85 in there? No more regular gas? Get that E85 and get a good full tank of E85 and see if that's How you doing? I don't got the stuff to hold the oil. I don't have all the drain. You gotta take it to the auto parts store. You don't do that. That fucks up the environment. That's stuff to drinking water. And it can get busted. That's a super fine. big now, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, you know, all the horses go to hand, you know, it's better, honestly. And once, you know, once things settle down again, or once things transition, it's just gonna get better for me. I'm not putting in another situation. He might need some kids from my girlfriend. Make sure he might have some kids in there. That's kind of how I'm really putting it on. That's what I'm saying. You got no kids or his age. They can, you know, kick it, be a friend. You know, I don't think it would either. Ain't nothing serious. It's just, it's not even an introduction like this. I did that with I'm not doing that anymore. I was trying to see if that went somewhere, but obviously. Yeah, man, right now it's just gonna be out here having a good time. We're here for a good time, not a long time. We'll be back. We'll be back in PA tomorrow. Back in PA tomorrow. We got a delivery in Camphill. We got beef on. We got the beef on. Let's drop it. Is it the beef or pork? Okay, yeah, I got beef, ribeye, beef, chef, chef palate, all that beef, fresh cuts, right from the processing plant too. Full of beef, 79,000 pounds of beef. That's it. That's it. Eat it up, man. I get 7 pounds. I got a job for the whole 7 pounds and take the meat and back. Take the meat in the back and make a good steak dinner, you know? That right, that damn way. In the bag, that's it. The 7 pound thing. That's really funny. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, we was acting up. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to get. I gotta get home. I got a doctor Tuesday in the afternoon. So I might drop in at home so I can get the doctor. Just gonna pick it back up after that. We'll see, because by the time I get there, we're gonna finish time it is. We're definitely gotta take a break. I would like to get these springs on the back of the truck. Take those little springs off. Yo, yeah, good rest, man. Good rest. Shit, just push ups, take a nap. I notice when I be tired and can't sleep, I'll just bust out a couple of push ups and lay back down. Yup, be done. Quick slow one. Done. I don't know. No, I definitely ain't doing 50 right now. Not in a row. I don't think not in a row straight. If I push myself, maybe, but I haven't pushed myself like that in a long time. I usually just do like 25 25s, sets of 25s, sets of 25s. Yeah, the first shot when you reel right, like just keep going and get your breathing right. Just keep going. So I've been doing pull-ups and dips. I've been doing the dips because my shoulders been feeling crazy. I don't know if it's the way I'm sleeping or what. They just feel like just tight around the rotator cuff. You know what I'm saying? So I've been trying to do dips and get as low as I can again. But then at the bottom, I feel like I'm losing strength at the bottom of the dip. Like, nah. It feels like I'm losing. Honestly, it feels like I'm losing connection. Like it feels like muscle just wants to be like, nah, nigga, what you doing? And then when I push up to like 45 degree on the elbow, I feel real strong right there to the top. But when you get you're in the dip position, you get your shoulder down to your hands, like right in there, like almost at the bottom of the movement, it feels like it's just extra weak right there. Like it's fully lengthened and it doesn't want to pull back. Like almost like something's gonna tear. I don't know, it's because I haven't been doing dips in so long. You gotta build that shit back up. Yeah, it's weak. So that's I don't think so. The only time we ever been I would like that. Shit, I would like someone to push, especially when they're doing bench press. You got a good spotter. Nah, you or Mikey never been to the gym with me. Only thing we did do together was push-ups. That's it. Little run, yeah. I always lifted for mobility. I never lifted to get big. Matter of fact, I only did that one time. That's when I got husky. And everybody was commenting on my cheeks. I was like, that's it, I'm good with this. No, I don't like this attention. But it was nice because I was doing the 225 for 15s. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pushing it. Like, oh, like we had the combines. Like I was like, this feels good. I know it is. The most I ever been up was to 3. That's it. And that's when I was really working out with Dwayne because I wasn't really big on bench press. I didn't see the point really. Yeah. So now I know like now I would like to get back up into the 3s, man. That'd be dope. Cause I'm only doing like 225 for like 4 to 5 reps and I'm tired. Like I gotta I'm not consistent either. Like I'm not at the gym every day because I gotta do this shit. So I really need to either really get down on these push-ups, like really get down on them, which is gonna be my best bet. The push-ups and the burpees. Yeah. No, but I got some parallettes, so I'm gonna start using these parallettes. I bought some parallettes and I'm gonna start using so I can get the shoulder mobility down again. Because like going to the trampoline park and stuff, it's been helping me a lot. And my shoulders start feeling real good, like getting the range of motion down. Because that's what I'm trying to do, get the range of motion back. And I still got my dial weights, I still got 55s in here. So I just need to get on the ground. after driving 11 hours, I be getting discouraged. Like, I be like, I just want to sleep some days. But I gotta get back to it, man. Like just the basics again, like burpees, push-ups, pull-ups, and squats and lunges. Like just get back to it. Doing high numbers, high reps. High reps and eating clean. You know, the body will do. The body remembers. The body remembers. Yeah. A month to 2 months of being right on it, like being on it every day like supposed to. Man, be looking like something out here. And I mean like sweating too. Eating good and sweating. And that's something I haven't done in a minute. Yep. And sleeping good. Yeah, man. Like if I start right now, I know about my birthday, it'll be straight. Cause I've been doing a lot. I got the 20-pound vest and I've been doing the miles. So my cardio is good. I know my cardio is really good. And I still be going to doing all this stuff in the past. I just need to focus on just some strength training. And I know when I go to the gym, I still be going to the gym at least twice a week. But I need to up it. Get that routine down, because that's all I'm trying to do. I'm about to just make it real simple for myself. Be on the parallettes, doing the push-ups, handstand presses, get up against the truck, so getting the presses down, get the shoulders back together, do the jump rope, doing these walks, pull-ups and dips when I see a park, and that's it. Just go hard. Calisthenic wise, watch this belly disappear. I'll be good. And then once I put these 2 hard ones in, then it's maintenance. Yeah, fine. I was thinking that too, like Chi-Chi's put the weight on you fast. I don't necessarily want to gain what I've been just doing. Like I've been eating like 3-4 chicken breasts in a set. Quick, yeah. So I've been high on the protein. And at nighttime, instead of eating a bunch of protein, I'll do the protein pasta. Eat a bowl of protein pasta, and then go to sleep. So it gives me the protein I need when it's also light, so I can sleep good. And then when I wake up. That's it. Getting the sit-ups, push-ups, squats, weights. I got everything I need right here. I did it many times. Just gotta do it again. Just keep doing it again. That's a big choice. So it's all you. cut mine. I cut mine because I wanted my sales to go up. Straight up. I was like, I'm out here talking to people. I'm in the suit all the time. I was like, it's time to cut this. Well, for you, that don't matter. Because you're... Yep. Yeah, because not a lot of folks had locks when I had them. And that's right. That's another reason why I had them. Yep. It was normal. It wasn't normal then. Now it's normal. As soon as shit got to be normal, my shit had to go. Like, nah, I ain't like y'all niggas. Yeah. Yeah. That's because it's been on your head for so many years. I think Shorty upset. Alright, bro. Don't get off this phone. I'll holler at you. Later.
Hey there! Welcome to Train Station 2. This is the perfect game for anyone looking to relax and explore. You'll travel...
Welcome to TMZ Live. Charles here.
I'm Alex Michelson from Fox 11 Los Angeles, filling in for Harvey.
Boy, you picked a slow news here.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing on. We have some news on the whole Epstein. Well, it is about Epstein, but we'll connect Musk, Trump, Epstein, all of it, including some information about what exactly Elon Musk knows about the relationship between Epstein and President Trump. If he actually knows anything, we're going to have some details on that. But we got to start with Joe Rogan finding out about this feud. As it was happening in real time yesterday, Joe was recording his podcast with
the director of the FBI, who presumably knows a lot about the Epstein files.
Ash Patel is there talking to Joe Rogan at the moment that this all jumped off, when President Trump said that Elon was just upset because he cut the
Are you getting less than $2,500 in Social Security and you're a senior on Medicare or Medicaid? Here's some fantastic news. They've recently updated their policies to help with skyrocketing prices. And guess what?
The EV mandate, and then Elon started firing off all of his tweets, including the one about the Epstein files. So here is, as they're in the middle of doing the podcast, one of the producers explaining to them what's going on. Watch this reaction.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up because it's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat. Joe, you can check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago.
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day.
I'm not
participating in any of that conversation.
What is
between
he?
Elon
Have a nice day, DJT. So much day gets thrown away.
They're going back and forth about different things.
Yeah. Listen,
Well, he said he was disappointed in Elon.
Yeah, he told him to leave.
That's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of it.
Hey everyone, Jeff Teague, Raleigh, North Carolina. Today we're talking about old versus new, Sequoia versus Sequoia. It was around a year ago when we were first introduced to the next generation Toyota Sequoia, right over here. But maybe before we go forward, we gotta look back. So let's look at the previous generation and see how it's changed. We've got 2 different years, 2 different generations, 2 different everythings. This is the 2021 Sequoia TRD Pro Lunar Rock, and this is 2023 Celestial Silver Sequoia Platinum. And remember, it was famous poet Marvin Gaye who once said, "Let's get it on, ah, baby, let's get it on." And he was talking about the battle between Sequoia generations. When a vehicle gets redesigned, it's usually from the ground up. That could be styling on the outside, interior cabin, definitely technology, safety, features, things like that, and the powertrain will change. Maybe a more efficient engine, maybe more powerful, maybe better gas mileage. So all those things could be different. And that's absolutely the case when we switch to 23 Sequoia. This one has received so much positivity just with its looks, its interior. Of course it has some faults. Every vehicle has some faults. I don't think anything's ever been considered 100% perfect. Except for maybe the South Party in the USA. The big question is, and a lot of us know the answer, did the engine change? Absolutely it did. And this is what was such a polarizing discussion, because when Tundra changed in 22, when Sequoia changed in 23, it abandoned this 5.7 liter V8 engine. Old, reliable, my friends. And if you've owned one, you'll know it goes forever. It's dependable, trustworthy, it's your best friend. 381 horsepower and 401 pound-feet of torque, and that's with a 6-speed automatic transmission. That's pretty good power, right? It really is, until you add in the iForce Max. Boom! Now we've got a twin-turbo, 3.5 liter V6 engine. Didn't we say 381 horsepower, 401 for torque? Well, now it's 437 horsepower. We got more to say. 583 pound-feet of torque. Woo! All right, matched with a 10-speed automatic transmission. Oh yeah, previous generation, not a hybrid. Current generation, all hybrid. All iForce Max. Boom, every trim level, all 5. The previous generation Sequoia averaged 14 mpg, leaving room for improvement. Current generation, well, there is some improvement. It's averaging 20 mpg. In my opinion, one of the biggest things that needed to be improved was the interior. Just needed to be modernized, right? More technology, more safety. This is the old generation. This is the 21 TRD Pro. So this is the top of the line here. Let's see if we can move this forward here. Can I get in there? All right, that slides. We've got this right here. We do have the power 3rd row. Look at the visibility there. This one's available, by the way, at Fred Anderson Toyota in Raleigh, North Carolina, if you're interested. We've got storage bins, storage pockets, nice 3rd row, and look inside the front here. This for sure, this was the smallest screen out of all the TRD Pros up until the 2022 year model. It had 7-inch screen on a TRD Pro, which is fine. It's A-okay. The other TRD Pros had 8-inch screens, but this one, well, it needed to be jumbo sized. When I do the new generation one, I'm going to try to do it the same orientation, the same clips, so that you can see exactly what has changed. It's like Michael Jackson says, make that change. For the current generation, the 2023, we're going to do the same shots, but from the other side because of the sun. So we've got captain chairs here, but just lots of improvements, lots of modernization. Some are small, tiny, almost intangible features, little tiny things that you wouldn't even think about until you're glad that you you got them. Got extra USBs here.
One of these friends can order whatever she wants from the menu. The other has food allergies. You do your best to avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions from accidental food exposures. Taken once or twice a month, it focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods.
Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever...
Now, one thing I would like to see, well, I do like seeing that panel roof. That's a huge improvement. I would like to see these second row seats slide forward like the previous generation, but that's not something that it does right now. All right, so here we go. We've even got sunshades in the back. Got USBs, got the powered sliding third row. Let's keep going here. Now, I'm all for change, so I'm pro 2023. A lot of you might like some of the features in the last generation, which is great. Which is fantastic. Tow mirrors. These are extending tow mirrors. That's not standard on this one, but it's an option. So take a look here so we can see exactly what we're looking at. And I'll go over the interior. Massive. Notice safety sense 2.5 on here. Look at the fog lights down below. We've got some parking sensors. As it fades into the wheels. Of course, the wheels are going to be different. Yeah, they're going to be different because they're different trim levels. We're just looking at the styling and the noticeable philosophical changes. Let's go to the 21 here. Look at the lines. Still raised, just less prominent. And then the headlight design, it was fine in 21. It's just been changed. Which one do you like better? Toyota. Very cool stuff. And this one fades over into the BBS forged TRD wheels. Alright, which front end do you like? Now let's say you're on a dating app, a Sequoia dating app. You see two profiles. You see this one right here. You see this one here. Hubba. The previous generation first. It only makes sense. Not trying to play favorites. I have my favorite, but I'm sure you do as well. I don't see any fender treatments here. Love the wheels. Like those TRD boards. It's got the roof rails up on top, that roof rack. Hello. Then we've got big windows here. It's got auto unlock, auto lock. Then we've got the turn signal right here. Blind spot right here. Kind of interesting. Around here, and then we're gonna finish up with our 2023 Celestial Silver. So you can see right here, it's just a more traditional look. I don't see thick, cut, aggressive lines, but then boom! Look right up here, extending from the tail light, heading into the door, boom! And then same thing with the front, boom! So let's go back. This one has fender treatments on it. A little bit of dark action going on here. The windows have a little bit more detail. Now, of course, if you get TRD Pro, it's going to have the roof rack. This particular trim has the dark handle trim. And then they'll have the trim level down here. TRD Pro does also. Now, these can be just mini-sized, but we do have turn signals here. Blind spot right there. These are tow mirrors, obviously, so they've got the big honk and squaring off. But you need that if you got a big boat or a big camper. All right. Who has a better profile? Well, in the back, there are going to be many, many differences. What are they? That's a good question. Well, number one, we've got the power vertical window like you see on 4Runner. This one here, a lot of people wish that it was power vertical as well. We just kind of pop this. Not the best thing, I guess we can say. It's just not power vertical like this one. Wish it was. All right, tow capacity. This one, 2022, 2021, the highest you can get is 7,400 pounds. The highest you can get on this one, it's a lot different. 9,520. That's pretty good. These lights here, more bubble lights. Big old giant hunky. This here, more streamlined, more modernized. Now, what do we have for Sequoia? Well, we've got it written out right here, but this is just a different pattern. Kind of reminds me of how Sienna went with that as well. And then we've just got a little bit of modernization here. We've got parking sensors, tow hitch. The new one has a hands-free kick sensor, so you can just kick it. Let's kick it. That what Beastie Boys said before they told us that we had a right to party. In the 21, previous generation, these seats are fixed. Do have some storage room underneath here. Push that. Pull that. Alright, so we got storage, little hooks. Got power, third row seats, which is cool. And this is where you do power liftgate. Okay, let's go over to this one. A little bit more as far as features and options that you can do. We've got power third row. We've got these grooves. That must mean that we can do stackable storage. And I think I can probably do this one-handed. Maybe not. It turns out I'm not that talented to be able to stack them one-handed. But we've got different grooves here so that we can store. We've got flexible storage right here. And then I like this feature. You can move the third row forward and backward to 6 inches. That's a pretty big deal because that'll free up some storage room like that, up to 22 cubic feet, or it'll give you more legroom. So whichever way you want to go, but at least you've got that flexibility with the 2023. Here's the storage room with the seats folded down. And this one right here, we've got batteries. We can't close into the floor. There's our room. This is my headroom in the 2021, third row. That. And we've got our legroom. You can actually move these seats forward and backward in the middle, so that'll give you a little bit more legroom as well. And then I'm sitting here, it's just a little bit tighter in the 2023. A lot more legroom. I push these seats forward, so you go forward and backward here as well. Sitting in the 21 here, here's my room. This I really like. In fact, you can slide these seats forward and backward. You get a better perspective. Just very open, very impressive. Hop out here. 23 is going to have the tray table right here. We've got our air vents, air controls, I should say. And this is our 2023. We've got good legroom.
The Infiniti QX60 is perfect for whichever version of me. Over to Aaron.
Wish it was a little bit. Well, if we can put it back up here.
Okay? Bless you. Tissue? Sorry, your phone's ringing.
most off-road worthy SUVs from Toyota. 2020 Toyota Sequoia TRD Pro versus a 2020 Toyota Land Cruiser. Both the Sequoia and Land Cruiser are very capable truck-based SUVs that can swallow passengers and cargo with breeze. They also have all the right equipment to tackle the outdoors, and both are known to last forever. However, what makes them different from each other and which one is right for you, let's find out. Number 1, exterior. Even though both of these SUVs are large, full-size, body-on-frame SUVs, the Sequoia is much larger in dimensions versus the Land Cruiser. The Sequoia is over 10 inches longer in length and wheelbase, 2 inches wider, and 3 inches taller. The curb weight for both of these behemoths come close to 6,000 pounds, with the Sequoia being slightly heavier. There is considerable difference in space though, and I'll show you that later on in this video. The Sequoia TRD Pro on the outside has curvy and brawny cues that's somewhat combined. On front, there is a large black grille with Toyota stamped right in the middle. You have some modern-looking LED headlights and some rigid industry LED fog lights. Underneath, you have a large TRD skid plate. The front of the Land Cruiser is more athletic than the Sequoia. It's covered with a lot more chrome. The large grille is surrounded in chrome that carries into the more traditional-looking LED headlights and fog lights. The curvy and brawny cues can also be seen on the side of the Sequoia as well. With this TRD Pro, you have special black 18-inch BBS lightweight wheels. You also have a huge roof rack on top and special black TRD running boards to help getting in and out easier. They are tucked right against the body, so there's no worries that they won't rub on the trails. The Land Cruiser side profile has a lower belt line, and you can see that the windows are much bigger and taller. The wheels are 18-inch, and there are running boards that are fully integrated into the body. Now the back of the Sequoia TRD Pro looks round with large round smoked taillights, and all the badging is in black. In fact, there's no chrome badging or trim pieces anywhere on this TRD Pro. On the back of the Land Cruiser, it's a lot more squared and chiseled. You have large square taillights, and you have a large Land Cruiser chrome trim piece that's right in the middle. Here is a side-by-side shot of the front, side, and rear of the Sequoia TRD Pro and Land Cruiser. Which one do you prefer? Number 2, engine off-road capabilities. Starting with the basics, both the Sequoia TRD Pro and Land Cruiser uses the same engine, a 5.7-liter V8 pushing 381 horsepower and 401 pound-feet of torque. Now the Sequoia TRD Pro uses a 6-speed automatic, while the Land Cruiser uses an 8-speed automatic. Fuel economy is identical in both SUVs. When I test drove the Sequoia TRD Pro and the Land Cruiser, I thought the V8 engine had plenty of grunt and moved both SUVs rather quickly. There was never any doubt that I can't accelerate or pass anyone that I met on the road. The Sequoia TRD Pro can tow up to 7,100 pounds, and that's slightly less than a non-TRD Pro variant due to the suspension setup. And the Land Cruiser, on the other hand, can tow up to 8,100 pounds, which is a full 1,000 pounds more. As for going off-road, the TRD Pro comes with specially tuned springs and box internal bypass shocks. You have a 4-wheel drive system with low and high. You get a torsion center locking differential to balance the power between the front and rear wheels. Also, Toyota made sure to equip this TRD Pro with Michelin tires for more grip. The Sequoia has 10 inches of ground clearance and has 27-degree approach angle and 21-degree departure angle. Now, the Land Cruiser is known for being one of the most off-road worthy SUVs on the planet. The equipment definitely shows why. The Land Cruiser also comes with a 4-wheel drive system with low and high. You get a torsion center locking differential, and you get crawl control, which is kind of like cruise control for terrain. Multi-terrain select, which is used to adjust the traction control for any terrain surface. And monitor, which showcases what's around the Land Cruiser. On top of that, the Land Cruiser also comes with KDSS, which uses hydraulic cylinders to control the sway bars. It's great for on-road behavior and great for wheel articulation when going off-roading.
Now, the Land Cruiser has 9 inches of ground clearance, which is 1 inch less than Sequoia. However, it has 32-degree approach angle and 24-degree departure angle, which both are typically better. So in this category, definitely no contest. The Land Cruiser not only can go more, but is much more off-road capable than the Sequoia TRD Pro.
You identify with Champion Trap.
I'll put that supercharger on it.
But is much more off-road capable than the Sequoia TRD Pro. Number 3, interior space and quality. Starting with the space, the Sequoia TRD Pro is much bigger on the outside. It is also much bigger on the inside too, significantly bigger. With me in the second row and I'm 5 feet 10, I have 10 to 12 inches of leg room, and the seats do slide forward and backwards since the second row is equipped with captain chairs. With the second row seat all the way back, I still have 2 inches of leg room in the third row, and with plenty of headroom. In the Land Cruiser in the second row, I have maybe only 4 to 5 inches of leg room, which isn't bad, but the seats aren't adjustable, which means I have negative inches of leg room in the third row. As you see here, I do not fit in the third row at all. It is very small, and it's very hard to get out of. As for cargo space, there's also a huge difference between the two SUVs, and especially since the third row seats take up a ton of space when folded in the Land Cruiser. And by the way, the Sequoia TRD Pro does provide power folding third row seats, which can also recline. The Land Cruiser, the third row is all manual. As for looks and quality, that's where the Land Cruiser wins out. The Sequoia TRD Pro's interior is all black with leather and red stitching. Now the leather quality is okay, and the design, quite honestly, looks kind of plain. The same goes with the door panels and the front dash. The dash is pulled straight from a Tundra and very truck-like, with a lot of large knobs and a lot of hard plastic pieces everywhere. Buttons, heated seat knobs, shifter areas, all look like they were designed a few decades ago. Now the Land Cruiser interior is definitely much more upscale, starting with the soft tan leather that carries into the nice looking door panels. Up front, the steering wheel dash design is elegant and modern, and the use of hard plastic is minimal. Most places you touch is covered up by soft leather. The knobs are also covered up with aluminum, and they look and feel good. So in terms of space and practicality, the Sequoia TRD Pro definitely wins out due to its bigger size. However, the Land Cruiser's cabin is a lot more elegant and higher quality. Which one do you prefer? Number 4, features. Despite its age, Toyota has been adding on features little by little to the Sequoia each and every year. The 7-inch infotainment screen that you see here was updated in 2020 and now has all the latest goodies. Apple CarPlay and Android Auto are supported, including Wi-Fi capabilities. The interface is also much more modern and useful than previous models. It's pretty responsive when scrolling too. You also have a push-button start, heated seats, 3 USB ports up front, and a 4-inch screen in the gauge cluster that gives you a lot of useful information. Also on the TRD Pro, you get Toyota Safety Sense P, which includes pre-collision system, lane departure alert, auto high beam, dynamic radar cruise control, and you do get blind spot monitoring with rear cross traffic alert. Now the Land Cruiser has many of these things, but it does have one big drawback. Like the Sequoia, you do have a large 4-inch screen in the gauge cluster full of useful info. You also get heated and ventilated seats for the driver and passenger, but only 1 USB port. You also get wireless charging for your phone, which is really nice. Let's not forget about that huge cool box that's in the center armrest for the Land Cruiser as well. However, this large 9-inch infotainment screen leaves a lot to be desired. It is using Toyota's old interface, which is clumsy and it looks like it was designed 20 years ago. No Apple CarPlay, nor Android Auto, nor Wi-Fi. The interface is just slow and laggy. The Land Cruiser also gets the same Toyota Safety Sense P features along with blind spot monitoring and rear cross traffic alert. So for this category, which one do you prefer? The more modern infotainment screen and the more USB ports that you get in a Sequoia TRD Pro, or do you prefer to have features like wireless charging and ventilated seats in the Land Cruiser? width of the SUV once you get behind the wheel. The running boards is definitely needed for most people under 6 feet tall. Now the acceleration is very strong, and the 6-speed automatic does a very good job at being the right gear all the time. The transmission never feels like it's hunting for the right gear, such as some of the other cars with a 9 or 10-speed automatic. The steering is light, very light. One downside to the light steering is when combined with steering play, it's a challenge sometimes to keep the Sequoia straight, especially over bumpy surfaces. Now the TRD tuned suspension, which is meant to give the Sequoia a better time on trails, makes a big difference on the road because it gives the Sequoia TRD Pro a very soft and comfortable ride. It's like you're riding on a cloud. The suspension soaks up literally everything. The TRD tuned exhaust also gives a subtle yet noticeable PA growl on acceleration. I really like that. And the brakes also feel good on this big SUV. Overall, I was very impressed with my drive. Now, in the Land Cruiser, you still sit very high up, but it definitely doesn't feel as high or as wide as the Sequoia. It feels more like a large three-wheel crossover. This is a good thing for most people. The ride is very quiet at all speeds, and the suspension is also very comfortable. It's not as soft as the TRD Pro, but it still does a good job at soaking up the bumps on the road. Acceleration came on strong, and the 8-speed automatic did a good job going through the gears. To be honest though, I prefer the 6-speed in Sequoia over the 8-speed in Land Cruiser. It just felt like it was in the right gear at all speeds. The Land Cruiser steering is very heavy and much heavier than the one in the Sequoia TRD Pro.
Okay.
It's a lot more precise.
Yeah.
You really can't go wrong with the drive of the SUV.
Yeah.
It really depends on your personal preference. As for the price, the Land Cruiser starts at a tad under $86,000. The Heritage Edition, $2,000 more than that at $88,000. Now the Sequoia TRD Pro is a tad above $64,000. So if you compare a base Land Cruiser with a base Sequoia TRD Pro, there's a $22,000 difference between the two SUVs, which is pretty staggering. So in the end, which SUV do you prefer? Do you like the bigger and less
all of those?
Sequoia TRD Pro, or do you prefer the more capable and upscale Land Cruiser?
Yeah, but you can use one to blow your nose. You don't got that many boogers. That was a whole 2 big ass paper towels. You know your nose is gonna be running in the next 10 minutes. Kaya, you hungry? Yeah. Come get some fruit. And eat it up here. You need to go to the bathroom? though we did drop an hour. No, gained an hour. Tomorrow we'll gain another hour. No, we lost an hour. My bad. Backwards. We're going back to the East Coast, so we're losing hours. So we're gaining hours as we go. When we're going to the West Coast. Wait, do I got it backwards again? I got it backwards again.
I don't know. Look at that car.
Yeah, because we're going back to the East Coast, so we're losing an hour. So if we started at 8, and as soon as we crossed the timeline, it became 9. So it's kind of like we started at 9. We're going
Dad.
west. What?
It looks like somebody broke that car.
Yeah, somebody did do something to it. Because of this one, I'm falling apart, man.
It's all broken.
Yeah, it's seen better days. It looks like a work truck. Tissue? ready for some lunch. Yeah, how about you? Clothes on, we're gonna go get washed up. Right behind you. Shirt on.
Reese's.
What?
You gonna get the Reese's?
What?
The Reese's.
That's not here. They don't got those here.
Oh.
We're gonna get cleaned up. That's what we're gonna do. Take a break. Get the tissues up. Throw them in the trash.
Okay.
And don't step on these. Before you break them. Break the tips off. Right?
Yeah.
You don't want to do that, do you? Turn that off till we come back.
my food. Make my food.
Alright.
Take your shirt off so you don't get it wet, get it messed up.
Okay.
Want garlic powder?
Yeah. This pizza's all for me. Yay.
There you go. Good?
Mm-hmm.
Time to read it after you're done. We finished that chapter yesterday, so you got 2 chapters to do today.
I'm gonna eat all my pizza.
What?
I'm gonna eat all my pizzas.
I hope so. Here.
Dad, we're still alive.
What?
We're still alive.
Oh, yeah. I was like, we still alive.
Yeah.
He's eating. Tired of eating already?
No. happens if a person with no legs plays gorilla tag?
Plays what?
Plays gorilla tag.
I guess they're gonna be hit. But this really gonna tag their ass, huh?
No. Because the gorillas have no legs or feet.
You said a person with no legs.
Or feet. If they don't have legs, they don't have feet.
You said the person doesn't have them. You didn't say the gorillas didn't.
Oh. He was playing as one of the gorillas that had no legs. Would he be a good player?
No. Unless he
No,
was home base.
I don't even know if you ever come up there.
Still hungry? For your nose. You already got napkin for your hands. For your nose.
I got food in my mouth, that one.
Whoa.
That was humongous.
Yeah, but you got boogers coming out your nose. Corner held up real good. Real nice. All done?
Yeah.
It's kind of rough.
That's
kind of strong.
Dad. Ramen.
Huh?
I feel like eating ramen.
Well, next time we stop, I'll make noodles.
Okay.
Without the sauce. No spicy.
And I tested it like, I started eating it like, it started burning my mouth out of nowhere. You like to watch me suffer?
I like to watch you power through it and be strong.
Last time you said you like to watch me suffer.
I do sometimes. Because it shows me you're getting stronger. Especially when you push through it. A little suffering never hurt nobody. Makes you resilient. So just a little bit of hot food, you can handle that. As you did yesterday. You know, those first couple bites.
I can handle hot blue Cheetos.
Yeah, you shouldn't be eating those at all. Anything that's hot and blue is not good for you. Because nothing in this world is blue that's hot. Except for fire. Blue flames. Food-wise, you will not find a hot pepper in nature that's blue. That means a lot of food coloring. Artificial stuff. You gonna eat that or what? So why you trying to snatch it from me, bro?
Because I wanted the soft parts were covered in the sauce.
Oh, okay. I want the crust. All right, throw it.
I just farted. I didn't even know there was multiple trucks here.
Monster truck, huh?
Yeah.
Roush.
I thought there was only one white truck, but no. Dude. Dad.
Huh?
There could be, so our trailer could hold 3 trucks.
Uh-huh. Hello? As soon as I get my name wrong, it's just going out.
Truck, duck. Truck, duck.
Yeah, just remember that girls always take poops. And then you shouldn't be so nervous.
Dad, what rhymes with truck?
Buck.
What rhymes with buck?
Duck.
What rhymes with duck?
Muck.
What rhymes with muck?
Shucks.
Which rhymes with shucks?
Lux.
Which rhymes with lux?
Bucks.
What rhymes with lux?
Ducks.
You already said ducks.
Huh?
You already said ducks.
Yeah, but I meant the ducks that fly, not the duck when someone's throwing something at you.
What do you mean that, like, duck?
Yeah. And then quack quack duck. Nah.
What else?
Rhymes with duck? Schmuck.
Duck, truck, smuck. Oh
Luck.
my god. What?
Luck.
Luck, muck.
You want chicken?
Duck. No.
No?
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
You want a piece?
Yeah, piece of chicken.
Alright, let's go.
I'm
We
on
left
page
off
2.
right there. 4, right here. That's where we had the doggy ear. Come on.
Okay. Vlad says, what I really need to find is some friends. That's also harder than it looks. Hold up.
Come on, man. Get together. What's up? Start reading.
Oh, no, because I already read this.
Alright, well, not my fault you don't remember where you stopped. Come on, keep going.
Vlad always says I should aim for the best besides. I'll always got mad. He's 27, but he still counts as a friend. I mean, I think he still hang out with me, even if his boss didn't tell him.
Here, use this as a liner. Remember where you're reading.
Boss didn't tell him to. Yeah, right. Sure. He can think of a million things he'd rather do. fasten our seatbelts, and turn off all electronics. As usual, I ignored both messages. Matt's experience, your name may be Bernard, but your head can split open the same as anybody else's. So I sigh and fasten my seatbelt. Baronov. So I sighed and fastened my seatbelt. I put a blanket over my lap so Matt won't see. When we're on the tarmac, and they open the door to let us out, the blast of the heat and humidity nearly knocked me back into the gallery. What is this place? The Amazon jungle? Matt grins right in my face. Welcome to Arkansas. No, sincerely, I tell him. He's so this little rock, Arkansas. Arkansas still got a 3-hour drive ahead of us to where the moon. He reaches his back and pulls.
So that sounds like this. This is Little Rock, Arkansas. We've still got a 3-hour drive ahead of us. To where? The moon? He reaches back and pulls me down the stairs to the tarmac. Listen, Jet. This sprinkler thing, that is bad enough. When the floor is warped, your poor father had to get the replacement wood imported from the special cedars in Lebanon. My science teacher, it's right there.
My science teacher says a cherry bomb has more than a gram of flash powder. I explain sue me for
being
curious.
There we go. Say the whole phrase. I said, sue me for being curious. He's being sarcastic.
I said, sue me. I explained, sue me for being curious. Matt's not done yet. What is the curiosity that made you? What is the curiosity that made you drive that go-kart off Fisherman's Wharf? Lucky for you, I was able to kill the story before it even went viral on Twitter. But when you pulled that little stunt with the drone, well, you can blame me for that. I was just trying.
He said you can or can't? Can we blame him or can't we blame him?
You can't blame me for that. I was just trying to get a few aerial shots of Emma Loudermilk's pool party. The problem was that sitting between my home, my house, and hers is San Francisco's airport fertilizer wheat fan. That wasn't my fault. I defended myself. How was I supposed to know that the Air Force was going to scramble fighter planes and shoot down one little drone? Or that one pieces were going back to break so many windshields and parking lot? Don't act so surprised, Matt tells me. Firmly steer me toward the terminal this isn't the first time your antics go you a little too much attention. And you had to lie for a while. Yeah, I agree. But lying low is a couple of weeks. On Riverin or maybe Valley. Not Horizon or Arkansas. He corrects me. So, who's going to know if the two of us get back? On the plane, fuel up, and fly someplace this time. Remember that private surf island off Australia where everybody gets their own chief? He cuts me off. Forget it, Jet. Your dad's right on top of this. The place we're going has a waiting list. He had a lot of shrinks get us in the summer. Waiting list, huh?
Nice.
I like the sound of that. The silly Con Valley. If you don't have to pull strings to get into something.
Silicon Valley.
No, it says Silicon Valley. If you don't have to pull the string. If it sounds
I like the sound of that. Waiting list, huh? I like the sound of that. In Silicon Valley, if you don't have to pull strings to get in something, it probably isn't worth getting into.
What is it? Some kick new resort, and they put in Arkansas to scare away the uncool people. He smiled. Something like that come on the Range River is waiting for us. I'm encouraged, but something about his cake eating grin makes me uneasy. That's a lot of reading.
What do you think we buying the books for? Keep going. Yeah. Keep going. You're doing a great job.
Okay.
And your reading's getting better. That's why you gotta keep reading. Remember, as you get older, 3rd grade, you got a lot of reading to do, bro. That's why I'm getting you used to it now. All you gotta do is get used to it. And the more you do it, the better you get. It's like when I started driving, I couldn't drive for 10 hours or 11 hours. I had to take a break like every 2 hours, every hour and a half, because I wasn't used to it. So we're getting your tolerance level up, so your brain gets used to doing a lot of reading, and your eyes get used to focusing, and you get used to the repetition.
Okay. Especially when I see the car, which is splashed with mud and marked in a dozen places. This isn't the kind of Ranger Rover from the rap song. It's the kind you ship to Africa to drive over the elephant poop. It's 10 times hotter inside the car. That outside the air conditioning isn't broken. It just doesn't exist. The driver is either being muddy or wants to consider him our buddy. I'm not sure which he assures us. We don't need air conditioning. A certain amount of sweating is good for you. He calls over the engine roar. The part of the programming keeps your skin pores open, you're cooler. In the long run program, I asked Matt suspiciously. He just shrugs. The breeze feels like it's coming from the hair dryer set on Fisuka. But after an hour on the road, even care that I'm sweat drenched from the heat to tell. Where are we? I hiss. How much worse is this going to get? We're on our way, he insists, to the bumpy to land roads is missing with his stomach. No resort. I ever went to had an approach like this. Couldn't have when we gone by a helicopter or float plane. He shakes his head. This place is really remoted. Tell me about it. We haven't seen the Soliton soul in 20 miles. That didn't have feathers or 4 legs. This resort has a waiting list. I'd hate to see that. I hate to see the one nobody wants to get to another hour goes by. The sincere doesn't change. Standing by the side of the road, a deer looks at me as we pass by. I swear, there's pity in its eyes. There are signs that talk about towns, but we never see anybody by this time. I'm not just psychically miserable and bored out my mind. I'm also starving. I'd give 1,000 preferred shares of Hugo stock for a bag of burritos, the luxury of the Gulfstream feels like it happened in another lifetime. A way better one. This is chapter 2.
Where'd you stop? Alright, dog ear. On the page that you're on.
Okay.
Perfect. Alright, good job. Then we'll finish that chapter later on today, or sometime during the ride. And
Oh, I already got a bookmark.
Oh, no.
I didn't need it.
Well, the dog ear lets you know which page you're on. And the bookmark just lets you know.
I like the bookmark better because the dog ears, it is inside the page.
That's true. Okay. How do you like to do it?
So I'm going to do it this way.
And if you end on the end of the chapter, you always know where you begin next time you pick the book up.
Yeah.
Right? Good job. We're going to be done with that book real soon.
What are you eating?
Chicken breast. Oh, stay over here, so I got to put it away.
Okay.
Let me get going.
Can you give me my tablet?
As soon as I put this back.
Okay. We're about to leave.
Yeah, we're about to go.
Alright, I'm gonna put my seatbelt on then.
You didn't want to go in the back?
I wanna go in the back.
Huh?
I wanna go in the back.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just wait until I put this stuff away. Off my plate. Silverware. Put everything back. Oh, excuse me. That was good business. Alright, dude, you're up. Your shirt. Look back here. Here. Stand that up. Make sure the cap's on tight since it's rolling around. Good job. Always cap on tight. Let's get that AC dumping because it's getting warm in here.
Like really warm. Waiting for it to get
I feel like time is flying today.
Yeah, it's already 2:51.
I know because we started at 8 and we drove 4 hours and it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, even though we lost an hour. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That should have been 7 hours. When we stopped and got gas, which was a half an hour. So I guess, and then we just ate when we took an hour. So that's 4, 5.5. And then we lost an hour, that's 6.5. Yeah, time going fast today.
2020 Toyota Sequoia TRD Pro. And yes, this is the very first year that the Sequoia gets the TRD Pro treatment. Now, Toyota made some big changes, including new wheels, new suspension, addition of a skid plate, exterior changes, new safety features, and a whole lot more. So is this the best Sequoia ever? That's what I'm here to find out. So in this review, learn everything there is to know about this brand new Sequoia TRD Pro, so you can decide if this is the right SUV for you. Stay tuned. Now first, I want to give a big shout out to Continental Toyota for making this video possible. So if you're in the market for a brand new or used Toyota, then definitely check out Continental Toyota. Their information is on the screen and also in the description of this video. Starting with the outside, the front end of this Sequoia TRD Pro gets a giant black grille stamped with Toyota on top, which makes it stand apart from the rest of the Sequoias. You also do get full LED headlights and a unique rigid industry LED fog lights. Now the front end is simply massive, and anyone you tailgate will want to get out of the way quickly. On the bottom, you do get a large TRD stamped skid plate, and on this Sequoia TRD Pro, of course, you do get specially tuned box shocks and springs. Now moving on to the side of the Sequoia, you get many changes, including those gorgeous looking 18-inch black BBS forged aluminum wheels. They really stand out. And plus, you can't miss that gigantic TRD black roof rack that spreads out the entire length of the roof. And you do get some rugged looking TRD running boards for easy access. Now moving on to the back side, not much has changed. Everything is blacked out, including the TRD Pro badge. You also get integrated hitch, receiver, and connector, and this Sequoia TRD Pro can tow up to 7,100 pounds. Just like the 4Runners, the back window can slide all the way down. As for the engine, Toyota is sticking with the tried and true 5.7 liter i4 V8 engine, pushing 381 horsepower and 401 pound-feet of torque. The engine is mated to a 6-speed automatic. As for the trunk, there's a good amount of space even with the third row up. On the left, there are seat controls. On the right, you have a 12V outlet, and the bottom cover reveals a massive hidden storage compartment. Now, to pull down the seats, you do have to hold down the button all the way through. Same thing when lifting them up. The downside to power folding is it does take some time to finish. Now moving on to the second row, you are greeted with a set of large captain chairs covered with leather and red stitching. There's also plenty of space in between the chairs to get access to the third row. And speaking of the third row, it is big and wide and also covered in leather. Here is me in the third row behind the second row, all the way pushed back, and I still have a good 2 inches of legroom left and at least 6 inches of headroom. In the third row, on each side, you get 2 cup holders, a vent on top, and electronic controls to recline the seat forward and backwards. Now to get out, you can either go in between the captain chairs or simply step on the lever underneath, which pushes the seat forward. As for the second row, there is a massive amount of room. With the seats all the way back, I have at least a foot of legroom and 6 inches of headroom. The seats slide forward and backwards and also recline in case you want to sleep. As for amenities, you get vents on top, a 12V outlet, climate controls, and a pair of cup holders. Next, let me show you all the features.
Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. You get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included, for a price that stays exactly the same.
Hello and welcome to the happiest day of my life. This is a 1999 Toyota Century. It was brought in our shop a while back for basically just imported to the US, 25 years old. It is a beautiful color, really like this color, and it has 63,000 kilometers. That's not a lot. However, this car has been sitting in Japan for a very, very long time. Basically, the owner got a car, put a battery in it, put a set of tires, and brought it straight here. Didn't drive anywhere because there is a lot of things that this car needs, even with low mileage. And this is not a Corolla, Camry, 80 Series Line Cruiser, 100 Series Line Cruiser. This is a V12 Century. That is, yeah, in today's video, we're gonna fix this car, which means we're gonna dive into this V12 because there's a lot to do here. And we're gonna take a quick tour here to show you what's going on and what this needs, and then we're gonna get right into it. And while we go into it, time lapse, we'll talk to you about the Toyota Century, some interesting stuff about it because I'm just fascinated by this car. Let's take a look at this. Is the happiest day of my life because we get to work on Toyota's only V12 with, yeah, it has one of those guillotines. Let me get something on this because it's a little scary. This is not a light hood. So the first lesson about the V12 is you can't put the regular clamps that go on the shocks. We are replacing these shocks, so that's why I'm using this. Otherwise, you don't want to use this if they're weak but not completely gone. That may be one of the first things I'm going to do to this because this is scary. Here's what's wrong with this car. Let's look here. I already have this cover off. Looking at it. The cooling system is complaining a lot. First thing, this heater valve is basically a couple bumps away from leaking everywhere. Same thing with the radiator. And then the biggest thing with this car is, which is really the biggest problem with this, alternator's out. If you don't know about this, the Century has a very, very expensive alternator for some reason. You can get the V8 alternator and whatnot, but this is a collector car and they want it to perfect. Now this is missing the cover over there. That the owner actually has the cover. They took it out to replace the battery and didn't put it back, so we'll get that as well. But the other thing with this engine is the hydro fan is leaking. This has a hydraulic fan, so you're going to see that unfold in front of you. The valve cover gaskets are leaking so bad. It's unbelievable how bad they're leaking. And there's some suspension work needed. We'll take a look at that in a sec. We'll lift it up. And there is some brakes, multiple odds and ends. One of them is the smear have gone on vacation a little bit. It's a common thing with these, by the way. Here's the, what should I say? This is the norm. If you give majority of technicians this car, here's their response. I don't want to do anything with this car. I don't want to work on it. I don't want even to be in the same territory as this car is at. When it comes to yours truly, this is the response. I love this. I really love this. I am super excited, and I know I will regret saying that because we're going in blind. There's no manual. There is no instructions. I will not come and say, oh, I am extremely experienced with this. Nobody can actually say that because there's only 9,000 of these cars in the world, and they move this 312. So let's lift it up. Let's take a little tour underneath it, and then we're going to dive into the unknown because I'm super excited. I'll regret that. We'll see. Okay, here's something about these Centuries. When you look at this, I mean, I see no oil leaks. Do you? this is the biggest problem with these cars. It's, you have to look, because where this car was parked, there's a giant puddle. Let me take this cover and you'll see what I mean. Now let's take a look. Yeah. And yeah, it's yeah. Mind you, this car had been sitting basically before we brought it here, and then it's been sitting in our shop for a while as we got parts for it. But if you look up, there it is. If you look up, there's actually oil coming all the way from the valve cover down on this side. And here is the biggest problem, that if you ever buy a Sentry, this is the first thing you look at. When you look at it with the cover, you could not see anything. Look at that radiator. It is soaking wet with oil on the valve cover. That's the first thing you'll look at, because this alternator is very expensive. Think north of $1,000 just for the alternator, plus shipping, plus getting it here, if you can get it at that price. And then here's the really the concern of the customer. Alternator they knew about, didn't know that there was oil leaking on it, then took it out. But here's the other thing. If you look here, look, come around, look right here. That exhaust, it is, yeah, that's a pretty big barbecue on the exhaust. All the oil from the valve cover is leaking right on the exhaust. And that's what ends up happening with these. That's why you may not see stuff on the oil pan, but you gotta look there. The next thing is this strut rod is super common on these and the LS400s. If you look at it here, if you turn around and look, every time you hit the brakes, the whole thing moves and you feel like a thud. Same thing on this side. This is a very common thing with these, and equally the LS400 is just coming apart. And in this car, this is another common thing with Sentries, front sway bar bushings. They love to cause like a weird, wallowy feeling in the front. And if we're gonna do that, we want to refresh the feel of the car. We're gonna do steering rack bushings, because this one is not even touching the rack anymore. And then it needs brakes all around. And then the mirror, and then the side gutters, not gutters, what do you call them? The risers. They're all loose and rattling. This is another common thing with these. But I want you to look at something with this car. It needs a lot of work. But again, this car might have been off the road for the past 10 years plus. So all this stuff is just from sitting. But look at the rest of it. It is absolutely rust-free. That's the first thing. And we don't really have any issues in the back. Everything looks great other than the brakes. There has been one thing with this car which the owner is not repairing at this time. There is a ding here which seems to be, I see a lot of Sentries like this. And here. And believe it or not, this beautiful chrome bumper, it's two-piece bumper, the top and the bottom, they're both available. They're not, you know, completely discontinued. No, you can buy them. Super expensive. If I recall, renting this $1,500 is just the bottom piece. And we're not looking at it. This is a Toyota Sentry. A lot of the parts here are shared with the LS400, but a lot of them are not. For example, the rear rotors and the rear shims are from a LS400, but the pads are not. That's it. Here's what we're going to do. I think we're going to start with removing the radiator, which means we're going to drain the coolant. We're going to head towards, because, yeah, if you look at this radiator, folks, this is not salt. This is the radiator just said, I've had enough from sitting and not doing anything. So we're going to remove the radiator, replacing all the hoses. We are fixing, if you look up here, might be difficult to see it, but it's being thrown around. The hydro fan motor is actually leaking tear it down to see what we can seal about it, but they're available. Why are we gonna start mending things if we can fix them properly? So let us start this job, and I just gotta say that we're gonna find a lot of surprises here, but shortly, once we're done with the first section of the time lapse, we're gonna take a close look at the inside of the V12. That'll be pretty cool. Let's grab some popcorn and let's sit down. Let's talk about the beautiful Toyota Century. So the Toyota Century when you look at it, it literally, for the average Joe that doesn't know what it is, it looks like how should I say it? A taxi cab from Japan. The Crown, and that's what the taxi cab is. It's almost identical, but that's the whole point. See, the Toyota Century is a symbol of conservative success in Japan. That's the whole point of it. It's not meant to be flashy. It's meant to be humble, but at the same time, exclusive and just conservative. That's the whole point of it. That's why it looks the way it does, and that's why they rarely change. And there's something about the Century. The Century's been around since 1967 to today. And throughout all this time, there's only 3 generations. That's it. First generation, which is the very kind of the original model spanning from 1967 all the way to 1996. So that model had 3 different V8 engines throughout the years. It just changed as emission requirements changed. Honestly, that generation, it's very nice for its time, but today it's old. So they're not actually they're collectible, yes, but not touching high prices. It's an old car. It has a very unique V8 that just, yeah. Then come the biggest the one that will always remain special. The G50 V12 generation, which started in model year 1997, although sales started in 1996. It is so special in every single way. I mean, it remained exactly almost the same from 97 all the way to 2016. And the reason it is special, first, it was the first and the last V12 engine fully designed in-house by Toyota, exclusively for this Century. It didn't share anything with any other model. It was exclusive. Then it was the only Century that was ever exported to different markets. See, the original one, first generation, never exported. Third generation, never exported.
These are just little things. Little things. Oh, what they mean to love.
Generation, never exported. This was the first one that was ever exported. However, there's only like around 100 that were exported, and they were left-hand drive for promotional purposes. Certain countries requested them, whatnot. That was it. And here's the best part about the Century. When I say this number, it'll sound like a lot, but bear with me. In total, there's 9,573 G50 V12 Centuries ever made from 1997 all the way to 2016, with 2016 being the rarest at 100 units, and 1997 being the most common at 1,676 units produced. And this particular car we are working on, which is 1999, it is 1 out of 691 units made. That's it. That many, that little Centuries, you look at the 9,000 number, majority of them were in 1997. That's the beauty of this. Now, this generation remained exactly the same body throughout, with minor changes here and there. So from 97 to 99, things were about the same. They were pretty similar electronics-wise to some model in the US, which is the LS5400. Now in 2000, 2004, the screen in the middle changed. Now it's a touch screen. The transition to a better navigation, it's similar to that of the LS430 actually. Then the single biggest update to the Century was in 2005. From 97 all the way to 2004, we had a 4-speed automatic transmission. In 2005, we have a 6-speed automatic transmission. Now, information on the Century is very scarce, so it is unclear which exact transmission is in 2005 and up, but My hunch would be it's a similar 6-speed to that of the LS 430 in the facelift model. Now, this is where information is not 100% accurate because it's conflicting, and of course I don't work in Japan. These were exclusive to Japan, most of them. So around 2010 some changes happened. Headlights changed to clear glass, backup camera as an option. This is the part where it's not clear. The engine did receive multiple revisions through its time span, mostly for emissions, not really changing the power or making it different. It's just for emissions. So I'm assuming catalytic converters possibly different, some engine management stuff, but the engine itself remained exactly the same. And that generation of G50 was the only V12 ever made. Because the next generation, third gen, some say it's 2018 started, it's actually 17, so there's like another conflicting information. That started and is still going till today. It's exactly the same generation. That had a V8 hybrid, and that was similar to the LS600H, which was sold in the US. Not exactly the same, but it's similar powertrain. This car is just a statement of Toyota's engineering. The car is nearly entirely handmade, and even though they obsess over the tiniest little detail with this car, I've seen a few of them now. I'm not going to say I've seen a lot, I've seen 100. No, I've seen a few. And you always notice everyone has its unique characters. That's the paint being one of the massive standouts. I've talked to Jason from Car Supply Warehouse who detailed a couple now. He says it's very fragile to work with this paint, but it's just impeccable how it is applied to the cars, and it's very difficult to reproduce it when cars are crashed. Now, these are very rare and exclusive cars, folks. Some folks will take them for granted because they're not expensive to buy, because they're so expensive to maintain and keep, and difficult to work on at times because everything is different from any other Toyota model. But here's the best part about the Century though. Toyota still admires this car because they nearly offer every single part available. Even though it takes some time with some parts, but really every single Century worked out we ordered parts for, everything's been available. I haven't run into a single discontinued part. That just tells you it's such a rare car that they still make every single part for it. Pretty impressive. Folks, you may see it like a taxi cab, but until you see one in person, it is truly special. And it's not, we may talk about a few things at the end of here that may make it appear that way, but it is just a masterpiece. And this is, I have already informed Mrs. Carcarnut, which hopefully she agrees at some point. We gotta keep her happy. There will be a Century in life at some point because it's just, this is the highlight of my career right here, working on these cars and trying to be an exclusive repair shop for these because they are starting to come in the US. 90% of them are 97, very few other model years, but we're trying to be an exclusive repair facility for these because they're truly special, and it's the highlight of my career. Let's go back to the live video as we take it apart. And there is the Toyota's only V12. Just look at it.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just want that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sense of that one.
I actually...
And there is the Toyota's only V12. Just look at it. Beautiful. Looks like two inline sixes. It looks like two V6s put together. It is just beautiful. And just to set the record straight, remember when I was super excited at the beginning? I'm still very excited. But this is, for lack of a better word, terrifying. There's no other way to say it. And Jose's opinion on this,
Vicky,
you've
what's
seen
going
now
on with
through
you?
the lens of the camera, a lot of work that we've done, a lot
How
of
you
big
doing
jobs and
today?
whatnot. Yeah, this is one of the most intensive ones.
Coming for the ride a little bit.
Maybe German cars, some of them are mega complicated, but in Toyota land, this is probably the most work you will ever do to get the valve covers. And we're not even pulling cylinder head or doing some major, just doing valve cover gaskets. This is the most involved you will ever see in Toyota land. Justifiably so, because it's a V12. Let's dive into it so you guys will get an up-close look at the beautiful 1GZ FE, Toyota's only V12. This is a 5-liter V12. Here is the interesting part about it. There is a lot of strange stuff here. Strange decisions. You could tell that this was not built with service in mind. Let's dive into it. First is a timing chain engine. So if you look here, here's the chain. It's VTI I have not seen before at all. Never seen it before. I was expecting when we get here to be like a 2JZ, even like a 3S. We've done a 3S before here. No, this is completely just unique to this engine, at least from what I've seen in the US stuff. Then this is a typical Toyota design. You have dual overhead cam that are meshed together here. You only have one part where it attaches to the chain. And here's the just when things get strange. There is this oil pipe that actually transfers oil from here to here or from here to here. I am not exactly sure because we don't have any info on this engine, how like internal workings and whatnot. So this is an oil pipe. I've also never seen that. I've seen like baffles, not baffles like an oil spray or whatnot, but never seen this. This is pretty interesting. This engine, of course, doesn't have hydraulic lifters or anything. It's just regular caps like any Toyota engine you'll see. But this was the surprise to me. If you look down here, this has shims, not even buckets. It doesn't have buckets underneath them, but they are shims. This is a very old school design. And they had it in this one, and they are gold in color. It's pretty cool. Then we get to the strange stuff. And this is where, yeah, I am not looking forward to do a head gasket on those. So the 9,000 or something odd V12 Century owners, please don't overheat it because you're going to be very sorry. Because this is, yeah. Let's take a look at a few strange things. So the only cars I've seen do this are German cars. The cylinder has one piece. This is all part of the cylinder head. So the chain goes through the cylinder head, through the head gasket, and comes up here. So if you want to take this apart, you gotta undo the tensioner. I'll show you the tensioner in a second. You pull this chain up, take this cam out from underneath it, and then remove the cylinder head. So the chain will just basically dangle here because you can't pull the chain out. You can't pull the gear out because this is one piece. And then if you look down here, there is a front timing cover just right in this area. You see where it bolts up here? But the head gasket sits on top of it. So basically, if the front cover decides to leak on this, you have to pull the cylinder heads off, both of them, to do that front cover. That's why German cars are complicated. And this thing is screaming German car to me. That's the first thing. The second disaster, and this is, I call it the disaster. This is an early VVTi. Watch where the oil control valve is, which if you have a 2JZ, MZ engines, VVTi, they're notorious to seize up and kind of cause intermittent rough idles and whatnot. Look where they put it on the V12. Right here. This is the OCV valve. I can barely see it, let alone pull it out. That's the first problem. The worst one is this one, which you can't even see. It's right here. Yeah, that's, you could tell the complete and absolute afterthought. I mean, even in a V12 they have afterthoughts. They have a little wire here, the jumper wire from the OCV valve to the main harness. In any other Toyota model, they'll be right there. They're made as part of the main harness. Here they give you a little tiny baby harness to connect to it because you can't get the main harness to go there. Right?
When you order Kroger delivery proudly serving King Supers, our refrigerated trucks ensure maximum freshness while our drivers handle every order with care. No tipping necessary.
The main harness to go there. And disconnecting it is going to be a nightmare. So they of course didn't do it for service. Did it for assembly. Again. Now the chain tensioner, and this is the interesting part. I haven't seen any Toyota engine has in this location. If you look down here, you actually can see the tensioners right there. Right on the guide. Right there. That's it. And this tensioner is pushing at the guide in a very strange angle. It's almost like, here's the guide. Normally tensioners will push this way on the guide. This one is like pushing this way. So the guide has a very strange curve. Very difficult to show you, but the interesting thing is the chain tensioner is here. It's gonna be near impossible to show it to you on camera. I'll put some light here, we'll try. But it's right there. You see a little bit rusty right there. That's the chain tensioner. See, it has two studs and two nuts. That's the chain tensioner. Very strange location. Again, I'm going to say this. This is terrifying. The reason it is terrifying is you have no support, no manual. Although we bought a manual online translated, but it's missing half the stuff. Anything that goes south here, we are waiting a month to 2 months to get parts. Some of these parts are made to order. So, yeah. And then the harness is very fragile, extremely fragile. And what makes this even worse, I am not the first person to go here. Somebody's done spark plugs on this, because the spark plugs are not factory plugs. That's number one. Number two, there is broken connectors, there is stuff that are loose, all over the place. And unfortunately, I can't see if there's anything missing. I don't see anything that obviously is missing, because how many V12s are you going to do in your lifetime? That only 9,000 cars exist in one country that is not ours.
Life's better when your stuff is protected under our roof.
Black Car Guru, and this is the Cadillac XLR. Imagine a C6 Corvette with a tuxedo on. That's pretty much what it is. It came with two engine options. Either you got the 4.6 naturally aspirated dual overhead cam V8, or you got the supercharged 4.4 liter V8. Let me tell you the difference. Base XLR with 4.6 made 320 horsepower. The V series of the XLR made 443 horsepower. That is sent down through a 6-speed auto transaxle. One thing about Cadillac, if you've never known this, is that they're going to make sure their interiors look good. This looked like the future for 2003 to 2008. The LC3 is nothing to play with. It's literally in the same North Star family. You know, the engines in the front-wheel drive DeVille's with the bad head studs, just overall complicated design. The damn starter under the intake manifold, yeah, in that same family, whooping ass. You're talking about a car that weighs just over 3,600 pounds, has magnetic ride control, front and rear independent suspension. And I know what you're probably asking, Guru, if it's so good, then where is it? Why they ain't making them no more? I'll tell you what happened. 2008 happened. What happened in 2008? The recession. GM was literally on the brink of collapse. So GM being GM, they went to the government and said, listen, y'all got one of them good ass TARP loans, dog. What can I get? They gave them $50 million to aid in the restructuring of GM. In 2000, GM filed for what they ended up doing. Hey, cool. We did that right. So what about Saturn, Oldsmobile, and Hummer, all them other companies? What about Saab? Just cut them off. And then by July of 2009, they emerged from bankruptcy relatively okay. Which leads me to my next point. The reason why this got discontinued is because, well, low sales and the combination of GM going through financial problems. So they cut it along with its other, well, supercharged 4.4 liter counterparts like the STSV. I'm not even joking. They had these as NPC cars in Need for Speed Most Wanted, and I'm still frustrated about that. I feel cheated. I'm like, y'all show us all these other badass cars, but then this one, the one we really wanted. Like, if these survived the recession and had a decent price, they should have went ahead and threw the LS9 in these, and then by the C6 CR1 generation threw the LT5 in these. I mean, have a mirror image of the C8 Corvette with the twin turbo 5.5 liter flat plane crank. This would be an absolute beast. But again, what if, huh? But let me know in the comments below, how do you guys feel about the XLR? Do you think Cadillac should bring it back? I think they should bring it back. But comment below, let me see what you think.
Can your phone handle it? Yes. What you're seeing now is not a promotional video. It is the real game footage of the new 2025
time on flipping bangers, we head to the Black Country in search of a driving legend well past its prime.
It's a turd brown Porsche gleaming in the West Midlands sun.
It's tough to love.
It's a Volkswagen with a BAM engine in it. No, I've just broken one of the things off.
Can it ever turn as a profit? Or is this just the money?
I am wondering whether this was the right car for us to buy. I'm Gus Gregory and he's Will Trickett. Together we're risking everything to follow a dream.
It's something I've wanted to do for a long, long time.
We've packed in our day jobs.
Prototype suspension on this car with fake V-lock ribs, $1,800 for this package. But how much we're getting ripped off in Australia. So we've arrived at the off-road area and as predicted it's kind of like a car park off-road course. Oh, hang on a second. Second part of that video was sent live yesterday, which is looking at the suburbs in China in the car park. If you want to check that video out. This video is all about off-road driving in some GW off-road focused vehicles. Unfortunately, again, in a car park. Some of the accessories that are available in China and hopefully in Australia as well. We'll get to that in a second. I want to show you these though. These are some of the accessory kits you can get for the Tank and Cannon products. They are seriously cool. So this is a Tank 300. I'll run you through each of these cars and the cost. The cost genuinely has blown me away. So this kit here basically comes with radar recovery points at the front, this sort of metal front bar. You've got a different grille there as well with that Tank lettering. Wide wheel arches here. You've got different suspension. They are still working on the suspension. So the stuff that's fitted to this isn't going to be what's on the final production car, but it comes with a 2.5-inch lift. It has big all-terrain tyres, what basically bombing rims. I think they're just on display. You've got Bronco style, I don't know what these are for in the front here, but it has Bronco vibes. They remove the static side steps and go with this retractable one just here. Now at the top, they've done some interesting stuff. So we've seen previously with these products that they have a ladder that comes down. What they said they were having issues with was a lot of wind. Damage to the bodywork. This is a standard sort of warning, but come around to this side, I'll show you the innovation they came up with for this ladder. So it stays up there normally, and then you open it up, basically grab this, pull it out and down, and then you pull this section here, and the whole thing comes down, so you can just climb up. And a ladder's there for you to be able to get up into the vehicle, but it's not always going to be down. And then when you're done with it, simply pull these sections back up, hold it down here. You can see it's probably going to be fraught with danger. And then you put this in here, and pull it all back in. So cool setup. Now this car over here comes with rumble short. So different design, but again, modified from standard. So you've got metallic front bumper there, different grille here with the sort of fairings lights on the front there. Blue colour, these wheel arch guards just here. Again, prototype suspension on this car and the fake V-lock ribs. Should say as well, $1,800 for this package, and that includes the bumper, the wheel arches, all the stuff on the roof, ladder. Crazy value. This one here has the more traditional style ladder on the back that sort of folds up like on typical cars. The thing that has me excited though is so this is Canon Alpha. This whole package here is really designed to give you flexibility on storage. So this is a really cool setup because not only have they got drawers in, which I'll show you in a sec, but this off to the side you've got a power outlet that can draw from the vehicle to load. And then in addition to that, you've got a pump that will basically pull the water out of that tank. You've got switches up here to operate the vehicle to load, and also the light in there. You have a separate tank as well, which means you could have beer in one and water or soup or suggestion in the other one. So it's quite a versatile setup. In terms of the drawers themselves.
Hey Roy, welcome to Total Wine and More. What you looking for?
Rachel, I'm here to expand my wine horizons.
AAA?
Because you're stuck in a rut, literally.
Because you're out of gas. And in a pickle.
style and substance. In the GMC Sierra or
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
No, man. In a relationship.
You're worth it. Getting everyone in your home on the same page about energy use is hard. So we're making...
No, not at all.
review, and I decided to, from startup, experience the entire thing. I have not driven a single foot, and I wanted to experience it from startup.
This is a Porsche 944, sort of. The engine from the C6 Corvette is now hiding in this little 944. I was expecting some sort of weird Frankenstein project to make that happen. It's essentially some engine mounts and an adapter.
The car is a 1946. The transaxle is from a 924 Turbo S. But the owner has gained only 140 pounds added weight. The balance is 49.9% front, 50.1 rear.
And you go from 150 horsepower to 430 horsepower, and it weighs 3,000 pounds. If you're doing the math at home, it's wildly quick. Oh my God, that's the number. Okay, let me put this. How do I put this? I expected a triple. I just didn't expect a triple with that many numbers. This is no garage queen. On purpose, he bought a 944 that wasn't perfect and did this to it to make it a car that honestly he tracked it yesterday.
I don't care that the interior is old looking and the dash is cracked. It feels solid. And it's not a Frankenstein car. There's nothing about the interior or the stance of the car that would suggest craziness or irresponsibility or stupid power. It looks like a 944. Except for one thing. The exhaust tip. Have you noticed? It's a Chevy badge.
Except for the ridiculous engine note and the Chevy exhaust pipe, you'll think this is a 944. It looks like a normal 944. It's got a 944 interior. Oh look, he changed the steering wheel. Oh, that's an interesting gear stick choice. Yet there is something lurking that is quite angry.
It's one of those cars that doesn't match the sound that's coming out of it. We're all used to what the 944 sounds like. We're used to what Porsches sound like. And as soon as you hear this American Thunder coming out of the back, and you look at the little bit of steakboat stamp that this car has, car enthusiasts will be terrified. Normal Joe, non-car enthusiast people will think, what a cute little sports car for the 80s, until you roar by them.
It's that sensation that you have a light, chuckable car, and yet when you need to, you can kind of destroy the earth. That is an interesting sensation. I'm used to that lurking menace in a muscle car. And yet, that sound and that anger is here in something where it shouldn't belong.
This car shouldn't move like it does. It was never intended to move like it does. But the LS3 motor. What? I'm blown away by the throttle response.
How to make it without options and ChatGPT. Let's say you have no idea what to cook. Wouldn't it be great if you could make something out of this and simply plug?
And because of the weight of this car, this engine is very under-stressed. Keep in mind, this was in the C6 Corvette, and it was great in the Corvette. And now you dump it into the even smaller, tighter, what's it feel like?
It's light, it's low center of gravity, there's conformative steering, it's got a good greenhouse. It feels like a small car, and yet it does that.
My favorite car actually yesterday. And on the straightaway, it pulled alongside the Aurora and then left him. And after the race, so after the heat, the Lotus Aurora owner came over to him and said, you know what, I had a 944 Turbo S and I don't remember them being quite that fast. And the owner said, well, they're not, actually.
However, it's not as wheelsy. This is
a car that as you drive it, you just go, okay, yeah, it's got absurd power, but I'm not spooked by it. Everything is put together very well, and it's metered out well. You can give it a little bit of throttle, and the car's kind of quick. You give it all the throttle, and the car tries to hurt you. But actually not you, which is nice. There's full throttle. Yeah, and I saw my light flash before my eyes. That happened too, yeah. Now I'm okay. Now I'm better. All right. Thanks for asking. This also isn't a build about just power. I mean, you notice there's Wilwood brakes under there. This is a track-designed beast.
It feels skittish in its handling. It's instant feedback. Everything that I'm seeing is translated exactly into my hands. It's so nimble. What's funny is you think that this car would be real nose heavy. And yes, it feels a little bit more, but what it's done is put just enough weight over those tires to make them respond even better. And keep in mind, the balance is still there. It's actually heavier in the rear, still. This car's rough, I'll be honest. I'm on a rough road, but I don't know that I want to do a road trip. But as a toy, just to smoke everybody, just because...
all of the normal delicacy that you expect from a Porsche of this era, when the engine winds out and it rattles and it's precise and small and delicate feeling, all of that is gone. You have a chassis that still feels small. This car feels little. It's just the power is enormous. I wonder about the suspension here. I feel like this needs maybe some adjustable suspension components. I can understand it wanting to be really stiff for the track. I want the compliance to be a bit better. I feel like it bounces a bit too much. It doesn't absorb the bumps and just take them in and not worry about it. It makes you aware of them. It kind of bounces over a few of them. I think that's a pretty easy suspension solve, but that is the case at the moment.
This will piss everybody off. This car will do that. Because you will either leave them, and they think they've got you, and you'll leave them, or you'll blow by them so fast, they'll just get angry. Why are you driving so fast? Because.
I kind of have to, don't I? Don't I have to? Yes. Yikes! And hallelujah all at once. Is that a thing? It feels old school. It feels kind of closer to classic cars than it does modern cars, and yet that power is modern car power. It actually feels, honestly, it feels similar to the way the Z06 delivers power. The current Corvette Z06 has that kind of, you've got to be kidding me, power delivery that this car does. It's a muscle car in power and in anger management issues, but it is still a 944 when it comes down to what does it feel like in here, and what's the steering like, and how's my weight distribution.
Do I want one? Yeah, I do. You just want to make your friends laugh? That's the reason I do these crazy resto mods. And here is one. The bar conversation that is manifested itself finally in the coolness that you think it is. Yeah, it is. It's fast. It's unbelievably fun and cool. My fifth car.
I need to figure this out. Get the fuck out of the way.
Here at Everyday Driver, we're one of the longest running car shows on the web. We are. If you've been watching this since 2007, or you just discovered us last week, we are an independent channel and still producing original content.
Our TV show airs on the Motor Trend Network, but if you don't have cable, all the episodes can be streamed on Amazon Prime.
We host a top 10 automotive podcast called The Car Debate, with about 400 episodes and new ones airing every Tuesday and Friday. So if you've got a question or need a car, our podcast can help you.
Here on YouTube, the Fast Blasts are still here. They're going to become a little simpler.
Can you tell which app is a trap? Google Play can. Download apps, not traps. Floor & Decor, with a one-stop shop for bathrooms and everyday low prices.
Imagine taking the 5-cylinder engine out of the Volkswagen Passat, putting it in a Porsche 9, or putting the big turbo on it. This mass-produced 5-cylinder is only $300, and when you throw a big turbo on it, you can make 4. 400 wheel horsepower. I'm always looking for the engines that are more accessible to the average Joe. And Boost Brothers Garage, who built this 944, has showed me the way once again. So my question is the naturally aspirated 5-cylinder one of the best budget engine swaps today? Let's talk about it. These crazy projects that I film always have a ton of hard work and also organization to make it happen. Working on a car can be absolutely messy, and that's why I want to thank Bolster for sponsoring today's video. It's the first tool tray company to focus directly on fastener retention and organization, and all of the products are based directly on customer feedback. And their blended silicone has recently been approved for use by the United States Air Force, so it's really strong stuff. Rather than taking something like Ziploc bags and putting bolts in them and grinding everything down, Bolster is the most efficient way to organize your tool set. So if you truly want to make your life easier while working on your car and stay organized and stop losing things, make sure to head over to Bolster and use my discount code TDIV for 20% off anything on Bolster's website. Link in the description below, and once again, huge thanks to Bolster for sponsoring today's video. Hello, David here, and welcome to a Porsche 944, but converted to a 968. The first time we ever drove the 944 was when I was a wee little lad, and it was the first ever Porsche I ever reviewed. It had the factory motor in it with the turbo on, and it turned off every single time that I stopped, which gave me a semi-not great impression of the 944. However, I still hadn't gotten to the juicy stuff with Porsche quite yet, right? Well, after that, my friend who owned the car took it on a back road and flipped it like 6 times. Because he was young and dumb and at night trying to be cool. Fast forward about a decade later, here we are back in the 944. However, this one will throw you for a loop. This one has the 5-cylinder engine from the Passat wagon. And what's funny, the day I drove the Audi RS3, the 5-cylinder turbo RS3, our rolling shot car was the Passat wagon. And the owner of that car said, yeah, dude, this is basically a similar 5-cylinder to that one. And I was like, what do you mean? We're in a Passat. He goes, no, if you turbo it, you can make decent power. This motor, 5-cylinder, naturally aspirated, $300, completely unopened motor. Swapped into this with their own kit. They also have a YouTube channel called Boost Brothers Garage, and they also are responsible for building this kit. So if you're interested in it, go in the link in the description below. And they turbocharge it with a Garrett turbocharger, making 350 horsepower and 320 foot-pounds of torque. I love when people take engines that we're never supposed to do this, and they just do, well, this. Man, this thing rips! 400 wheels. No big deal. That is awesome. You know what's interesting too is this thing doesn't feel too abnormal with this motor in it. It feels pretty organic. It doesn't feel like it's something that's super out of place. The weight distribution feels right. And I also think it's just from how low the motor sits, right? Yeah. With 400 wheel in this thing and a 5-speed transmission, this thing just reels out to the freaking moon, dude. Alright, here we go. That's crazy. God, I love the sound of this thing. It's the best of everything. You have the scream of like an old school 80s roof rally car, like the Audi Quattro, one of my favorite rally cars ever built. Yet you're in a Porsche chassis with all the right things done to it. I think that's the major thing about this thing, man. God, it's so fun to gouge it. It's so much fun to gouge it and enjoy. And you tell yourself that this is literally a commuter car engine for the most part that has 5 cylinders. You know, I've driven the Volvo V70R, I've driven the S60R. That 5-cylinder has a very viperish sound to it as well. But this feels even more aggressive than that car does. And I think not enough people have many options anymore to try something new in different platforms. And I think this might be something to really look at. If you're looking at something to throw boost at on a budget, I think this is really fascinating. This is so awesome. That was the first gear roll on and a freaking jet hook, dude. Crazy. Smooth as glass. It's fast enough. The power band is predictable and also very dramatic. What I'm really loving, like I mentioned earlier, I love that people are experimenting with engines that you might not think are the ones. You know, we all want the 2J, the RB, Coyote, LS, non-performance engines we all use today. So maybe sometimes it's time just to look at the simpler things, throw a turbo on it, and discover something new. I don't think they could have chosen a better platform to put this in. So, Volkswagen's Passat / Jetta / commuter car 5-cylinder engine with a big turbo on it and a Porsche 944 converted.
Since 1983, he's been assembling award-winning vehicles for you right here in America. And now, lower MSRP on best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder.
Another car we found at SEMA, which looks really interesting and we hadn't seen to the build-up to SEMA, is this Porsche. I'm going to say 944, but it says 948 on the back.
Yeah, because of the V8 it's swapped.
The V8 swap. Okay, so we're here with Brian, who built the car, and he's going to run through the car and tell us about it. I mean, the first thing you notice about the car is obviously how wide it is, and I just mentioned to you that it's not an over-fender kit, it's not just riveted on. So do you want to tell us the process of how you came about?
Yeah, so actually it is an over-fender and it is riveted on, but there's been a lot of body work on it. So this is actually a kit that I developed, and this is the first car that this has been put on.
Okay, you designed it?
I did. I designed it. I do all the fabrication. I paint the cars, and this is the first time I've actually let it.
you can see, this is a 1984 naturally aspirated Porsche 944. Got this car a year and a half, 2 years ago, I believe. It was not running. I got it running. It was my daily driver for a while, and then the engine gave up on me. So if we come and look up here, empty. The original 2.5 liter 8 valve is gone. I don't exactly know what happened to the engine because I kind of just pulled it out and sold it without really checking. My guess is it lost a piston ring because it was essentially running on 3 cylinders, but I was able to make the 45-minute drive from to campus on 3 cylinders before the engine came out. This car's pretty clean. The odometer reads 26155, which as far as I'm concerned is the true mileage. I haven't read it.
You gonna delete some stuff? Good.
The original car passed away in around 2019. It was sold, and then it lived on track for a while, stopped running, and it sat in the bar, which is where I now because it sat for several years not running, it got very dirty. There's rat's nests, cracked and dried seals. The paint got partially baked. A few paint spots on here, on the roof, are pretty rough. The paint is very good condition. I have a friend with a similar year 944 dark red 83 with over
welcome back.
Orange. Here to mine. So as far as I'm aware, it's zero mileage. That doesn't really matter because I'm replacing everything in this car anyway. So most of the rear I've taken out. I forgot the keys at home, so I can't open the glass. Most of the rears we've got it already. And then my door panel's on, the mountain's off. This is my custom swap radiator from Texas Performance Concepts. Nice dual pass radiator for that LS1. Seats are in good condition. I got sport seats, which is fun. So I'm gonna get these reupholstered because I want to keep the original seats.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Supplicate with counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction who have started treatment with a dose of opioids.
I like stickers too, so stickers. But yeah, she's all empty, battery box and cleared out. That's where one of the rat's nest was right on the battery. So obviously this is going to get degreased and scrubbed before the motor goes in. I've got a lot more written up. So not only will this car be going to an LS, I also plan to eventually doing the Bob Audi 6-speed transmission conversion because this NA 5-speed will not be able to handle the torque of the LS104, unfortunately. That won't happen for a while. I'm going to save up and do that. I'll probably just baby it until I inevitably nuke the transmission because I do not have any mechanical sympathy. But along with the LS conversion, I will be doing, or at least attempting, an EV brake booster conversion. So if you're not familiar with the LS swaps in these cars, your driver's side valve cover gets really close to that and your brake booster doesn't work. I didn't want to do manual brakes and I didn't want to do hydro boost because hydro boost sucks and manual brakes suck too. And then one of the things that I specialize in, I guess not really specialize in, that I'm learning about in my degree is hybrid and EV vehicles. So I'm a little familiar with the EV brake boosters. So my plan for this car is to do a Bosch Gen 1 iBooster swap, which has been done in other cars, but not a 944 as far as I'm concerned. Both patterns are the same or very similar, and it's a pretty small unit, so I'm hoping it fits in there, and that'll be a good solution for me, and then maybe provide a solution for other swap 944 owners, because a lot of people don't like hydro boost, so maybe it'll work out. Other than that, I am really itching with the idea of lifting this car and doing a safari build, because I've driven really just one Storado, being Ron's, a lot. And the idea of an off-road sports car, I just love it. I love the Dakar, I love Safari 911s. And, I mean, even without the weight on the front, look how cool that looks. It's all the way up in the air. So, an LS1 off-road 944 might be kind of cool. So we'll see where that goes. But obviously, let's get the motor in there and running for now. All right, so where's the car? All right, well here we got the engine room, the performance, whatever you want to call it, room on campus. Engines on stands everywhere, a few projects in here. Got the Chevelle, also getting an LS. This will be a fun car when it's done. And then come over here, we got one of my professors, 72 C10. Guess what? Also getting an LS, but a turbocharged LS. Pretty neat. This is a mock-up turbo, so it's the turbo this car is going to be running is a lot bigger than that. So this thing should be well into the 600 horsepower range. Off with one hand, I've already ripped it, so I don't care about that. There we go. In all its glory. The new heart for the 944. So this started life as, what's called, an LM7, if I get that right, 5.3 liter, from a 2002 Chevy Silverado 2500 HD. And this is what it looks like now. Now, I get asked a lot, why did I buy a truck motor and not aluminum unless it's cheaper, okay? I'm a broke college student. This is the cheapest option. I got motor and heads for $300. It was good enough for me. It worked out just fine. Now, as you can see, these are an 862 cast head. Those are not the original heads from this motor. The motor had 862s, but they were cracked. So that was a set. My machinist really hooked me up. He actually gave me these heads for free. I just had to pay for the machine work that I was going to do anyway with mine. So he hooked me up on those. I like the 862s. They're a very small combustion chamber, and I wanted really high compression on the motor. But the only things that are left changed to something else. Aluminum I will from, I think it's Scenic Racing, if I remember properly. We got custom oil pan down there. Pistons are Summit Racing LS1 domed pistons, and then the rods are a lengthened 5.3 rod. So this thing, I'm hoping, is going to rev fast, rev high, just be really snappy. I'm not super concerned about the actual torque and horsepower numbers. I just want it to be a snappy, fast revving motor. So let's hope for 400, 500 horsepower, but honestly, anything this thing makes will be double the 944's original, and essentially the same weight. If you'll notice, I have no accessories. I'm not running power steering, and I'm not running air conditioning. This is also a 15% underdrive pulley. So I'm just trying to keep this as raw, straight motor as possible. So, I may wonder, why no power steering? Well, two reasons for that. I hate power steering fluid. Well, I hate any kind of fluid that can leak, so I'm trying to reduce that. And I'm also trying to reduce the amount of draw on the motor so I can get away with an underdrive pulley, and it can make this a super snappy, high-revving motor. So for now, the 944 is going to be manual steering. It was already manual steering when I got it. Somebody just plugged the lines off. And then I'm going to buy a race power steering rack for it. And then down the line, I'm going to do an electric power steering conversion as well. So I can still have, you know, a power assist without the fluid and draw on the motor. But there's the old rack right there. That's probably going to go in the trash because it's going to be fried. Old fans, old sway bar. Here's my mess. I'm probably going to clean up this eventually. But we got a Pandas performance wiring harness, what brand is this? Center Force clutch, which I've heard some iffy reviews on Center Force, so I hope I didn't make a mistake. And then you see we got the 24772 ECU from Camaro. I think it's from Camaro, might be from a Tahoe or something, but that's the ECU for the car. And then as for air conditioning, also want to do an electric air AC setup eventually. Again, reduce the load on here, reduce weight, get rid of the condenser. For now, this car is just going to be light, snappy, and powerful. Well, there you have it. There's the build breakdown as it is right now and my future plans. If you want to follow this build, you're going to see it both getting built, the design process, this custom stuff that I'm doing,
live channel. If you've never been here before, welcome. Been here before, welcome back. Today I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to be telling you a story about a 1987 Porsche 944, kind of the car of my dreams when I was in high school. I bought it, and now it has an LS1, new paint job, front end, new tires, wheels, suspension, brakes. About 5 or 6 years ago, I was in Portland and I found a Porsche 944. It's a 1987, and I loved that car when I was in high school. So sexy. It's just a really cool car. Porsche got a lot of crap for that car because it was one of the first, I think the 924 and then the 944 were the two first cars that they built with the front engine. I really don't care about any of that. I just thought it was sexy. The cool thing about that car.
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro? This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner.
Sexy. The cool thing about that car is that they were able to put the transmission in the back, so they were able to balance this car at an equal 50-50 ratio. So the front weighed exactly as much as the back. They handle really, really well because of that 50-50 split. So I bought one of these things, drove it around for about 6 months, and I realized how gutless these things are. I had bought the naturally aspirated 4-cylinder versus the turbo 4-cylinder, and the turbo 4-cylinder put out about 260 horsepower. The 4-cylinder naturally aspirated version that I got put out about 130 horsepower. It was just gutless. I mean, the thing didn't have a lot of power. It was fun to drive. I did like it. It handled really well, but I decided I was going to stop. And I started looking online to figure out what things are worth, and I found a guy that had done a conversion on his to put the LS1 out of a Corvette in his car. A couple videos on YouTube, and I'm like, oh man, this is cool. There's a company in Las Vegas called Renegade Hybrids, and they sell a kit. So you get a bell housing, you get headers, you get radiator, all the engine mounts, everything you need to get an LS1 to stick inside of a Porsche 944. I could have 350 horsepower hitting the back wheels of this thing, and it got kind of exciting for me. So I went ahead and did a bunch of research, and I decided to pull the trigger on this project. I'm going to do this thing. So naturally, the first thing I found were some cool wheels. I thought they were cool. Maybe they're not to you, so when you see the photos, don't judge me. So I bought some, they're called Turbo Twist Porsche wheels. And so I got those, put those on there. I'm like, okay, first step, looking pretty good. Now Camaro, instead of buying a brand new one for like $12,000, I found an old Camaro. It was like a 2002 in California, and the guy was selling it for like $2,500. So I went and I bought the car. I thought, oh, I'm just gonna pull the engine out of that, put it in my Porsche, and we'll call it good. So I went down there, picked it up, drove it home. The guy was a total liar, and he lied to me about everything about this car, and it broke halfway home. Then it finally exploded and just did not run anymore. Not a healthy, but a healthy. So came here last night. Here's the 50-50. Jamming my second tow truck. Camaro. Never got your name. Lance. Say goodbye to the camera. Thanks, Lance. Took the engine apart. There was nothing too bad about it. I think the head gaskets were blown, and that was the main reason it wouldn't run. So we pulled the whole thing apart, rebuilt it. As we were taking the car apart, you have to kind of pull the whole bottom of the car out so the transmission, the engine, everything drops out underneath. And we got this torque tube in the middle that connects the two. We decided to rebuild the torque tube and put new bearings in there. We actually got rid of the original transmission. We bought one from a turbo, so it would be able to handle the horsepower. Had that rebuilt. When I put the 8-cylinder, and it was only 30 pounds heavier than the stock 944 4-cylinder engine. Wet. Let's stuff this newly rebuilt LS1 into this thing, and then as we're putting that in, we decided, well, we need to put brakes on it so it'll stop better. So we did that. We need better suspension so it will handle better the extra weight. I pretty much rebuilt the whole car. So instead of a 1987, now it's a 2017 brand new Porsche 911. But the body had a couple, you know, paint was faded a little bit.
So if you are losing your hair in a significant way, get that tight fade, a buzz cut, or just let it go. Start owning your new mature look with confidence. I did it, and so can you. Now, with a lot of the grooming mistakes we're talking about that OGs make that make it look old before their time, they're probably not always that obvious. Yeah. And that includes our next one. Are you making the mistake of having dry or cracked lips? If you do have dry and cracked lips, it may seem like a small thing, but trust me, you're sending a wrong big message. Even if you have everything else all together, a fresh outfit, a great cut, if your lips look like they've been through a sandstorm, your whole vibe is off. Dry and cracked lips make you seem careless, older, and let's face it, less attractive. The solution keeps a quality lip balm on deck. You see, smooth lips show you pay attention to detail. And grown men know details matter. Handle your business from head to toe. And don't let dry or cracked lips ruin your whole grooming presentation. Now, next up on the list of the 11 grooming mistakes that make older guys look old, we're headed back to the hair department. And a quintessential OG mistake. Please make sure you're not overusing hair dye. If you are overusing hair dye, it will age you faster than any amount of gray hairs will. Trust me. So don't get me wrong, I have no problem with you touching up the salt and pepper. But if the color is too dark, black, or you're constantly chasing every couple of weeks the jet black look, you're making a huge mistake. Because when you do that, the hair dye starts to look unnatural. It draws negative attention instead of positive. And that's when you go from season to strain. Your goal is to enhance your age, not try to erase it. What you want to do is go for subtle tones, maybe leave in a little gray, and let it blend in, not overwhelm. That's how you age with style and grace, not desperation. Now next up, we have another grooming mistake that I will give you a little leeway on, because it's easy to overlook. If you don't pay attention to this area, it will age you. Make sure you're not ignoring shoulder and back hair. And this especially becomes a problem the older we get. It seems to me that the older us fellas get, more hair pops up in areas we don't want it, including your back and your shoulder. It's normal to develop more hair as we get older. The problem is letting it run wild. A lot of times we'll keep what we do clean, especially in the front. But when you take off that shirt and you got back and shoulder hair, your whole game is thrown off. Back and shoulder hair can make you look older, less polished, and unhygienic. So whether you use a groomer, a trimmer, or get professional help, handle that business. You see, because a grown, mature man handles all angles, front, back, side to side. Now, next up, we're going to get into a grooming mistake that's a combination of poor health and aesthetic. You want to make sure you're not making the mistake of having bad oral hygiene. We know since we were kids, we were taught to take care of our oral hygiene. But if you don't do that, you become an OG, it has even more profound effects. That's because as we get older, it's natural that our teeth are going to get some discoloration. You may get some bad breath. As you use those choppers over the years, it's natural you may wear them down. Jello teeth, bad breath, or receding gums can throw off your whole vibe. A well-dressed man with a rough-looking smile, that sends mixed messages. You don't want that, playboy. So get back to oral hygiene 101. Make sure you're brushing twice daily. Flossing at least once daily. Make sure you're hitting the dentist on schedule. If you need it, do some whitening treatment. Make sure you're staying fresh from head to toe. Now we're going to get into a quintessential old man grooming mistake. One I noticed from my grandfather and uncle back in the day. A timeless grooming mistake OGs make? Overusing cologne. I get it. Put on cologne, smell good, turn heads, and leave a lasting impression. Good reasons to wear that cologne. However, too much of a good thing can easily go from smooth to suffocating. Drowning yourself in fragrance does not say stylish. It's
This is the Premium Garmin Duffel 45 liter by Half Day. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long weekends, weddings, and business trips. The hanging compartment comfortably fits up to size 40.
Yourself in fragrance does not say style. It says, I'm trying to. A well-groomed, mature man knows that cologne should invite people in, not put them away. No matter what your favorite fragrance, usually 2 to 4 sprays, especially in your pulse point, that's going to be good enough. Subtlety is the key when it comes to your cologne. A great scent should whisper success, not scream for attention. Now, next up, we have a grooming mistake. Us guys tend to make way more than our female counterparts. It becomes more of an issue and more noticeable the older you get. Make sure you're not ignoring grooming your hands and your nails. Not grooming your hands and nails is a low-key faux pas that can have a big impact on how people see. You see, because your hands tell a story. Whether shaking hands, out on a date, or reaching for a drink, trust me, people notice the details. So keep your nails clean and trimmed, your hands moisturized, and your cuticles in check. It's not about being small, it's about being complete. Because real style is about the details. And groomed nails and hands, these speak volumes. Now, next up on the list of the 11 groom mistakes that can make older guys look old, I have a sneaky one. And one that gets worse the older we get, ladies. Make sure you're not ignoring ear and nose hair. Now, just like I mentioned earlier with the shoulder and back hair, it seems the older we get, the more hair we start to develop on our ears and in our nose. And because we see ourselves every day, believe it or not, it makes it easier to miss. But trust me, if you have hair on your ears or coming out of your nostrils, nobody else is missing. It's one of those little things that scream, I've stopped caring about how I look. You don't want that to be you. Keep an ear and nose trimmer in your kit and handle your business accordingly. Because being well-groomed isn't just about vanity. It's about having standards as well. So when it comes to your ears and nostril hair, keep it clean, keep it tight, keep it right. Okay, so there you have it. 11 of the worst grooming mistakes that can be older guys old. Now do me a favor, let me know in the comment section any grooming mistakes you believe I left out of today's video that can prematurely age us OG. And if you enjoyed this video and found it informative, I highly recommend you check out a recent video I did about all the reasons older guys dress up. Now, a lot of older guys think they shouldn't care as much about dressing up, but I'm here to tell you it's the exact opposite. It's actually a time to start leveling up even more. Too many guys think style is just for the young, but when an older guy dresses up, he commands respect, stands out, and shows he's still in the game. That's why in today's video, I'm going to break down to you 11 reasons why older guys should dress up. Now, if you're new here, Jeff is Style OG. On this channel, we discuss hairstyles, lifestyle topics such as style. Hey, if any or all those topics interest you, I invite you to subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join us. And to my returning friends, like Ray Thomas 40. Sick way!
Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating.
Wow. Our cats just love great customer service.
Subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join us. To my returning friends, like Ray Thomas 4115, salute. Now, first up on the list of the 11 reasons older guys should dress up is separate you from the average guy. Now, for a lot of us, as we age, we tend to get too comfortable, stop caring about our appearance, and start blending into the background. But the guy who's still growing, they use style as a tool to stand out from the crowd. Dressing well as an older guy automatically separates you from the average guy, who's still dressing like he's in college, dresses super casual, or has an outdated wardrobe. But not you. A sharp outfit shows you're still confident, still in control, and still at the top of your game. Women notice it, people respect it, and you feel it. You're getting better with age, and your personal style should reflect it. So as we get older, forget about dressing super casual. Dress up, separate you from the average guy. Now let's get into something that's a super fact. You want to dress well because first impressions still matter, no matter what age you may be. You see, the average guy, he thinks he's past the point for trying to impress anyone. For the evolved gentleman, he knows that every room he walks into is an opportunity to make a statement. Whether it's a business meeting, social events, or just running errands, how you present yourself sets the tone for how people treat you. A well-dressed man commands respect, looks sharp, and makes an impact without even saying a word. There's a way to control your personal branding and how you present yourself without trying too hard. Because when you dress like you matter, the world responds accordingly. Now, next up on the list of 11 reasons older men should dress up, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Dressing up is actually easier and less complicated. You see, one of the biggest misconceptions about dressing well is that it's difficult. Think about it. Even when you throw on something casual, you might wonder, does this go with that? But with your suit pants and suit jacket, you know it matches. It's just the fact that a lot of people don't realize well-fitting, tailored, classic clothes, getting dressed simple and effortless. No stress, no second guessing, just clean, confident style. It's so easy to throw on a navy blazer and some great trousers. Classic white dress shirt or a timeless tie, very easy to throw on and match well. A lot of guys don't realize when you master dressing well, looking good just becomes second nature. And you also don't have to update your wardrobe as often. Classic styles stay in style for decades. So one of the best kept secrets about dressing up and why older guys should do it is simpler and less complicated. Now, next up is a hugely important reason why I believe OGs dress up. It's a sign of self-respect. Now, it's often said that dressing well is a sign of respect for the people you're around. But I believe this turns inward as well, and it's a sign of self-respect. A lot of average older guys stop dressing up because they don't realize its power. But the evolving older guy, he realizes that dressing well is a reflection of how much he matters to himself. When you take the time to present yourself with style and confidence, you're telling the world and yourself you matter. Dressing well isn't just about looking, it's also about carrying yourself with dignity, pride. Lets them know how you want to be seen, how you see yourself. If you seem not to respect yourself, why anyone else? So yes, when you throw on those dressy clothing, you're giving a reflection of your own self-respect. Now, next up on the list of 11 reasons I believe you should keep dressing up as you get older, it helps elevate your social presence. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you stop growing and climbing. So that's why you want to utilize the fact that dressing well can elevate your social presence. The guy who doesn't dress well, he blends into the background, ignored and look. But the refined, sophisticated older man, he understands that style is a tool. It allows you to command attention and respect without saying a word. Whether you're at a business meeting, out on a date, or just out and about, dressing well makes other people take note. It tells the world that you're confident, put together, and worth engaging with. You'll notice when you dress well, people listen to you more, doors open, and opportunities start coming your way. So as we get older, we're still growing, we're still climbing. So you want to utilize dressing up to elevate your social presence. Now we're going to get into one of my favorite aspects of dressing well as you get older. It actually helps highlight your best features. To me, this is one of the biggest advantages of dressing up. You see, when you throw on that tailored fit or suit jacket, it helps broaden your shoulders, narrow your waist, not to mention a well-tailored pair of trousers and suit pants elongate your legs, giving you the appearance of looking taller. And here's one of the best keys about getting older and dressing up. It actually highlights your physical strengths, but also camouflages some of your weaknesses. Now, a lot of us, most of us, as we get older, add a couple pounds. Well-tailored clothes, knit and tucked perfectly in the best places, accentuates your positive aspects of your physical features, and de-emphasizes the negative.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And this is Bert.
Today on TNT.
Well, Elon Musk, I hope he's got good knee pads, because he's going to have to get down to beg. President Trump wants Elon to grovel.
He said he's willing to forgive Elon. It's just not a priority.
They both know they're better together.
They both need each other.
You guys know the ballistics?
Of course.
Break up to make up.
Did anyone know he had that falsetto?
I wish I still didn't.
Aaron Rodgers is a married man. One of the reporters asked
A lot's been made about the ring on your left ring finger.
That's a wedding ring?
Well, we haven't with anybody.
Okay.
I think he's married.
I think he's not.
legally married. It's more like a promise ring.
God, I wish it was a mood ring. That would have been iconic.
No, that thing stays black if it's a mood ring.
Diddy's ex-girlfriend, who's going by the pseudonym Jane, has been testifying, and she just revealed they had a cute little nickname for her, Diddy, and the entertainer they used, and that was the trifecta. That referred to Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and Shaquille O'Neal. So Jane was obviously Kobe.
Obviously.
Obviously. Kim Kardashian has come out and is calling the ICE raids here in LA inhumane. They are enforcing federal law, period.
Like, they can come and rip Charlie out and send him away right now. Should they do that?
Is that true? Could you be taken away by ICE
Absolutely
right now?
he could. He's not a citizen.
Did you forget to fill anything out on your forms?
You know me.
And now it's Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and we are never, ever, ever getting back together. Okay, maybe later. I got things to do first.
I was disappointed. In him, but you know, it is what it is.
That's the Donald discussing his fallout with former BFF Elon Musk. You know, the one where Elon posted that Trump was in the Epstein files and his big beautiful bill was trash? Well, Elon just issued an apology and deleted a bunch of the tweets, and now Trump is saying...
And things like that happen. I don't blame him for anything.
He's even open to a reconciliation! After he figures out how to save this country from catastrophe, that is.
Did you forgive him? I guess I could, but you know, we have to straighten out the country.
He sounded like he's the ex who's like, yeah, I might take him back, but I don't know. I've got other things I gotta do right now.
Because they both know they're better together.
Ah, the Cheech and Chong effect. And it's not like there isn't precedent for this.
He's got a history of doing this. He made J.D. Vance do this. He made him grovel to get the DP ship.
It's not forgiveness, though. It's you show obedience, and he will overlook what has been said about him.
So, is the band getting back together? According to the New York Times, they actually spoke on Wednesday. And speaking of bands...
You guys know the Stylistics? Yes. Been in my head all morning.
Why? Break up to make up. That's all we do.
Did anyone know he had that falsetto?
I wish I still didn't.
Seriously, somewhere dogs are howling. So, keep groveling, Elon. It seems to be working.
Look, I have no hard feelings.
Former Bachelorette, Jen Tran, will be dancing on her own for a little bit. She has broken up with her Dancing with the Stars partner, Sasha Faber.
What?
But we're told that they're actually still friends and everything is on good terms.
Look at you fighting the smile right now.
He's hiding so much.
Lucas, do you think you got a shot?
Of course I have a shot. I'm a catch. Did you meet her when was she here?
No, remember our camera person showed her his picture and said he loves her.
His name is Lucas. You can DM, slide into her DMs.
I already did.
What was your opening line?
I hear you met my coworker. Sounds like I have to brush up on some Taylor Swift. So are we going to Indy, NOLA, or Miami? Because in the clip she said...
Oh, honestly, Lucas, that's very thoughtful because you did your research.
Did she even read it? No.
Better than for reading it and not responding.
Just send one back that says circling back.
Hey there. Welcome to Train Station 2. This is the perfect game for anyone looking to relax.
And now, it's NBA in the Diddy trial. Because Shaq, Michael Jordan, and Kobe Bryant were all in court on day 20. Okay, not physically, obviously, but they were name dropped. And why?
Diddy's ex-girlfriend, who's going by the pseudonym Jane, has been testifying for almost a week now, and she just revealed that they had a cute little nickname for her, Diddy, and one of the entertainers they use that they call Paul, and that was the trifecta.
Yes, during freak-offs, they compared their trifecta to these NBA superstars.
So Jane was obviously Kobe,
Obviously.
Diddy was Michael Jordan, and then the Paul guy was Shaq.
Shaq, this morning he must be a bit flattered. Like he made the dream team.
Probably not. Anyway, Jane also revealed that Diddy's other nickname for her was Crack Pipe.
He said her sex was so addictive. Crack Pocket's cute.
That name's have sure come a long way since Ladybug.
We're talking about the nicknames, but really, all of this kind of helps the defense, right?
No, she said that she had to like basically do this because it was such like an out of body like experience, and it's the only way that she could feel fine about herself.
There was nothing coercive in her testimony. She said that she...
5 reasons why you should buy a second-gen Sequoia in 2023.
Stop it. We're not saying that on camera.
Before we get started, some of you may have seen 5 reasons why you shouldn't buy a Sequoia in 2023 for overlanding. And yes, I made that video, and yes, I stand by all those points. But if you're still hell-bent on getting one of these, then this video is for you. Let's start with the number 1 reason, which is my favorite. That's the engine and drivetrain. This is the 5.7 liter V8, and sometimes V8 is best. Not only does a V8 allow you to keep things simple when you're off-road, it's just naturally aspirated. There's very few things that can break. This 5.7 liter is actually powered by a timing chain. Worry less about timing though.
different ways to enjoy them. The ranch.
Huh? That's good. You should clear up as much space as you can. Use it. It's free and it doesn't take up a whole bunch of your space, so you can download updates. Okay.
great outdoors without sacrificing comfort and style? Then you've come to the right place. In today's video, we've rounded up some amazing gear for camping, fishing, hunting, and other outdoor adventures. Ready to be impressed? Then let's get started. EO Camping lets you live deep in the wilderness with hotel-level comfort. This trailer boasts a powerful 154 kilowatt-hour battery pack, which can be quadrupled upon request. It generates energy from solar panels, producing around 64 kilowatt-hours per day. That means freedom from electricity bills and a new era of outdoor adventure. Run the air conditioner 24/7, and you'll still have power to spare. EO Canopy also has its own atmospheric water generator, extracting 68 litres of water per day, plus a shower and a recirculating bathtub. Up to 70% used water purified and reused. The trailer's interior space is about 15 square metres. The starting price is $150,000. The Opus tent is so revolutionary and smart that it inflates at the push of a button in just minutes. Depending on the model, it accommodates 4 or 6 people. In both cases, the tent's batteries are not just for inflation, but also for charging gadgets. The smaller tent comes with 2 3,000 mAh batteries, while the larger one includes 5. Both Opus models are divided into 3 sections: a bedroom, a living room, and outdoor areas. The attention to detail is impressive. Every section has built-in lighting, and the bedroom can be darkened without compromising ventilation. Prices start at $2,090 for the smaller version and $2,900 for the larger one. Style is, according to its creators, the coolest portable air conditioner out there. It looks like a backpack-sized box and weighs up to 6 kilograms, making it truly portable compared to its larger counterparts. Cooling Style can cool a 5 square meter area in just a few minutes. On top of that, it propels mosquitoes with ultrasonic waves, charges devices via 2 USB ports, and adds some ambience with LED.
If you've been waiting for Trump's return, you'll want to get your hands on this. We're running an important poll to see who is supporting
just devices via 2 USB ports, and adds some ambience with LED lighting. It has multiple power options, a household outlet, a car cigarette lighter, or its built-in 30 amp hour battery, which provides about 5 hours of use. You can get it for $250. The RQ Outdoor combines a carousel and a rocking chair. Now that's primitive furniture. But it's not just a camping chair, it's a high-tech one. Where else will you find a chair that both swivels 360 degrees and reclines 15 degrees? No need to worry about durability. At first glance, the RQ Outdoor may seem fragile. It weighs less than 2 kilograms, but thanks to its aerospace aluminium frame, it supports up to 113 kilograms. That makes it 40% stronger than similar chairs. Plus, the designers guarantee it won't fail when they're in the tropics or an icy wasteland. A bold claim. You can put it to the test for $200. Pro is another hybrid. It's both a backpack and a wardrobe. Sounds odd, but it makes perfect sense. Why let your backpack sit idle when not in use? Even in everyday mode, Flexi Pro transforms, offering three capacities, 17, 35 and 42 litres. Despite its versatility, it weighs no more than many standard backpacks, just 1.2 kilograms. And to ensure longevity, its frame is made of fiberglass. This impressively adaptive backpack costs $170. Speaking of hybrids, the creators of this marvel definitely deserve some praise. Meet B-Triton, an amphibious electric bike camper. It's a machine that creates smiles and lifelong memories, claims its developers. Designed for two people, it invites you to embark on an unforgettable journey. Who would you take along? Keep in mind, B-Triton isn't about speed. It reaches 24 kilometers per hour on land and 8 kilometers per hour on water. But that just means more time to enjoy the sea. And if both the bike and boat motors run out of juice, you've got pedals and oars to save the day. Maybe they should have added a seal too, though that would probably push the price beyond its current $11,000. Bicycles have truly evolved. Take Circle, for example. It turns into a mini camper, complete with fold-out beds, kitchen, workspace and tent. Yet, it remains compact enough to fit on buses and trains, and its durability is impressive. The prototype of Circle has already covered over 1,000 kilometers. Is designed to accommodate a variety of panniers, adding even more comfort to the ride. The price and production timeline remain a mystery for now. Would you buy this extraordinary bike? Camping coolers are often bulky and awkward, making them difficult to load into a car or carry to its set. Enough of that. Meet the Hopper M20, a soft cooler backpack that can hold 36 pounds or 10 kilograms of ice. It leaves your hands free and uses magnetic closures to keep contents cold and fresh for longer. Made from rugged, dry-hide fabric, it's resistant to easily raised punctures. Whether you're scaling mountains or trekking through the wilderness, this backpack cooler can take it. And thanks to radio frequency welded seams, it's completely leak-proof. The price is pretty hefty at $325. Outdoor gear developers never stop innovating for comfort. Take Hyrum UT, for example. You would have thought to combine a cooling fan and an ultrasonic mosquito repeller into one gadget. Automotive runs for up to 10 hours on a single charge, transforming scorching 38 degrees Celsius air into a pleasant 18 degrees Celsius breeze. If that's not enough, switch to maximum speed, 11 meters per second. Designed to appeal to everyone, from athletes to camping enthusiasts, the Movo costs just $39. Would you give it a try? Anglers, take note. Let's talk about catch and release. As you can guess from the name, it's a kind of fishing where you don't get to catch the fish. Taking photos and weighing the catch are key parts of the experience. This special mat was created to ensure accurate weight measurements. It features built-in digital scales with a range of 100 grams to 12 kilograms. The mat is mounted on a frame designed for both fish and fishermen's convenience, making weighing and photography quick and easy. For portability, both the mat and frame can be packed into a dedicated carrying bag. The whole set weighs 4 kilograms and costs $231.
portable pressure camp shower ensures you stay clean even in the wild. Just fill the tank, pump it up and enjoy a steady stream of water. The 11-litre tank gives you about 7 minutes of water flow. Plus it's lightweight, only 700 grams, and folds down compactly to fit in a backpack. It's perfect for camping, hiking and beach trips. No more feeling grimy or smelling unpleasant. Stay fresh wherever you go. The shower costs $90 and comes with a 2.1 meter hose and a spray nozzle. The Winnerwell Iron Stove is built to last. It's patented and released in a limited edition design with a 19th century touch, justifying its $385 price tag. So, what do you get for that money? A compact but kerosene stove. The fuel tank is cast iron, while the burner is made of steel. You can fuel it with either kerosene or paraffin oil. A full 600 milliliter tank provides about 5 hours of operation. It weighs 2.4 kilograms and isn't just for campers. It's also aimed at fishers, hunters and even bushcraft enthusiasts. A family picnic, a walk in the woods with friends, a romantic getaway. The news in the wild Jeep adds excitement to any kind of adventure. This portable Bluetooth speaker combines a military-style design with crystal clear sound. It doesn't just play your favourite tracks from your smartphone, it also has a built-in radio, and a full charge provides 10 hours of music.
Hey, your mom's on the live. Your mom's on the live.
It is a bit hefty at 830 grams,
huh?
But it makes up for it with
yeah, she's on the live. Will we switch it? Will we switch it?
Yeah.
Train station 3 aims to deliver the most realistic and immersive training.
All right, back behind the dad or in the car seat or in the.
Precise sounds tune. Engineer personally ensured it's audio quality. The Swagman roll is a poncho or as an emergency jacket, sleeping bag or sleeping bag liner, blankets, hammock liner, etc. With just one Swagman roll, you can replace all these items, making the backpack lighter without sacrificing comfort. A great deal. Plus, its uses are only limited by your imagination. No wonder it passed testing and earned recommendations from the National Tactical Officers Association in the US. The Swagman roll weighs 786 grams and sells for $140. One Wind is just as versatile. It serves as a shower stall, a changing room, or an outdoor toilet. And if you combine two of them, you can create a makeshift tent. Each One Wind's compact roll measuring 30 by 8 centimeters and weighs over 450 grams. It's easy to carry to a campsite, beach, or a picnic, and can be stowed in a bag or a tank. You can purchase it for only $50. Canvas Camp presents its latest tent, the Orange, a two-person model with a retro design, perfect for both short getaways and extended camping trips. It lacks fancy features like built-in batteries or lighting, allowing you to focus on what truly matters, connecting with nature and enjoying time with friends. With With 2 entrances, ventilation is excellent, and insect-proof mesh keeps bugs out. The Oryx strikes a great balance between style and practicality, selling for $300. A washing machine that weighs just 142 grams and costs $31 sounds like a game changer. There is a catch though. You'll need to use a bit of elbow grease. Technically, it's a waterproof bag with textured scrubbing bubbles, acting as both a drum and a washboard. It doesn't hold much, but it's perfect for a couple of t-shirts, underwear, and about 5 litres of water. If you're in a rush, a quick wash takes just 30 seconds. This clever invention, called Scrubber Untouched, saves about 1,000 litres of water and 21 kilowatt hours of electricity per year, compared to a traditional washing machine. Now that's an eco-friendly purchase. The Habitio Team's stove is designed for both camping and backyard use. It folds up compactly and weighs just 2.3 kilograms, making it easy to carry with one hand. To that end, the design has included not just a handle, but also a carrying case. Once set up, the stove fires up with 2 burners and accommodates 2 pots with a diameter of up to 20 centimeters. The pot stays securely in place thanks to the non-slip grate. The stove runs on propane canisters and features a piezoelectric ignition system. All of this is housed in a stainless steel body. If you want to purchase this stove, it will set you back $30. The Wind Hike Camping Sleeping Pad stands out for its impressive R value of 5.8, meaning it's suitable for year-round use. It ensures a good night's sleep even at temperatures as low as minus 20 degrees Celsius. The 9cm thickness adds to the comfort, allowing for relaxed rest even on rocky terrain. Weighing just 590 grams and coming with a compact carrying case, it won't take up much space in your backpack or car trunk. A solid set of advantages for $150. When out on hikes, bike rides or any other outdoor adventures, staying hydrated is essential. But excitement can sometimes push thirst to the back of your mind. To ensure outdoor enthusiasts drink enough water at the right time, the team at Fluid Logic develops the GPR50 Smart Hydration System. It monitors both the user and their environment, then determines when and how much water to dispense. When it's time to drink, the system vibrates and releases a portion of water at the press of a button. Its design also makes it comfortable to wear, even with motorcycle gear. This system costs $479. The world of hydration systems also includes platypus models. They may look simpler than the GPR50, but they still offer some impressive features. First, they come with specialized valves that allow easy tube attachment, ensuring a strong flow while preventing leaks. Second, the large, secure slide lock closures make them easy to seal and hard to lose. Third, the handy pincher grip handle makes them easy to carry and hang up. Finally, an automatic. Since the pole is modular, tools can be shared among the group, making campsite setup much faster. Plus, by adding or removing to use as you can customize both the length and width. The price of holds $59. To assist both in the city and the great outdoors. It offers a massive 7,680 watt-hour capacity. That's enough to run a full-size home refrigerator at a campsite for 16 hours, or at 39 kilometers of range to an electric vehicle. Aggressive too, 3 kilowatts of power. Plus, it doubles as an uninterruptible power supply, reacting to outages in just 10 milliseconds. Settings are adjusted for both 10 volts and starts at 1,600. 1,613 dollars. Love coffee and tea but hate the hassle of brewing them? Meet the Mini Press. This compact gadget lets you make your favorite drinks with minimal effort, whether hot or cold. Just add ground coffee or tea leaves, place it in a cup of water for about 6 minutes, then press the plunger a couple times. Enjoy a delicious drink while saving money.
Hi, Brad Cash, what up?
Coffee made this way is 4 times cheaper than capsules, and sometimes cheaper than a cup you can get at a coffee shop. The Mini Press costs just $66. The Quench C3.0 desalinator is powered by pure muscle. No batteries, no chargers, nothing but hand power. That makes it a great option for sailors and emergency responders, but it's also a useful addition to any campus backpack or car trunk. This device removes microplastics, bacteria, and other contaminants. With steady pumping, you can produce up to 8 litres of drinkable water per hour, meeting WHO standards. Kickstarter backer snags the Quench C3.0 for $250. Sounds like a great investment, because a clean water supply is all to be here. Bundle is the world's first smart heated sleeping bag. Sounds cool already, but there's more. You can adjust the temperature via Bluetooth through the app, whether you're sitting by the campfire or walking within a 46 meter range. By the time you crawl in, it's already warm. The sleeping bag maintains the set temperature all night, and uses an advanced carbon heating material, thin as paper and more energy efficient than competitors. Bundle weighs just 1.2 kilograms. Its 30,000 mAh battery provides heat for up to 4 nights and works in temperatures as low as -23 degrees Celsius. Impressive. It's priced at $300. Intex Canopy Island is your personal floating mini island. A cross between a lounge raft, canopy and a sofa, it even has two built-in cup holders for extra comfort. Designed for company, it can support up to 200 kilograms and measures a spacious 2 meters in diameter. Two separate air chambers provide extra safety, so if one gets punctured, you have time to reach the shore. Carrying this floating paradise requires a bit of muscle as it weighs 10 kilograms. The Intex Canopy Island is available for $128. Next on our list is a multifunctional axe from O'Neill. It doubles as a hammer and can be disassembled into several handy tools, including a knife, a glass breaker, and, everyone's favourite, a bottle. Kids, flashlights and other useful gadgets. The axe is 56 centimeters long, but section the head is made of steel, the handle is aluminium. Miniature and ultra light. Those are the best words to describe the Gigapump 4.0. It weighs just 100 grams and is smaller than some portable speakers, but don't let its size fool you. With a maximum pressure of 4.2 kilopascals, it can inflate mattresses, cool floats and more. It also doubles as a vacuum pump and a lamp. Even at its brightest setting of 400 lumens, it runs for about 2.5 hours on a full charge. Outdoor enthusiasts will love the Gigapump 4.0, and at just $30, it's well worth it. The Automotive UT offers a unique trick. It's transparent from the inside. This means you can observe the campsite or forest clearing without being seen. That kind of experience makes the $265 price tag feel justified. Otherwise, it's a standard tent, weighing around 14 kilograms. It's made from quiet materials that won't rustle loudly in the wind, and features a massive door that swings open 90 degrees. The Nomadic's Pro is ready for adventure. It holds up to 75 kilograms of gear, includes a 20,000 mAh battery, a 30-watt solar panel, and a small flashlight that lasts up to 10 days on its lowest setting. The built-in rear light automatically turns on when the vehicle starts moving. So smart. Its aerodynamic design minimizes wind noise even at high speeds. It's also tightly sealed. Its aerodynamic design minimizes wind noise even at high speeds. It's also tightly sealed. You don't have to worry about rain or car washes. With a flash, it's priced at $800. treated like VIPs. From towers of herbs to underground plantations and bunkers, this video will take you on a journey through twin technologies that will change the way you think about farming. What if your lunch salad grew right at the entrance to the supermarket, and strawberries for dessert right on the wall of your favourite cafe? With vertical field, that's not a futuristic dream, it's already happening. These smart urban farms turn any public space into a source of fresh food. Imagine compact vertical structures integrated into the urban environment, next to shopping centres, in plazas, even inside hotels. They work all year round, don't depend on the weather, and are fully automated. Why is this cool? Firstly, because it means fresh produce without logistic nightmares. Herbs, oils, space, but maximum benefits. Inside, sensors monitor every plant, and AI fine-tunes the growing conditions. You can grow everything in these farms, from arugula, rockets, tomatoes to strawberries, and all on one wall at the same time. Think of them as the friendliest neighbours in the city, always nearby and always ready to share some fresh yield. Forget stationary chicken coops. The future belongs to mobile poultry farms on wheels. The mobile chicken house offers a revolutionary solution. Portable coops that can be transported by tractor from one pasture to another. This is not just a chicken bus, but a fully automated house on wheels with solar panels, a self-cleaning system, and smart nests. While the chickens are enjoying fresh grass in a new field, the system takes care of their well-being. It refills the waterers, closes and opens the doors, and even carefully collects the eggs with the help of a conveyor belt. Regularly rotating pastures gives the birds a varied diet, and each time a new clean area. And this, of course, has a positive effect on the quality of the eggs. Our hens have become real travellers, the farmers joke. Off the coast of Italy, unusual farmers in wetsuits work at depths of 10 meters. Their workplace is transparent biospheres where they grow antioxidants than their land-grown counterparts. The transparent domes that reminds us of a science fiction movie provide the ideal conditions for farming. Seawater is turned into fresh water through natural evaporation. The temperature is kept at 25 degrees Celsius all year round, and there are no pests, which means no pesticides. On this kind of farm, the biggest threat isn't drought, it's probably overly curious octopuses. So far, there are only 5 underwater plantations of this kind in the world, but in the future, there may be many more. After all, 70% of our planet is ocean, which theoretically can turn into hundreds of new fertile fields. In the waters of New Zealand's Marlborough Sounds, a gastronomic revolution is happening. The company Aroma has proven that harvesting seafood can be both high-tech and gentle environment. You farm there. 30-meter-long floating masterpiece of engineering built specifically for the careful collection of mussels. Hours. This approach keeps them as fresh as if they had just come out of the water themselves. Local fishermen say these mussels reach the table so fast they don't even forget the taste of seawater. Environmentalists are happy too, as this farm is harvesting mussels very carefully without harming the marine ecosystem. Give us a like if you agree with them. The world's most advanced strawberry farm, the Oishi Vertical Farm, has sprouted up in an industrial area of New Jersey. It's 22 hectares of high-tech berry paradise, where instead of the sun, there are LED lights and no cloudy days. The pickers are the robots that
Stay down. I'll make sure your cute girlfriend's screaming tonight.
Quinn hurt on cloudy days. The pickers are the robots that never get there for a taste. Other employees who work here as pollinators My farm is so autonomous that even the water here runs a closed-loop system. The solar panels provide the energy in winter and summer. The berries don't even know what seasons are. It's farming of the future, where agronomists are replaced by IT solutions and artificial intelligence. Though, if you ask the bees, they probably still think they're on the place. Have you ever seen a plant carousel? If not, go to Canada. There, an unusual solution for urban farming is spinning into action. These rotating structures are up to 6 meters high and are perfect for lettuce and strawberries. They are moving plants with even watering, consuming as much energy as a single light bulb, only 40 watts per unit. All thanks to a unique hydraulic system that works on gravity and inertia. Only 0.5 litres of water are used to rotate the 1.7-ton structure. But the farm's biggest perk is its scalability. You can start a single 3-metre tower in your backyard and grow it into a full rooftop farm above a shopping mall. And all without pesticides and 10 times less space than the traditional planting beds. Turns out, carousels can be profitable even outside amusement parks. On the island of Lanzarote, where lava fields resemble a lunar landscape, you'll find one of the most extraordinary wineries in the world, Bodega La Feria. Here, grapevines grow in unique conditions. Each vine is surrounded by a semicircular stone wall for wind protection, while volcanic ash helps retain precious moisture in the soil. As a local saying goes, Lanzarote begins where the lava ends. And it's true. This incredible landscape of 5,255 hectares yields its first harvest as early as July, making it the first in the entire northern hemisphere. The special microclimate and mineral-rich soil gives wines from this region a unique flavour. Bodega La Feria proves that even land shaped by volcanic eruptions can become a successful farm and earn global recognition. This innovative gadget for beekeepers weighs only 10 kilograms and is revolutionizing the honey harvesting process. The hive controller automatically removes the honeycomb from the hive, gently shakes off the bees, and prepares the frames in just a minute. The device easily adapts to different hive sizes and can be controlled from a smartphone through the initial app. One battery charge is enough to process 50 hives. This is very convenient because the hive controller significantly reduces the physical burden on beekeepers and allows one person to work with a larger number of hives. Best of all, the bees barely notice anything. The process is so quick they don't even realize what just happened. In Australia's arid regions, where traditional farming once seemed impossible, Sundrop Farms has created a true agricultural oasis of the future. Their greenhouses operate like natural building blocks, transforming seawater and sunlight into energy and the perfect environment for growing premium tomatoes. Everything runs in a closed-loop system, and the tomatoes here have never tasted tap water. Solar concentrators desalinate seawater to provide clean, chemical-free irrigation, and the excess energy powers the heating and cooling of the greenhouses. The system's benefits are striking. It makes it possible to cultivate barren land while producing yields 15 times higher than conventional field production. At Sundrop Farms, they're not trying to conquer nature, they're learning from it, turning some of the harshest places on Earth to thriving oases. On Canada's west coast, fish farms got a major tech upgrade with the launch of the innovative sea pen aeration system. Picture this. Special platforms like mini stations continuously pumping oxygen into the water to create perfect conditions for salmon to thrive. Honestly, the fish on this farm are probably getting better treatment than guests at luxury spas. The system is incredibly easy to maintain, and its key advantage is versatility. The system is incredibly easy to maintain, and its key advantage is versatility. It can even work alongside plankton monitoring programs to help maintain a balanced ecosystem in the water. Now, farmers no longer have to worry about low oxygen levels and can focus on other aspects of raising top quality salmon. And the fish themselves are just living it up in their underwater resort in perfect conditions. Looking for something truly exotic? In the industrial zone of Chiang Mai, Thailand, there's a futuristic farm unlike any other. Here, crickets are raised in blue plastic containers to produce sustainable protein. French startup Sense developed a unique system that turns insects into nutrient-rich flour with a protein content comparable to premium beef. What's the advantage? The cricket farm uses 2,000 times less water than traditional livestock farming, and the processing technology preserves a record amount of vitamin B12 in the product. Sense is leading a revolution in human nutrition, offering protein bars, pasta and shakes made with cricket flour. Their products already have fans and customers in countries around the world. At Sense, every new batch of crickets is a new culinary experiment. Would you try a chocolate bar made from insects? Let us know in the comments. Farmbox builds high-tech farms in shipping containers. These farms can consistently produce crops, no matter the conditions outside. There are 3 versions. First, a hydroponics green farm where 4-kilogram lettuce and herbs are grown monthly. A mushroom farm where 18 varieties of mushrooms, including gourmet species, grow in a single container with a yield of 181 kilograms per week. And a fodder farm that yields 386 kilograms of fresh, nutritious barley per day for your livestock. A clever parameter from the age of being tied to the land is over. Now a farmer can pack up the entire operation and move it wherever they like. Did you know that at some poultry farms, chickens live like VIPs, with personalised climate control, automated nutrition and 24-hour health monitoring? And most importantly, no cages. Thanks to Hotrack Agri's farm, has become not only humane, but also technologically advanced. Smart sensors monitor everything, from the temperature of the coop to the appetite of each hen. Special scales work on the principle of voluntary check-in, since the chickens step onto their own, completely unaware they're part of a data collection system. The ventilation system maintains an ideal microclimate, like a personal meteorologist for the birds. Farmers have full control via smartphone. They can check egg production, feed consumption, or temperature in any corner of the coop. As its creators joke, our chickens leave more digital footprints than teenagers on social media. These vertical farms are like skyscrapers for plants, with each floor providing the perfect environment for different crops. In IGS's growth towers, each 6-meter tray is a smart ecosystem that self-regulates light, watering, and nutrition. The secret to its success lies in 3 key strengths. First, it's a personalized approach to each plant, from the light spectrum to the dosage of nutrients. Secondly, almost complete automation. Cameras monitor
Let's stretch our legs and go to the bathroom real quick.
What?
Let's stretch our legs and go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. You gonna take a walk?
Yeah, let's go to the bathroom.
You wanna go to the bathroom?
Come on.
Okay. Let me put on my shirt.
Yeah, we've been driving for a long time now. Come on, put your shoes on, put your shirt on. Come on. Let's go to the bathroom.
Okay. Dad,
What's up?
what's 1 plus 1? What's 2 plus 2? What's 4 plus 4? What's 4 plus 4? What's 8 plus 8? What's 16 plus 16? What's 32 plus 32? 64, 64. 128. And what was the first question I asked you? No, what was the first question I asked you in life?
There.
You get it?
Come on. Oh, we're good. Push it on. Come on. You were driving for 9 long.
change my pants. After I change my pants, I'm gonna take a walk. Can I have the rest? Thank you.
Whoa.
I got the chips soap. Like the veggie chips? I didn't get any on my shirt. Dad, we're still on live.
Yeah.
I'm Brad Cash. Dad, are you talking to my dad or me?
He's just saying who he is. He just said he's Brad Cash.
Our last names are Cash.
There you go. And it's probably not on there because that was happened a long time ago.
Dad.
Go on, take this stuff off. Let's go.
Guess what? I think he probably is. He's probably part of our family or something.
There's a lot of people with that last name, buddy.
What? And you choose the last name?
No, you don't choose your last name. You don't choose your family. Unless you get older and you get rid of the family again.
You get to choose your family when you get rid of your family? You basically get to get rid of your family? You basically get to leave your family.
I guess we'll leave these out for a little bit, let them dry. You gonna get any on your shirt?
What?
Here, give me that shirt.
You gonna take a walk after that? Because I'm ready.
You ain't going on a walk yet, we still got some time.
I thought you said we were gonna go to the bathroom and then take a walk.
We're gonna go to the bathroom and finish going where we're going. Where's your cat for that juice fall? How many times I tell you? I ain't pull off. That juice get knocked over. Why are you over there? This is where you had the juice out over here. Where's the cat for the juice? Get in that bed and look for it. I tell you to keep this on, right?
Yeah.
Every single time. Or are you gonna make a mess? Why don't you listen? Find it. Let's go. Come on. Get moving. All through there. Go where you were. Go where you were. Underneath. Underneath. Get underneath the net. Let's go. Come on. Find the cat. You moving everything. You ain't paying attention to what you're doing, as always. Find the cat, or I'm gonna pour it all out, and I won't give you no more juice unless it's time to eat. Because you're not gonna mess this. You're not gonna mess stuff up. Because you ain't paying attention. We drive too far, too long for you to be leaving caps off of juices.
I know I took it.
Yep, where'd you put it? Let's go, find it, or I'm gonna pour it out. Or you gotta drink it right now. Those are your only two choices. Let's go. Pull that blanket out. Shake the blanket out. Come on. You moving stuff, not putting stuff away. What are you doing? How you shaking the blanket all burned up like that? Get over there. Look. Don't know where it could be, huh? Nope. Because you don't put nothing away. I guess you ain't getting no juice. That's all there's to it. Do you drink it or I'm throwing it out?
Drink it.
Well, let's get down. Let's drink it. Seatbelt.
That felt good.
Good. Told you better start paying attention. Can't just be running around here all lackadaisical, not watching where you're going, not even paying attention when you're peeing. I might have to take your games away for a couple days so you can be present. Seems like you just be adrift. All right. 2 hours and 43 minutes. You got this.
Even parsley gets more care and attention here than royalty in a palace.
I even told you
Because
earlier to put
this
that cat back on that
60-hectare stretch of land lies a rather unusual
stop doing
farm, where the main residents move at a speed of just 5 centimeters per minute. Welcome to Snail's House, a farm
It's about
designed
wanting
to
to see
provide
that
perfect
change your
conditions
clothes.
for
We
raising
would have pulled
snails.
off, that juice would have been
Horses
everywhere,
live here
right?
like they're on vacation.
Then I had to rip this whole
The
place apart
spacious
trying to clean
grounds,
up juice so we
fresh
don't get
air, and
ants.
natural diet make their meat especially tender and flavorful.
And we
While
would
the
have had to do
snails
laundry.
leisurely
We just sprinkled
graze,
all over the bed
professional
and
pickers
pillows.
carefully collect the live harvest
attention,
and
man.
experts turn
Pay
it into
attention.
premium products for restaurants and stores around the world. The team behind
Today I'm going to show you how to do the Japanese natural musen. Let's get straight to it. Apple cider vinegar.
to premium products for restaurants and stores around the world. The team behind Snail's House has proven that even the slowest creatures can drive a business forward at surprising speed, as long as the conditions are right. In Germany's Autostadt Museum, between the Audi and Lamborghini pavilions, something truly magical. Here, a small 15-meter covered bridge transforms into a living, moving art installation called the Scent Tunnel. From spring to fall, 2,160 pots with cornflowers, violets, vanilla and lavender slowly swirl around visitors, creating one-of-a-kind sensory experience, both visual and aromatic. Here, you don't just inhale the scents of flowers and admire them, but you feel like you've stepped inside a giant painting. What gives the project even more charm is its unexpected location, a lush oasis tucked between sleek car showrooms. As visitors often say, after a sports car test drive, this is the perfect way to come down from the adrenaline. Would you take a stroll through a tunnel like this? A farm in the Netherlands is setting new standards in fish farming. The Kingfish Company raises yellowtail kingfish on land using 100% renewable energy and no antibiotics. An elaborate closed-loop system controls every stage of the fish's life, from egg to fillet. Smart heat exchangers maintain ideal water temperatures, and green technology ensures zero impact on fragile marine ecosystems. We don't just raise fish, we nurture them, say the creators of this amazing project. It takes just 48 hours for the fresh yellowtail kingfish to make it from the farm's clean water straight to European store shelves, proving that the future of fishing can be both high-tech and nature-friendly. Finnish startup iFarm has revolutionized agriculture. These fully automated units produce 35% more crops while consuming 30% less energy. The Smart GrowTune platform uses computer vision to analyze thousands of plant parameters, instantly adjusting lighting, watering, and nutrition. The iFarm arsenal includes 158 ready-made algorithms for growing various crops. One standout innovation is their strawberry solution, which combines drip irrigation with natural pollination by bumblebees. Already operating in Europe and the Middle East, iFarm clearly demonstrates that the future of agriculture lies in vertical, localized, and smart farming solutions. Have you ever seen a factory where the assembly line is full of beds with greens? The Belgian company Urban Crop Solutions has created this marvel of agricultural technology, fully automated factories where robots do all the work, from sowing to harvesting. Their flagship system is called Module X and is like a Lego set for farmers in the future. You start with a single 86 square meter module and then scale up to 5,000 square meters. Each module is a self-contained ecosystem with individual climate control and energy supply, where beds spin carousel platforms, saving up to 80% of labor time. A smart control system monitors hundreds of parameters in real time, from CO2 levels to watering frequency. Some say it's the only place where lettuce grows faster than supermarket prices. In a world where nature often throws curveballs at farmers, Dutch company Serton is designing greenhouse systems that turn even the harshest climates into perfect growing conditions. Their flagship system, called Gronos, is a technological marvel where compact tomato plants ripen in just 15 weeks without a single drop of pesticide, ensuring an uninterrupted harvest all year round. The secret lies in clever automation. There are robotic pickers integrated into the supply chain, and a smart control system that fine-tunes every parameter, from temperature to irrigation. In Romania, where severe droughts can last for 4 months, Serton's greenhouses are achieving remarkable results. Their misting systems work with precision to create oases of green amidst parched lands. Growing anything anywhere is not just...
Hey, there's a sample and a little thing
Remember the old trail?
Oh!
What?
The old trail?
Where? Right there. Remember I used to drive for every global back in the day? No, you don't. You don't remember that. You don't remember that big sign?
I've only seen it in videos. I've never seen it. I have seen it in real life.
Yeah, they used to park it at home all the time. What do you mean?
I don't remember.
We are deep in the Sierra Nevada mountains in Northern California doing proper American snow wheeling. We're talking full drive swallowing snow, epic recoveries, ice cold bog rolls, maybe
I've seen these
There's a
before.
track Tacoma, we've got 40-inch tires,
Definitely
70
seen
tires, the most insane snow I've ever seen of camp. A wheel covered in it. We're about to beat the 30 out of it right now. This is America. It is insane.
These things make air.
No, the air moves those things to make electricity.
Welcome back to the USA.
The air pushes the
We're here
windmill
for
to make
another epic
electricity.
journey through the land of adventure. But this time, things are going to be different.
That's why there's a highway here?
Summer,
Huh?
the ice and
That's
snow
why there's a
of a
highway
true
here?
American winter.
That's why what? highway got to do with air? Nah, they put it where there's a lot of wind. A lot of wind comes through here. Because it's flat.
Elevation now. As you can see, all this white stuff beside me. Well, it's snow and a wall of it as well. Up ahead for me.
The highway was here before the wind. Something broke down.
Straight into the snow. That's when the adventure begins. That's a rock fall to the pavement, and it's just big snow from now on. That's what I mean about the end of the plough line. The plough stops, and there's just snow. Far out. I've done my fair share of wheeling over the years, but when it comes to snow driving, let's just say us Aussies aren't exactly experts. With that in mind, I've brought along a couple of local legends built for these exact type of trails. First up is Dimitri in a Toyota Tacoma, modified with, yep, actual tracks. I don't know words. Dimitri is well known for some very epic conversions down at Stella Built in Sacramento, and this weapon is unlike anything I've ever seen back home. The next rig is just as cool as well. It's a mid-Jeep Wrangler, wheeled by a good mate Aussie from Morflake. Aussie is an expat from home, who you might have spotted out at our last Rubicon adventure in a wild buggy build. For this trip, he swapped that out for his daily driver, sitting on a whopping set of 40-inch tyres. We start by airing down as we wait for the rest of the Aussie boys to arrive in Colonel Mustard, but what soon appears is not one 4B, but two. What on earth is that? What do you reckon, mate? What is going on? American colours. This is crazy, dude, and the biggest size of in a lineup. Biggest like we're on the snow line. Skirts in front of the dirty. Gonna be loose. Something like that. So you've got the Jeep, you've got the American highlights. We're ready to party. Oh, Scott, this is gonna be so epic, boys. Air those things down. Let's go. Let's do it. We're just a few miles away from the Rubicon trailhead, which right now is buried deep under snow and virtually impassable. We want to get as close to the Rubicon as possible. So our plan is to try and push out to the old trail start via the Wentworth Springs OHV
She said it's so
trail.
cute,
It's
that's why
journey
there's
to 6
a
miles, but
highway.
in these conditions,
Laugh
whether we
out
can make
loud.
it is anyone's guess. There we go.
You wanna talk to her?
The snow.
Yeah.
Yes, it's happening.
So you know where we are. Go back out the lab and go back in. We are. You can actually talk to us.
They can't talk. She can only write. Only we can talk to her.
Yeah, she can write and we can talk.
Yeah, but she's right there. She ain't going nowhere.
That's how we're talking.
You told her to leave the live and come back in. She didn't need to leave and come back. She's already there.
No, it's because when you write, it pauses, and when you pause, and when you talk when we talk where we are, she doesn't hear us.
There's a delay. There's a delay from live to live. You understand? It's like this. If I snap my fingers, and then you hear it later.
Yeah, but I heard.
There's a delay. Okay. That's what you meant? See, I'm here. See? I'm here. Look, it's a road.
There's a great game.
The start of the Wentworth Springs OHV Trail, boys. It's going to be
How do you know if she
John Sean, you might give it. That's a lot of her. That's it, mate. Wow. Yes.
And up. And watch.
He's down. He had a fair bit of foot through here. I wonder if the go is to not have that much hurt, but he had momentum and then he got stuck anyway.
First recovery of the trip. And backwards recovery is going to be the go here, so Jocko's heading in.
Well, this is a completely new experience for me. I don't know what to
they? You want ramen again?
Hot ramen?
Huh?
Hot ramen?
No.
Yes, ramen.
We're not gonna put none hot. We're not gonna put the hot packet in it. I didn't even realize that was a hot packet until you took a bite.
Yeah, I'm gonna have ramen again.
All right.
Because I taste the flavor. It was spicy but also good.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to keep eating.
Then we'll make some chicken sausage to cut up in it. That makes it easy. We'll both have ramen one time. Make sure your ramen is just the broth.
Did you read it?
No, I didn't. I just eat chicken ramen.
Yeah, you should have read. Was it hot or spicy?
I should have.
You should always read if it's hot or spicy.
Yeah. This is cool. This is so cool.
Because when Grandma gets ramen, she reads if it's hot or spicy.
Yeah. See?
But when she doesn't get ramen, she orders it from Chinese.
Now, Dimitri and his mate Ben love snowmobiling, and they're about to give us a masterclass in why tracks are just so effective out here. Oh, look at that. This is wild. Oh, yeah. Well, you can't even see the tracks. Oh, my goodness. Mate, you don't.
Alright, I'm going back.
Going back?
Yeah, I'm going back.
All right.
Bye, Mom.
And he can drive out of it. Yeah, he's just like, oh, I'll back out of this. Dimitri doesn't even opt for the line on the
Your mom's writing to you again.
They can drive through.
Did you finish those veggie noodles?
Yes, very good.
Yeah.
You gonna throw out the bag?
35. See, normally 35 to a big vehicle in our convoy. Get the smallest rig in our convoy. Yeah, mate, and I have Will
I'll finish.
so I know how capable it is, so I reckon he will nail it. Good luck.
Thanks, mate. I'm going to give it the everything hope to get through it. Yes, I really don't know about this. Some people are going fast, some people are going slow. I just go somewhere in the middle. Oh, okay.
Woo! Keep it. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Good.
Oh, it's soft here. Up on the high slope.
There you go. There you got it. You got it.
Slow down, slow down. I've watched this from the other guys. Slow down when you start getting stuck. It's the complete opposite, like complete different mind shift.
Right, Justin, we're ready for you, mate. And look, everyone had a bit of a discussion here, mate. Since you're on 40-inch tyres, so that's thinking for a second, you've got to take the right-hand line when you get to us. It's a big line. I mean, Dimitri's done it. I reckon he can do it. He does it, first year. Yeah.
Alright, I'll do it. Because as long as you tell the client that I drove her car very sensibly, okay?
Copy. Doggo just added a little kicker in as well. If you drive it, we will shout you over here. If you don't, we get your ears.
Alright, it's on. You guys nothing?
Yeah. We'll see all the fire. Wow. Whoa. Oh, he's feeding it. Oh, yes. Straight through. Jocko's in a beer. Oh, you gotta give him a beer. Yeah. Oh, Jocko, shout then. Shout. That was well
Is that
done.
what you wanted?
That was epic. That was really cool. Yeah, that was real cool. 40-inch tyres, eh? 40-inch tyres.
Who's buying me a beer?
Jocko.
Sean.
Sean
is, yeah.
No 24/7 convoy is completely out of camera car. And the camera boys have scored a cool rig for this trip thanks to our mates at Mule Expedition Outfitters in Oregon. And if the vehicle looks familiar, that's because it's the same rig that Tim wheeled all across the US last year. With 3 blokes on board and a lot of gear, the Tacoma is by far the heaviest vehicle in the convoy, and it's only running 35-inch tyres. It might sound big for Australian standards, but out here, very small. We're going to be steadily climbing as we push towards the Wentworth Springs turnoff, and the conditions are getting tipped to get harder the further on we get. Getting in is
one thing, but if more snow falls while on the trails, getting out can be another. So we're going to have to take things pretty carefully. For those with a keen eye, probably creepy, but I've upgraded to 37s on the Dirty 30. It's going to help a lot in this deep snow and give me a bit more clearance for the tough stuff we're planning on wheeling later in this trip. The snow gets deeper and deeper as we push forward, and it's not long until some of the convoy are really starting to struggle.
Oh, almost.
Should I do it Jesse Gleason spec?
Yeah, you can try.
Alright. Alright!
Hey, so you don't make it, I'm going to throw a snowball like that. That's it! Well done!
Hey there, welcome to Train Station 2. This is the perfect game for anyone looking to...
With the actual ground hidden a metre or two below the snow, sometimes you have no idea what you're driving on. You can see the snow has completely given away under the Dirty 30 as I cross this little creek, and now I'm tray deep in super soft snow.
I don't think you're driving out of that one, mate. Steer a bit of right hand down when you winch out. Didn't need much, did it?
Staying on the compacted line is harder than it looks, and once again, the 30 is beached.
I want to say, mate, despite getting stuck twice in about 2 minutes, I have an absolute ball. Yeah, and I'm excited because you don't get shovels like this in Australia. So a dedicated snow shovel, mate. Well, I'll let you have a dig. I might like run a winch right down there. Yeah, just to help it a bit.
We Aussies take our recoveries very seriously, but we've soon got the 30 hooked up on the runner and ready to winch. Let's give this a crack. Locks on.
There's a bit of pressure on that winch.
To be honest with you, I didn't even know that could happen, getting so stuck in snow. I wasn't exactly on a big hill. You can't tell when you're driving because it all looks pretty smooth. And then you find out you're driving through a creek or there's a big hole underneath, the whole vehicle gets stuck. And as you saw, it was all flexed up. There was a lot of pressure on that winch. That was about as stuck as you can get in the snow. Far out. Learned a lot today. Jock is running twin transfers as well as front and rear lockers. This thing is practically a pop jock. But you can't beat a good driver behind the wheel as well.
Give it a go. Oh, right.
Like, apparently you can't steer. That's just it. Your tyres are on the right line, and you just went forward. That's cool. With the pickup in full crawler mode though, jockey's soon out of trouble. That's it.
All the ranges.
Maybe a little bump to get that front.
That was fun. It was technical. I was going between force over reduction back to standard because you can shift the front and rear cases individually, so I can go low range at the front and high range at the back. If I just want standard, what's called 2.28 reduction standard, then if I want to go low, I can put the rear case into low range, and that gives me proper crawly boy. That's pretty sick.
Seen a couple of different drives here, a bit of a recovery, slow and steady wheeling. Tells me Dimitri with the tracks, he's got his party lights on, ready to party. Not an even trip. Yeah, right, mate. You want? What about? Yeah, big little highways. Hey, Dimitri, I think the line's in the middle there, in that big hole. Oh, let's go see it. Wow. Yeah, right, That's insane. That is actually insane. It's like a highway now. Like your vehicle was pulled to the axles here, and now it's like flexed up as well. Yeah. This is like a proper highway.
Now that the path is pretty much cleared, the rest of the crew are through with no dramas.
Very nice. Thanks, fellas.
Now, I'd like to say that I did all the hard work here, boys.
No, you just can't.
I plowed and tracked through. Without a pioneer, no one could come. You're welcome. It's got to get.
Up ahead is the bridge crossing of Gurley Creek. The local boys, and from here the track gets really difficult. It's really going to ramp up. So this might be where we call it for the day. Now, this doesn't look like much of a campsite, but we have the perfect tool to create our own.
Now, obviously, in here, it's going to sink down. It's some pretty deep snow. So we tend to be here with the track right back and forth and make a bit of a campsite. In the big snow.
Oh, Mr. Plow, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Plow.
Can't believe that. How well I can drive through big snow.
Tonight's campsite is a little bit different. That's the understatement of the year. How good's this? What a day of wheeling. Tell you what, I can't wait to have a beer. It's been one of those days that I think I remember for just about ever. Let's camp. As the day turns into night, the temps are plummeting to way below anything we've ever camped in before. Overnight temps drop to about -7 degrees on a good night at this time of year, and way lower on a bad one. Luckily, we've come prepared with some camping gear we bet none of you in Australia have seen before.
Alright, this is trusted old heat hut. Making a living room in the middle of the forest. Today has well and truly been a day of firsts, even when it comes to what we're sleeping in tonight. Normally, we roll out a swag, and some of the boys are still doing that. John's got his swag set up under his awning, but because it gets so cold here, they've got these special tents they show. You can see one behind me over there. And there's going to be a couple of blokes in each tent. I'm lucky enough to be with the camera crew, who are probably the hardest workers in the crew, so they smell, but that's okay, so do I. But yeah, so I'm just making a bit of a flat spot here for the tent, and then there'll be 4 blokes in one tent, and we'll be nice and warm.
You think the temperatures are getting down now? Now check this out, after an amazing day of wheeling, so I need to smuggle all the way to the Northern Hemisphere.
I was 7 when my stepsister scarred my face. Not by accident, but on purpose. She hated that I was...
Hemisphere. I'll be the only bloke with a 4X goal for probably about 10,000 kilometres, I reckon. So the boys have put the gazebo up, they're going to call that the heat tent. No joke, it's going to get, as you can imagine, absolutely freezing tonight, or it is super cold. Yeah, they're going to put that in with the diesel heaters as well. We'll be able to sit in there, have a cold beer, get out of the cold a little bit. This is a day of first. I'm loving it. Hey boys. Oh, how big is this?
Hey, come on in, boys. We got the Rubicon soup, our famous soup here on the trail. This gets cooked multiple times a year, every year. We got beans, bacon, Italian sausage, cream. This will warm your heart. So this is like a certified soup that'll get you going. That smells so good, man. I'm so keen for that.
About as good as it gets, mate. Warm beer to a cold night. Mate, we are on our way. We're a bit of a mission. We don't know if we're going to make it. This is a crazy thing. We're on our way to Wentworth Springs, the oldest part of the Route 1 Trail. Now, the boys inside now, we've got time, snow traps, 40s. They don't know if we're going to make it through.
They also said what we did today was just the start of the intro. Like it was nothing.
It was a practice run.
Yeah.
Kind of gets me a little bit excited and a bit worried at the same time, because we're definitely going to have our work mate now. Maybe jump in the heat hut. And then start tomorrow with a bit of a bang.
It's going to be a big day, mate. Let's do it.
How good. If you're in the market for a top quality radio, look no further, because right now on the 4drive247.com website, you can get one of these. This is a 370 XRS Connect combo pack, and you can get it right now for only $629. That's a saving of $100 over. Plus, you're going to get a free sticker pack from Snatch. So do yourself a favour, jump on the website and get a really great radio at an absolute steal of a price.
The views around our camp, this morning are pretty darn incredible, but the cold and clear conditions overnight aren't exactly going to help us. As we try and push deeper into the snow around
over the ice, you fall through, and you're always just trying to break through it. When you get this sort of powder stuff, it makes things actually a little bit easier. So this just started just now. Fingers crossed for a bit of a snow. Not literally. We'll get out of camp and back down that track. But now I think the boys are crossing through.
Burritos. Peppers, onions.
Probably comes as no surprise that I've once again ended up in a Toyota, an American version of a Hilux that's a little bit more modified than what you can get away with in Australia. 37s, twin locks, twin transfer gears, the 3.4 litre V6 swap out of a Tacoma. This in American builds is probably pretty mild, but to Australian standards, it's pretty epic, definitely for a Hilux. The cool thing is, the bloke who originally built it a couple of owners ago actually built it with a bit of design inspiration from our show. A few mods like the flatbed, which aren't very common over here in the US. It's kind of nice that it's come full circle. Now it's ended up being wheeled by an Aussie. To get it ready for this trip, there are a couple of maintenance things we had to do. Of course, I stopped by Napa and got a whole bunch of bits and pieces we needed just to get it ready for some snow wheeling. Didn't really know what to expect with this type of terrain, so I kind of just went through it and picked up a whole bunch of spares as well. Bearings, you know, filters, fluids, hoses, an alternator, starter motor, a couple of bits and pieces that I'd normally run on a Hilux back in Australia. I'm so excited. It's a completely new experience wheeling in the snow over here, and the fact I get to do it in a probably mildly modified, but I'm going to say very modified Hilux Toyota pickup is pretty epic.
From our camp here at Gurley Creek, it's only about 2.5 kilometres to Wentworth Springs, which marks the old entrance to the Rubicon Trail. But the track ahead is tipped to be pretty wild today, with a stack of creek crossings and deep snow to navigate. And at a certain point, we're also going to be pushing in the first tracks for the season.
Jocko, straight out of camp, mate, and straight into it. Can't believe there's so much snow on the bridge that we're actually driving over a bridge. Normally being a road.
Yeah, you'll slip it into one side there, mate.
So I go back, mate.
Not that far. It's the first 20 metres out of Canberra I think to go by. There's going to be an epic day, mate. Bring it on.
Soon enough, we're up to our first real challenge of the day. Back home, we'd be testing a crossing like this by walking at first, but today, you can probably tell that I'm not so keen.
Well, it's one of those ones, but I just want to know how deep this is, but at the same time, I don't want to get my boots all wet and get cold. No way of telling. I think I'm just going to have to drive it and try and just get out. It's a bit steep on the exit. That's where you're going to have drums. It's probably right at the end there. And I'll just get the boys ready. So if I go down, they can be quick with the winch. Just in case. As you can probably hear, you can hear a bit of air escaping out of my compressor. It's got a savage leak at the moment, but I do need the lockers, so I'm just going to have to put up with it in the cab, unfortunately. Let's give this a go.
Probably the coldest water that he's ever been in.
Yeah.
Easy. Too easy. Almost too easy. Have a few goes at that.
It's soft on the exit. I've got to make a bit of a track.
That's it. That's it. There we go. Just needed a few clearing drives. Well done.
Oh, that's exciting. It's like learning how to full drive all over again.
Look at the size of this thing.
I've managed to leave a couple of perfect 37-inch holes on the exit, and sure enough, Jocko is getting caught up in them.
Oh, Jocko's just getting dipped out at the moment. The big pile of snow in front. I think he's going to have to hit that with a bit of momentum if he wants to get through. Here he comes, here he comes. It's coming.
With crawler mode engaged, Jockey's on the move again.
Look at that.
I love about the snow wheeling. You try it over here. Oh, that didn't work. Let's go over here. Oh, that works. Only for a bit, and then you swap around and have another go.
While the tracks on the Tacoma love the snow, they can easily get caught up in the tree roots and rocks. So, Dimitri needs to take a bit of care on this crossing. But once he's in the snow again, he can literally just point and shoot.
It isn't fair. It isn't fair. That's too easy.
I think he just paved the M1 for you.
Alright, let's give it a little bit of a early boy action. Rock style.
The Steady Jeep is one of the smaller rigs in our convoy, and the challenge for Liam here is not to get hung up in the big wheel tracks in front of him.
Liam, in this situation, I'd normally, you know, make a heap of jokes right now, but I'm stuck about 50 metres up there, so I'll just help you with the winch.
The Jeep ends up beached between the wheel ruts on the exit, but a quick tug of the run bar should get Liam out of trouble.
Got this. Well done.
Ooh, thanks guys.
Aussie has got a whole extra 5 inches to play with here, and those big tyres, well, it's going to make this one look pretty easy.
Nice. Easy done.
The camera crew have been putting in a huge effort at the back in the big mule, but this one proves to be a bit too much for the big Tacoma. To add insult to injury though, the boys have also done a bead.
He's not running bead locks, but we've had to go down really low to about 5 psi for the snow, so we're going to get the more flat out, put a little bit of air in it, get it back on the trail.
Whilst we're sorting out the camera car tyre, just thought I'd explain what is actually going on here, because this is the Morflate multi-tyre inflation system, and basically what we've done, that tyre was really low, so we've aired him back up, and then we've connected all the hoses back together just to equalise them back down. So what we'll do, that's at 15 pound, and the beauty about this is it's really quick to inflate, and you can do all 4 tyres at once, and then it's real quick to deflate as well. You'll also equalise the tyres real nice, which means you've got one outlet for your air and all tyres are airing down the same. The other advantage is if you want to run different pressures front and rear, it's real easy to do. All you need to do is disconnect 2 hoses at the back or 2 hoses at the front, and it'll equalise just those 2 tyres. So in the case of the camera car, because it's so heavy, we're going to run slightly different pressures in the rear than we will in the front. Real handy.
The track today is proving to be pretty relentless, and we spend several hours digging out the snow and navigating snowy creeks.
Oh, so close.
But even so, we've barely made a dent into the distance we hope to cover.
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on.
Have it. Easy done, Tiger.
Just as we're starting to make some progress, we hit a new problem, and this one is something new for us Aussies. The tracks on the Stella rig aren't loving those wombat holes, and Dimitri soon has the equivalent of a tyre off the bead. If the tracks slip off entirely, it's going to be a mission to move the Tacoma, so the guys quickly level out an area to jack the vehicle up.
I'll tell you what, this is a first for me, and the top line as well, no doubt. Definitely. Instead of tracks have actually come off the rollers. Very equivalent, I suppose, for it's been the same as a tyre off the bead. Essentially, on the track it happens. This whole track is there's always a new thing popping up. It really is every corner, and here's just another one. So we're going to jack the vehicle up. There's a tensioner apparently. You can bring that track back onto the rollers, back in the game in 2 minutes, hopefully.
Luckily, the boys know their stuff, and after a bit of work, have the problem sorted and the Tacoma back in business.
Everything's tight, the track is tight, everything's good to go. We're gonna drop the jack and see how this thing does.
Underway, back into wheeling. Well, tracking.
The conditions out here are truly unlike anything us Aussies have experienced before, and there's a whole lot of learning going on as we creep forward. It's pretty hairy, I'm not gonna lie.
Big tyres come through here.
Once again, it's these creek exits that are causing the most dramas. And with so little traction available, I'm struggling to get the right line.
Let's wait there, I'll do some snow rock packing.
That's what we need. The snow here is acting just like black soil back at home. And once you get below the surface, climbing back on top takes a lot of effort. Once you get below the surface, climbing back on top takes a lot of effort. Our American crew know all about this kind of terrain and are soon on the shovels and clearing a line for the 30 to follow.
That's
Track building.
Forward a meter. Back. Dig. Rinse. Repeat. Stop. Back. Dig. Lots.
Wow.
Yeehaw. Thank you, boys. It doesn't take long for a full day to slip by as we creep forward, and we've barely put a dent into the distance we'd hoped to cover.
Teamwork. How good.
Come on, baby.
I'm going to guess how far we've gone today. Now, keep in mind, I've been travelling all day. It's nearly 6 p.m. right now. 500 metres. That's not far. Soon enough, darkness is falling and the spotties are coming out as we push forward. But there's soon vehicles struggling across the convoy.
The boys weren't kidding when they said we'll have our work cut out for us. We're not even at the real harbour yet. This has been insane.
The winches are getting a real workout today as the vehicles start going down across the convoy. And soon even the camera car is getting into the rescues. Our mate Dave has been tagging along at the back to help out the crew, but this time he's the one needing to be recovered.
Come on, Bill. That's it. How was that? The camera car, the unsung hero. Tying out FJs on 40-inch tyres. That's epic.
There's plenty more drama as the night goes on, with the camera car being the next to go down. Soon enough, the FJ goes down again as well.
Oh my goodness. How this night time. We still haven't made it more than a K from where we camped last night, and now we're digging out a vehicle on 40s, and it's raining or snowing or something like that. All we know it's cold, and we're having an absolute ball. How good is this, eh? That good news is all the vehicles are unstuck, which is really good because we're pretty keen to get to camp, which is apparently only about 250 metres away. The only drama with that is it's still 250 metres away. That could mean we're here all night.
It's been getting pretty late as we finally clear the last creek and move up into some more open forest. But up ahead is a whole new challenge.
Get a load of this. Tractors are stopped. Jocko, track stops, mate. I'll get out. I don't know. Look, there's no tyre tracks in front of me, mate.
The further you push out into these snowy conditions, the greater the risk. And it soon looks like we've reached the point where past groups have pulled the plug and turned back.
Hey, get a load of that. That is not something I've ever seen before. Tracks?
I literally saw 0 tracks in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm seeing stuff. I didn't want to drive again to that.
That's fair.
Assessing it first.
I'd imagine this will be the type of stuff the boys were saying is why you have a track vehicle. Hey? Like,
exactly.
put it in
the
front.
boys are all saying that, in fact. I reckon, look, if it's okay with you, we'll back her up.
Yep.
Find a little flat spot in the snow.
Oh, okay.
Have a snow camp.
Yep,
and,
I reckon.
I might even do a bit of a feed for everyone as well.
Ooh.
Something warm in the guts, mate. A couple of cold beers. What do you think?
Perfect. Cold beers in the snow, mate, and I reckon a bit later on.
Put a bit of daylight just assess what's going on down there.
Yeah.
Something tells me no one's been down there. We should probably try it out.
Yeah, that's track country. Let's head up there and find a campsite, mate.
At long last, we find a little patch of flat ground and gratefully roll into camp. It's never too late for a hot camp meal, especially on a cold night after a huge day in the snow. And tonight, I've got just the recipe to heat things up.
Well, I've got to be honest with you, I'm going to chalk this one down as one of the better days I've ever done off-road. I mean, mate, everything we've done on this trip has been a bit of a first. This is next level in so many ways, even just the way we camp, the way we've been driving, there's all new techniques to learn. I feel a little bit out of depth, but we're sort of starting to get the hang of it.
Yeah, slowly. So, but you think you're getting the hang of it, and then it's just like, bang, oh, you're stuck now.
Yeah. And how's this though?
Today, I think we did about nearly a kilometre. It's now very late at night, and everyone's rushed to make camp. Everyone's got to hold together. We've got the only flat spot probably in the next 200 miles.
It's perfect.
It's fine. And you know, speaking of perfect, mate, I've got a meal that's just that because I had actually done a little bit of preparation on the track today. So this one's going to be called carne asada. So all the American audience will know about this one. This is basically for the Aussies amongst us is fancy way to say you're going to have steak tacos, and it sounds pretty good, doesn't it? So what I'm going to do is just chuck all of this meat in here. As you can see, it's already cut into strips. So normally I go about, I don't know, 2 tablespoons of oil, but 2 squirts will do the job just fine. So typically you go about 2 cloves crushed garlic. Just I'm going to throw a bit of on the garlic like I normally do. A bit of oregano, or oregano as you Americans like to call it. Just a bit of cumin, a bit of soy. That'll help it bind together, and a bit of chili powder I found. This was actually in the Dirty 30 from last time I was over in the States. The last little bit is some lime juice. And now they're going to zip back up. I'm going to marinate those with my hand, get them back into the medic. Before I do that, I've got one more secret ingredient. Now this, I think I remember. So,
this is why you shouldn't buy just one Mattel knife. If you only buy one, you're just losing money.
So I've marinated the meat, and that's all ready to go. Yep. If you could get these little bell peppers, yep. Give those a couple of cuts, mate, and I'm going to jump straight into the meat. I've got that marinated steak. I'll get that out. Jocko, here's a fun fact, mate. Hit me. This is the only time in my life I've been camping whereby all the food in the fridge is actually warmer than on the outside.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing you have it because it's probably stopping the meat.
Well, that's exactly right. Everything is at perfect temperature, mate, and that's what we want. We're basically just going to turn this on, start cook it. We're going to put some little peppers in there as well, and maybe a little bit of onions, and then put it in a tortilla. And away we go. Look at this. Look at this.
So you marinated that earlier, did you?
I'm going to pull a little strip out just so you can see.
Yeah. Look at that. What steak is it?
Good question.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, that smells so good, man.
It does actually. And you can cook it a little bit medium rare. There's not one hot is the main thing. Under here, covered in snow.
Oh, tortillas.
Some tortillas. They are really cold now.
I wonder if it looks as cold as it is right now. What it's like?
I'd say with all the steam coming out of our mouth condensation, yes, and the snow falling out of the sky, yes. If you're prepared for camping like this, I reckon it's some of the best camping you'll do. Full stop.
The man said he comes out to this all the time.
I get why. And you can tell he does.
Yeah, you can tell. You can do it, can.
I don't know, but this mate, my hands have gone numb.
Oh, no, exactly.
It's like snow wheeling, you've got to be delicate, but I'm really not holding your mate's hands. I do that one? Oh, I'll let you got it. Oh, no, that's the wrong flap. You might pop out a steak like that before. You gotta be careful. I can be totally easy meal. You know what, we're going to eat them all tonight, there's no doubt about it.
Oh man, that actually smells so good.
Yeah. Coriander, some people don't like it. Alright, turn that off the heat, that is smelling beautiful.
It's so good, man.
Tortillas are done, some cheese, we'll wrap that right there.
Perfect.
One last thing, check this out. Ooh,
what do you got?
Sauces.
Stop it.
What have you got? I've got a green one, I've got a red one, that one.
That's not that one you had last time, is it?
No,
that one goes in the bin. That smoked me.
Boys, jump in, we are good to go.
I'm so ready for this.
Righto, boys. It's cold. Have a bite. What do you reckon? Not the first time you've ridden it'll be taco, is it, Jocko? Oh, yum. How good is that? How good is that? And the best bit is, we've got at least 4 more serves here. We're just going to cook and repeat. We're just going to keep eating all night until we get really warm and full. And we're going to need all the energy because tomorrow...
Big day, dude. Big day.
What do you reckon, Dimitri? Got a chance of making it?
All the way.
I like your style, mate. Right, let's rip in a few more of these, mate.
We expected a little bit of snow last night, but it turns out there was an absolute dumping. And our camp this morning is buried under a good foot of fresh powder. All the extra snow is going to make reaching the old turnoff to the Rubicon that much more difficult. But you can hardly feel upset when your camp looks as specky as this.
Just woke up this morning and just had a quick look at the track out of here. Have a look at it. There's snow. I've never seen snow like this in my life. Check out how much snow I've got on that awning. That gives you a rough idea. Look at that. What mate? This is insane. You guys slept last night on the slag. It's super warm, mind you, but we had a little snowdrift fall on the side of it. Look at that, the canopy. Got a monkey coffee this morning. Yep, it's the bird. Well, I get a coffee into me, and yeah, today's going to be pretty wild, I think, just as a guess.
The turn-off is less than a kilometre from where we camp, but today we'll be running on the snow with no tracks to follow, so it's going to be far from easy.
There is so much fresh snow overnight. Once again, it's going to completely change the tracks. So, not really sure what's ahead of us, and we really want to try and get to the start of the old Rubicon Trail, but it's going to be really interesting. Another day, well, probably lots of winching, picking lines, lots of snow driving. We're going to give it a red hot crack, but the good thing is, even if we don't make it, the boys say they've got something else lined up for us, and they won't tell us what it is. So we'll have to wait and see. Either way, it's going to be an epic day. Let's set the old girl fires up.
Windscreen wipers are on full blast at the moment. Give them That's it. Come on, you can do it. We're back in the game.
As we backtrack out of camp to where we left off last night, there's another problem, and this one is totally out of our hands.
Checked the weather report this morning, and it says we're expecting a pretty big windstorm coming through, up to about 100 mile an hour wind gusts on the ridges.
Yeah, righto. Something tells me I don't want to be out for that one.
No, it's not going to be fun out there when the wind picks up, so let's see how far we can get.
Yeah, we'll just push along, break through the line, see how far we can get.
With the high winds comes extreme cold and the real possibility of getting stuck out here, so it's going to be the lines at try for the Rubicon. Up ahead is the end of tyre tracks, and for some reason, the Americans are still letting me go up front.
Here we go, boys. About to head off the tracks into virgin snow.
This is going to be incredible to watch, mate. I'm keen to see how the 30 goes through here.
Is there any last minute tips, Dimitri?
I am watching you up front, Sean. Let's see how you do. If anything, I'll pull right up and we'll make some trail.
Let's go. Oh, this is going to be hard.
Here he goes. Uncharted territory.
And just like that, we're into the...
All right. Back and forth now.
Tell me that you are cursed.
No, it's not that. It's
Besides, I am going to see a bear.
I didn't make it
Look,
far.
you made it about 2 meters into the virgin snow.
I think it's 2 meters, but my bottom made it virgin snow, that's it.
I can see why tracked vehicles lead the way through here.
Yeah, Jocko, let's pull Sean out off to the side and I'll come around and lead the way.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Time to get the reinforcements.
Now, I reckon I've been stitched up a bit here, but it goes to show just how treacherous this fresh snow can be. A quick tug backwards and I'm quickly out of trouble. And the track Tacoma finally gets to show us exactly what it was built for.
That's deep, isn't it? So it's footing. That's so cool. We've been waiting the whole trip to see that. It just got on top of the snow and it's got such a big surface area on each track to able to glide through. That was beautiful. Hopefully it's compacted enough for the rest of the vehicles. We're about to find out right now.
Tacoma might have made a set of tracks to follow, but the snow is still so deep, I'm struggling to get moving.
No, staying on doesn't work. Well, the problem we've got now is Dimitri with the tracks is making great progress. However, he's leaving quite a big mound of snow in the middle because he's got really high clearance and I'm just sort of bulldozing that. I thought we'd try and give a bit of pace and see if that worked. That did not work. In fact, every time I tried that, it hasn't worked.
Once again, it's out with a run buck, but to keep things moving, we're going to have to change things up a bit.
Yeah. Righto, so you can see him on 5 PSI, we're going down to 3. So, pretty wild.
So I'm about to head down, even lower. I'm at 6 psi. I think I'm going to go down to like 2 or 3. We've got the track vehicle going through, but we're going to stagger the tyres in biggest to smallest, just so each one just knocks a little bit more off the top, and we can all possibly get through.
With Aussie moving up to follow the Tacoma, we start to make better progress. With Dimitri breaking the trail and the Jeep scooping out a little bit more snow before the rest of us come through.
Oh, this is so cool.
Wow, I went down from 5 psi to 3 psi, and the difference is phenomenal. As far as I'm not slipping.
We're inching closer and closer to our goal, but the snow just gets more and more treacherous, and for the second time today, I'm down and out.
Oh, I'm stuck again. You boys want shoveling crew up there to dig the 30 out a bit?
Yeah, I think we might need to, man. It's pretty stuck.
Oh yeah, your front deck is gone.
See you later. Look at that.
I think that's as good as it's going to get. Hopefully it just pops up.
Alright, here we go.
Yes! Big digging makes a huge difference, eh? Nice! Alright, I might fill in those holes and then see if I can send the lobster through, eh? That is in, that is in, that is in. Alright, let's see how the lobster goes through here. So Sean got stuck. Wide right, all day, sir.
Walk in the park. A little bit of snow, fill the holes, compact down, lovely. I should walk straight through.
Nice, man.
It's hard to believe it's taken 3 days to make it just 6 miles, but we're so close to the old Rubicon turnoff. The road ahead, though, is starting to look less and less like a track, and even the Stella rig is struggling.
Oh, that is deep.
Yeah, we have a challenge in front of us. Oh, it's getting nasty.
We can't see your tracks, Dimitri. You know it's getting pretty loose.
Yeah, with each step forward, my front end just goes lower and lower and lower. It's looks pretty wild. Oh man, that just sinks down to the bottom. Oh, that's deep. Oh yeah.
After pushing so far, no one's keen.
To make it easy, because one of those tracks come off a little bit. We don't want that to happen again. Take our time. Just nose in, back out. Nose in and compact the snow. This thing's just so good at sitting on top of it. There's a hole just here. That is mental.
Oh, look at that. There's water. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I feel like all that water's running out of heat, so we're gonna try and ride this right here. So if the track vehicle gets down, we're pretty much all gonna be stuck here. So we're gonna clear this up and see if we can push any further.
We're just a good snowball throw from the Wentworth Springs turnoff. But with wild weather on the way and our most capable snow vehicle getting bogged, well, it's time to make a tough call.
Well, this snow is so soft, it's just ridiculous. This is what we're trying to drive through. There's big, what would you call this, like big snow drifts?
Yeah,
or something like that. I call it real deep. And this is what we're trying to get to. I reckon we have made it as far as we need to go. The end of this track is 100 metres at the start of the old Rubicon. It's just there. Jocko, high five, mate.
I reckon this is a pretty good achievement for bunch of Aussies who've never wheeled in this stuff before, and obviously the Americans have showed us the way. With that thing, we've had a pretty solid go of it.
And the fact that the vehicle on tracks is now, well, not stuck, but in huge big holes. The holes behind it is too big for us to get through on normal tyres. So we're going to make the call to turn around. But don't worry, Dustin's got something lined up.
Yeah, what's the plan, mate?
Let's get turned around and get out of here. And I've got a little special surprise because you can't go snow wheeling and get us to go to this one place.
Roger that. All right, well, first up, I need to get out of here.
Well, throw in the winch, mate. You took the wrong line, don't you? It's been pretty incredible to make it so close to the route trail. But for now, we've got another head before the storm hits. With more snow falling, we've got a lot of work at our hands to retrace our steps, and the whole convoy is pushing hard to make it through.
Huh? What? I don't know. Can you? Did you delete all the rest of that stuff off of there? Why don't you play a game more than 10 minutes before you try to go get another game? You got Nintendo games, you got games on the tablet. You won't play none of them to the end? Why don't you finish a game? They can all be finished. You just don't play it for more than 5 minutes. You can get what you want. As long as you have space for it.
It's just recovery. It's just every single vehicle's having to go and get stuff. Every car's exo. It's just rinse and repeat recoveries at the moment. It takes several hours to make it back to firm ground and another night on the track. The storm washes over us in the night, and in the morning, conditions couldn't be more different. Clear skies and some incredible views. We're pointing the rigs towards our final destination of the trip, a classy little pub known as Uncle Tom's Cabin. Visiting this classic watering hole is a tradition for local four-wheel drivers, and the pub is manned by volunteers even in the winter months. Operating in one form or another since the 1800s, one of the more unique features of this place is a collection of signed dollar bills left by visitors over the years. Seems only that we could add one to the collection. Well, I gotta say, what an epic trip, Dino. Hey, what an absolute... This will go down as one of the craziest trips I've ever done. Obviously, Jock and I don't do a lot of snow wheeling.
No.
This has been something else, mate.
It's been such a new experience, and it's been amazing. We've had frozen over bog holes, deep recoveries, just
trying to go in the snow was an absolute epic.
The Infiniti QX60 is perfect for whichever version of me I need to be. Over to Aaron. The Bose audio system gets me ready with stadium energy. Let's go.
It's really... You want to say that?
Bulgari track, Australia's most testing four-wheel drive track, bar none.
That's so stuck. It's not going to work.
We've been told it can't be done. Too high, flat's impossible.
The grass is slightly sooty. As you get off the track just a little bit, you just completely lost it. They said this track was going to be tough this time of year, and they certainly weren't wrong.
Come on!
We're getting like a little fix to get us a couple of Ks up the road, but we've got about 400 of those to do. Yeah, I actually don't know how we're going to get out of this one. Our journey begins in the sleepy and iconic little WA town of Wyndham at the local footy oval. We're here to catch up with our good mate Ronnie and of course the Wyndham locals.
The country we are tackling this trip through is accessed by special permission only, and Ronnie, who's one of the traditional owners in the area, has invited us and open one of Australia's for the season.
Have a go at this. I'm gritting like a chip. The entire town has come down saying good day. They've got a bit of footy training going on over here. Every single local we've spoken to has said you are way too early. Super wet out there, rivers are high, the mud flats, well, they are flat and they are muddy as heck. But they all are frozen at the fact that we're going to get more track. So, will we make it? I wouldn't have a bloody clue, but I do know this for a fact. This is how I like to start a trip. Small town, all the locals come down to say good day. We're in the Kimberley, hang it up on the shed wall. Lovely to meet you.
Now, you can't come to WA without kicking a footy. The Head Wyndham football team have invited us to join them at training tonight. It's the perfect way to kick off our trip. But for some of us, they should probably stick to four-wheel driving.
That's it.
Next morning, we're putting the rigs towards the Pentecost River, the gateway to the Kimberley, and more importantly for us, the start of the mighty Umbulgari track. The Kimberley is the kind of place where you need some good mates with you, and that's exactly what we've got. Sean's behind the wheel of old Sooty, while I'm running in the D-Max playing support vehicle. Our good mate Liam has brought the trusty 200 for the trip, while Az is wheeling that iconic MITS 79, a vehicle that's already seen some time in the Kimberley.
Ronnie knows this place like the back of his hand, but even he's worried we might not be able to make it through some of the more challenging sections ahead. What lies ahead is 15 days in low range, crossing some of the harshest terrain Australia has to offer. Croc-infested rivers, endless seas of vehicle-swallowing mud, and grass so long you could lose a vehicle in it. One way in and one way out. No shortcuts, no help. To add to that, we'll be the first ones to attempt the track for the season after a massive wet. This should make for a wild couple of weeks. So good to be back on a mighty, will be my favourite four-wheel drive track in the world. Look at the grass, look at that. It's kind of weird because, I mean, I can't see anything except directly in front of me. I can't see anything. Crazy.
The grass is one thing, but the real problem out here is the huge amount of water still around. Just 10 k's into the track, our first real test. The Molly at the flats.
Yeah, you got a copy there, Sean?
Yeah, got you, mate.
Hey, mate, this is from the spot. Bit of a nightmare for me, as you know. High tide, so yeah, I'd like to see how we go up here.
You don't feel with confidence, mate. It's pretty wet, is it?
Yeah, I reckon so, but we got some good rigs here. I reckon we might be able to get across, bro.
Right, well, I'm just going to notice I'm seeing a bit of a salt flat. It looks a bit dicey.
Definitely give me fair warning. I'm right up at the back here. I don't want any mud on my car, eh?
Something tells me I reckon you got no choice in that.
Yeah, true right there.
This is the sort of terrain, though. As soon as you bog down, it's all over.
Yeah, that's right. When you make that surface, man, it's like that suction mud too.
Have a look at this. This creek line might look small, but once you break the surface of the salt flat, getting out of the mud can be almost impossible.
You go on the grass? Yeah, I reckon I'll just give it a little scoot through. Yeah, I'll be so quick that even Sil won't know she's bombed. Cool.
Have a go, go in there.
That's you should walk all water crossings.
Copy out there, Sean?
Yeah, got you, mate.
Years of experience is leading up to what I'm about to say now, mate. Good luck. Sean is tackling this one at what looks to be the most firm part of the crossing, but looks can be deceiving. Yes. Don't get yourself too bored. We'll run the winch up to you. Have another couple of goes at it.
Yeah, I've actually lost a bit of the bank on the other side over.
People good too. You probably would have made that.
This will make a good ram, then I'll give it a red up go. There's one thing we've learned about the mud in the top end over the years. It's that it's always more treacherous than it looks. Yeah, good to go when you're ready, mate.
All right, mate, I'll give you a little winch and see what happens. So you might have to get two on here. Very stuck.
I reckon we got to put Liam on you too. He's just pulling going forward.
We're going to double our chances here, with Liam securing the D-Max and also switching to a double line pull.
So, see how this goes.
One wheel base D-Max. A double line pull. Footy is on the move.
I'm slowly coming out my tyres and like slips.
I can feel me loading him too. He is stuck.
But the mud just doesn't want to release its hold. I reckon we've got to put a second winch on.
Yeah, probably get out down there.
so stuck. As soon as she pops up, it's going to be like, of course, pop to the surface.
Didn't realise they brought a grader with it.
Oh, there we go, those wheels.
Have a look at this amount of mud that's underneath. Work now. The problem here is that even if Sean hits the other side with pace, he's likely to bog the rear wheels in the crossing. And we have no way to winch forward. It's so clear that we'll have to try a different approach. Better option might be to try a deeper section of the crossing, which at least has less of a bank on the exit.
What's the worst that could happen? Here we go. See how stuck I can get this time.
If we can even get one vehicle across, we'll have a winch point for the whole convoy, so I'm not going to hold back.
So close. I've got tired out. Up here. Believe I'm doing it.
I don't think we've got any other choice but to pull you backwards.
I've basically got two tyres at the front just about out of the mud, and this one here is not too bad at all. One tyre that's really quite long. I think I'm going to go for the call, pull me back out and have one more go. I had 30 and you just didn't know anything, so I sort of just backed off traction. I should have really stuck into it. So you can haul now the question, mate. It's absolutely gutting to have to winch back up to getting so close to the other side. And once again, it's a massive effort.
If it comes up this bank, you're laughing. What's your plan this time, cowboy?
You're going to hear another. Because here I'm sinking, never heard it for a while.
I like it. They're good ruts for a D-Max. Well, they're just about where I need to be.
Take two, and this time, I'll give myself a real run-up.
He's going to get a run-up from the Pentecost and basically hit it with just a little more fury. Stand back. Not even close that time. Let's go again.
Going back through the same old ruts, I thought I'd cleared a bit of a path here, but it turns out I just did myself straight out.
Alright, round two.
So he's going to move slightly to the right, which was actually the line I was going to take and hope to get through the D-Max, but it's this side here that we've got issues on because he's going to come up with pure mud on this side here. If only there was something to winch off on this side, it'd be so much easier, but it's not being me for no reason, eh? Here we go. I'm standing back.
If I can't make this, our trip may be over on day one, so I'm going to give it absolutely everything.
Now I think I think I'll do it.
That was impressive.
There's a bit of 4-gear low range for you.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I'm really hoping Graham makes this because we get two vehicles over, it's way better than having one. And I sort of found a bit of a technique. It's flat out and try not to go in the same ruts twice. So, he knows what to do and how to do it. Let's bring him across.
Righto, mate, this is all on you. I wish you all the luck in the world, mate. I really hope you make it.
I think it's a fine line between pleasure and pain.
Yeah, go to pain, baby. Don't hesitate. Fourth gear. There he goes. Yeah, more.
Yes, that's all right.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to make that just a pretty calculated thing.
Graham's gone for the safe option here and come with just enough speed to get the nose up the other side. But as soon as he has a winch point, we should be able to get him through easily.
Come on. Easy winch. Here he comes. So he's got a big caboose. Straight as an anchor.
Getting there.
PlayStation 3 will be the most realistic product ever. We've learned so much.
This crossing has already eaten up several hours. I started to run out of light, with more than half the convoy still to get through.
Right, Liam, don't hold back, mate. Give it a red hot go.
It's, yeah, got it, and hopefully it goes through.
Got this, mate. You got this.
Backed off, but he's got it, he's got it.
He hadn't backed off. Backed off.
Well, I really wanted to gun that, but when you're coming up to it, it just drops away from you, and it looks like a vertical bank on the other side, and I really want to smash that front end.
That's it, mate. That's it. Nice and slow.
Just a little tug, and I'm out. We can keep going.
Right. Oh yeah. Let's see how we go. I don't want to go too far.
There's the back off. Oh, big old winch. Big old winch.
So, the tug should have. So, covered in mud as day one. I have noticed a shower on your roof rack.
I do, and it heats up during the day with the sun, and it's currently at 45 degrees, which is optimal.
Obviously, I've got you unstuck, so
I'll put it on the same page.
It's down a friendship.
Yep.
I'll give you. I don't even want to say this. Oh, wow! Wow!
That just happened.
Wow! Holy heck! That's the hectic thing I've seen.
It's all right, we can rebuild it.
Yeah, get out of the way. I'll do it. I'll do the shower. Okay, fine. Fine. 12 days and this is day one. Go on, just remind everyone.
We've got another drone.
Well, this one just needs a good washout, so if I could get in the shower.
Come on, son.
Coming.
Am I getting grass or rolling?
Matt, stop there. The 79 has some big leaf packs under the rear, and they've got very up in the mud. But once again, it takes a few vehicles hooking up to give us enough leverage to pull Az out of the mud.
Ronnie is going to have his work cut out following these runs, but he's got his own ideas.
Well, pretty much good. This one's a go so I'm going to but the best thing is to put that.
Ronnie's up next. There's not a lot of options. He's going to get around. Okay, I know that much. He's done this 100 times or more. I reckon he'll do all right. He won't back off like Az did. When ready, let's hear that V8 sing.
Yep, we'll give it a fair old whack.
That's it. Come again. Come on again.
Yeah, right through.
Impressive. Can you stop trying to run me up?
That's it. Come again. Come on again.
Impressive. Can you stop trying to run me over on the flats, please?
I know you. I'll stop jumping around like a bloody kangaroo.
Right, let's go.
Is almost done and dusted. The track pushing on into the night isn't really an option, so we're soon looking for a spot to park up for the night.
Well, boys, that was, let's say that was very eventful. I'm covered in mud. It's day one. I think it's time to find a campsite.
Hey, Ronnie, what do you reckon, mate? You're the expert around here, camp. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I reckon just on the edge of the grassland there. Probably where Sean always right now. Throw the wagons and set something up.
Yeah, it's a good spot here, I reckon. So probably just crack a tinny or two.
Crack a tinny or two, I like it. After sweating it out in the heat at the top end, every camp in the Kimberley is guaranteed to be glorious, even when you're camping on a mudflat.
First day in Kimberley doesn't disappoint. Here we are, a beautiful little campsite. I was really hoping we'd make one of the creek systems for tonight. See, we've got the Wilson and then of course the Durac, both with fish extremely well, and I'm pretty excited about that. But for now, this will do as the perfect campsite, and maybe we'll be able to wash some of this mud off and be refreshing tomorrow.
We've cryovacked a bunch of meat for this trip, and we're taking turns cooking for the convoy each night. And as soon has a hot...
What the conditions are, and I for one.
You know, I've been to Gimli a few times, right? This is about the wildest I've seen it for
The water, even on the side of the roads coming up the Gib, which we've got a permit to come up, no one else is allowed to come up here now. The Gib has got grass growing across it, water on either side.
There's water everywhere, mate, and this is what...
Fire would be lovely, but there's no wood for miles. Tomorrow, if we can get, I think it's 18k or something to the Durac. If we could just do, mate, it sounds so pathetic, 18k, mate. Even you can,
if we get there early, I want to take a break down, so down about it, because I want to fish that thing like you've never seen before.
You're driving sooty, so won't you? Crack this, and I
can't wait. I'll sit down.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Florida cars for Canberra at it again with their battle of beastly. You'll need to decide which tow vehicle you're going to park in the driveway. Is it going to be the Chevy ZR2 or the big Ram 1500? Either way, you're going to get yourself an off-road caravan and also pocket over $100,000 worth of gold bullion. For as little as $30, you can be taking home a total prize package worth $380,000. So head to the website carsforkansas.com.au, get your entries in real quick because this draw ends on the 13th of July. Good luck.
Get 15% off the Raptor range right now at 4drive247.com. Whether you've got a bigger project and you need some 4-litre kits to paint the whole vehicle, or you've got some small touch-ups to do with these 2-pack aerosol cans, right through to their new high-temp paint range. This is a Rollbar chassis. We can get it for engine enamel, wheel paint, even for painting exhaust headers. You name it, this stuff is so good on this. So if you want to get some new Raptor products for your project, jump on 4drive247.com. Don't miss out. So if you want to get some new Raptor products for your project, jump on 4drive247.com. Don't miss out.
The views around camp this morning are nothing short of incredible, with the Coburn Ranges framing our camp in far distance.
We'll be getting further and further away from civilization as we make our way along the Hook Bit, with no phone reception and no resupply. And that means a lot of trip planning before you start.
Well, it's hard to believe we literally only did 11.4 kilometres yesterday. To put that into a little bit of perspective for you, the entirety of the trip is just under 500, and that distance doesn't get us to a large service station where I can buy ice cream. It just gets us to the Columbaroo Road. Now we still have to either go, depending on fuel supplies, into Columbaroo if it's open, or south down Drysdale to get fuel. And that is why D-Max is set up like this. Taking the MITS canopy off still means I've got water down the front here, electrics, the whole lot, and I've got 15 jerrys of diesel here, 3 jerrys of water, and of course all the supplies I need for the trip. But I'm basically in support truck to get us that 500 kilometres that we need. So it's exactly why the big rig is set up the way she is. The good news is all that distance means big open skies, big fires, big fish hopefully. That's all in the future. For now, let's get packed up, let's get these boys sorted, let's get on the track.
500 k's might not sound like much on normal roads, but out here, you'll chew the litres very quickly. We've allowed for between 200 and 240 litres per vehicle to make it back to Drysdale. But even that might be barely enough if the track conditions don't improve.
Bonnie's taking the lead today as we head into the dense scrub on the way to the Durac River, which will be another big test for conditions ahead.
What I'm most excited about today is we're now starting to get more remote, and I guess it goes with the territory. The more remote you go, sometimes the better the fishing opportunities.
Oh yeah, there'll definitely be a lot of great opportunity for fishing. While we're still a bit earlier in the year, mate, I think the barrels will still be on the quiet. Anytime you get a wet in the line, do so, because you never know.
Got a couple of recipes planned. Actually, I just need a couple of ingredients. That's the only thing I'm lacking at the moment. So to give you an idea of what I'm dealing with in the cabin of old Sooty, I just want to show you the passenger seat. It's the couple of outfits there just ready to go. That's basically how I'm travelling. Everything's sort of within reach. So if we do get to a spot we can fish, usually don't have a lot of time with filming, so I'll just grab a rod, have a few casts, get back in the car, and off you go. You don't have to try and set up a fishing rod or anything like that. I've always got 4 to go. I'm just ready for just about any situation. Yeah, I'm pretty keen.
Hey, okay, check it out. The largest truck stop in the world. Yep.
It's not going to be enough to feed the boys.
Really?
Remember we came here?
When you're not crossing rivers or mudflats, the hobby trap is
Oh!
so you get stuck into some challenging times.
Seatbelt? Still need your seatbelt?
Are you stopping here?
Yeah, we're done.
Yes! This is the largest truck stop in the world?
World's largest truck stop, Iowa 80.
I don't remember.
This place huge.
Actually, we can take a big, ginormous poop.
We had 18 kilometres ahead of us to make the Durack River, but in these conditions, you're lucky to make it 50 kilometres an hour, and the day is getting on as we creep our way forward.
Oh my god! Now that is ginormous!
There's always a parking spot.
Yeah, there actually is always a parking spot.
Challenges of the track, the crossing of the Durack River.
Why is it so big? Right next to it is Lola 80.
Huh?
What is it, Lola 80? Right next to it.
That's what we're on. We're on Route 80 in
It's a
Iowa.
bit too dangerous. I'll take you to a spot there where we can do some fishing tonight.
I like the sound of that.
This is the largest truck stop in the world.
We're catching those cricket score a barra does, so let's do that.
That's why there's an American flag.
Huh?
Because it's the largest truck stop in the world. There's an American flag.
No, it's an American flag because we're in America.
This time of year, timing the tides is essential.
Yeah,
Crossing
everywhere
sits right where the salt water meets the fresh.
Everywhere we go is
Perfect
America.
place to chase barra when the tide is right.
Almost.
Right.
So like everywhere we go in
South
the
Campbell is going to rush down
in this
to the
state.
Durack.
Everywhere we go in America is
I'm going to say
America.
this, and it's
Yeah, everywhere we go in the USA.
Durack, where the fresh mess is salt. This is one of those places where fish is a bonus. It's a big bonus, but it is such a pretty spot.
I think a lot of people think when you come to a place like this, you just
We've
fish
been
it,
here a long
jump
time
on
ago.
the
We've seen.
shores and you just start
Oh yeah,
flying
we've seen a lot of trucks here.
But we're just so stoked to be here. I don't know you're going to find out.
This was a long time ago. We were here a long time
The
ago.
fishing around here can be off tap, but there's so many factors that can affect it, like tides, heat, humidity, and of course even phases of the moon.
Where's this elusive metering?
Somewhere in there.
Well, I'm thinking I don't got enough space, but I do. I got plenty.
Is Mom still here?
I don't know.
I don't think Mom's here. How many people are watching? 2? I don't think Mom's here though.
Yeah, I hate doing blindside back ends.